Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We'll begin the public hearing, and we have a long one in front of us, so we're going to ask that we adhere to the rules that we have established for testimony, which is 3 minutes, and 5 minutes altogether of questions and answers by a member and the individual testifying. And we're going to be pretty strict because we have approximately 120 folks who have signed up, and we're always very conscious of the folks who are last on that list and who they get to speak to. And while probably good that they get to speak to the leadership of the committee, but it's better if there are more folks who are still here to be heard from you. So at this time, I'd ask if my co-chair, Representative Horn, has any comments to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to the fact that this is a very busy day in the Capitol, and you may see members of the committee getting up and leaving the room, including myself, because I'm going to have to vote in another committee. It is not that we are not interested in this. We have a number of members on Zoom who are doing the same thing, juggling several votes, particularly earlier on in the committee. So if you see that, that is not inattentiveness, that is just attending to business. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson Horn. Senator Martin. Great. Okay. Then, given that, our first individual testifying today is our former Secretary of State, Denise Merrill. Welcome back. There's a button in front of you that if you could, there you go.
Good morning. Yes, it is a pleasure to be back, honestly. I even had a good cup of coffee in the cafeteria. And yes, I do understand it's a very busy day. I will be succinct, shall we say, and I am bringing with me up here by permission the co-chair of the commission I'm about to talk about, Dr. Jason Mancini. He's the vice chair from the Connecticut Humanities Council. So, members of the committee and to the public, I am here in my role as chair of the Commission on America 250. And I hope that some of you have now heard that in 2026, there will be the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence and many other events surrounding that event. So when the governor asked me to chair this commission, I said yes. Maybe in a moment of weakness, I'm not sure. But I think it's terribly important, honestly, that we pause just for a moment to reflect on who we are as a country. And it couldn't come at a better time, honestly. This is probably a once-in-a-lifetime event for many of us, although I have to confess I was around for the 200th. And it's not just a party. I know there's already been articles in the paper saying, and I've been quoted as saying, it's not just a party. It is a celebration, and it will be July 4th, 2026. But it is much more than that. I think it's a time that we can all look back at the ideals that were expressed in that declaration and recommit ourselves to those ideals at a moment in time where the country is terribly divided. And maybe this will make us think again about what it means to be American. And that's what I hope. It's also a time that we can reflect on the role of Connecticut. Connecticut played a very outsized role in the events in 1776 and beyond. And, you know, it's a moment that we can capitalize on that, for lack of a better word, with tourism, because there are many, many sites and opportunities in Connecticut that we can pay attention to in many of your districts, in every one, I hope, of the 169 towns. And so this commission was formed to kind of unite all that, to collaborate with the towns, and to come up with some themes for this event. We've been meeting for over a year now. We do have some themes and some events that are in process. This is going through the Department of Economic and Community Development for the reason that I cited, because it's about tourism to some extent for our state. And it is being administered by the Connecticut Humanities Council that has a long record of working with us collaboratively to do many different cultural and artistic events around the state. Jason will describe some of our work. I want you to bear in mind when you're looking at this bill, and I guess I didn't mention I'm testifying in favor of HB 5504, right? Which proposes that there is some money set aside for the work of this commission. There is another bill on the agenda that talks about a larger effort that will go to support exhibitions, discussions, whatever other events that are planned in the state, in the rest of the state. But I have to say, one of my goals with this commission has been to make this a very local celebration. This is not just a party on July 4th that will happen probably in the big cities, but also an opportunity for us to get together in every one of the 169 towns. I hope we'll have a committee or someone we can collaborate with to make these things happen and to come up with ideas from the grassroots. When you look at whatever, we're proposing a budget for all of this together, bear in mind, it's a multi-year budget. So when you see a big number, it is not just for this year. For the commission's work, we need a very small amount of money just so we can administer this process and go out and seek private funding, which we are indeed already, to form a public-private partnership, because that's what I envision for this. So I think I'm just going to stop there and just encourage you all to help us with this in your own towns and in your own districts. Because I think, you know, so far what we need mostly is marketing. We need to let people know this is happening, and that's kind of the first step. So that's why we're coming to you now at this time. We need time to plan all this. It's nothing that happens overnight. And I really thank you if you'll pay attention to this bill and help us find some funding. This may not be the last word in how we're going to get these resources in this bill, but I hope you will look closely at other ways we might be able to do this. I think it's terribly important that Connecticut play a strong role in this. Every state is forming these commissions, and there is a national commission with whom we're working. So, so thank you for your attention. And it's a great opportunity to just let the public know what we're up to. And I know people are looking forward to it. So thank you very much. And now I'm going to just turn this over to Jason. And then after that, maybe we'd entertain questions. Thank you very much.
Just to note, you have reached the 5 minutes for a panel.
Oh, good heavens.
If you could quickly summarize your testimony, please.
Good morning, Representative Horn, Senator Fanfara, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Jason Mancini, Executive Director of Connecticut Humanities and Vice Chair of the 250th Commission. And I do want to thank Representative Rojas for raising House Bill 5504. This is a once or twice in a lifetime anniversary, and we have this moment to uplift and reframe Connecticut's role in the story of our nation. We seek a $35 million investment. I will forward the budget we've laid out over 4 years. That includes administration, educational, organizational development, cultural grants, and commission events, as well as tourism and marketing. Beyond public investment, our goal is to raise $5 million from private sources over the next 4 years. We've had some success in doing so already. Without belaboring this, I do want to note as an aside, I flew in late last night, having spent a couple of days in Virginia at Colonial Williamsburg, where 46 state commissions convened to discuss opportunities of the 250th. One thing I learned is that the American Revolution, the 6-part, 12-hour series by documentary filmmaker Ken Burns, is in production and will be broadcast in the fall 2025. We should anticipate that the visibility impact of such a series debuting in the months ahead of a major national anniversary will bring significant attention to Connecticut's own stories of our cultural and tourism assets. After all, we have Fort Griswold and Fort Trumbull, Washington Rochambeau Trail, Webb Dean Stevens Museum, Old Newgate Prison, Keeler Tavern, the Culper Spy Ring, and many others. Some might argue the first president of the United States and Samuel Huntington. If we stick with Washington and the many places he slept in our state, might we find an opportunity to work with our friends in the Lodging Association and tourism to create the Great Connecticut Sleepover? A final point on the 250th, when Burns did his series on national parks, visitorship to national parks increased by 10 million people. We cannot lose sight of the many benefits to our students and educators as well. If we rise to this occasion and prepare accordingly, let's not lose this moment. I was also hoping to testify favorably on behalf of House Bill 5490 that will support the increase in funding for the tourism fund. I won't, there are others to testify on that. I think the most important thing to point out is that we're looking for a funding mechanism for future investments so that we can continue the work that we've done with your investment in the Connecticut Cultural Fund, awarding 733 organizations across Connecticut, operating support and other grants that reach every Connecticut resident in every Connecticut town. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if you've properly identified yourself for the record.
Jason Mancini, Executive Director of Connecticut Humanities, Vice Chair of the 250th Commission.
Thank you. Are there questions? Chairperson Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here today. And I think it's one of the reasons why we're hearing this particular bill is so that we can have this opportunity to have this conversation with you and to take a look at what kinds of investments we might be making here. And so I wondered whether you could just draw that out a little bit in terms of what specifically, Secretary Merrill mentioned that they're, very relatively small amount of money in order to staff the commission itself. But beyond that, what are you looking for in terms of resources?
So some of the breakouts include, we have a 4-year budget of $3.5 million that covers educational organizational development. So if I broke that out, there's curatorial aspects that would include a panel exhibit for every Connecticut municipality that tells the story across the themes of inclusive stories, power of place, doing history, and for the common good. We can certainly provide more information on that. It would include programs and events, interpretive signage for historical sites across our state, and really laying the groundwork for the next phase as we head into the creation of the Constitution state. The other piece would be education. So social studies conferences. We just hosted a 4-day conference at Central Connecticut State University called Declaring Freedom, in which students and educators attended the first 2 days, 250 people each day. We had the next 2 days was for organizations across our state to think about how they can engage with the subject matter of the 250th and with one another, as well as through collaborations with the tourism industry folks. We're thinking about archives and research and what news stories we can tell about Connecticut, because there are, from personal experience, incredible stories that Connecticut has to tell. Developing new curriculum for our educators, professional development opportunities. We're looking at different ways, as Denise pointed out, of reaching every Connecticut community. So there will be a public engagement dimension to this. We would propose $5.5 million of cultural grants over that 4 years, administered through Connecticut Humanities and the Connecticut Office of the Arts. There would be commission events, about $4 million. We're planning a series to bookend the year 2026, but major events in Hartford that would include the usual pomp and circumstance of fireworks and parades, but also a recommitment to democracy ceremony, and having every one of Connecticut's 169 towns represent the events they're doing that year in Bushnell Park. We also have had conversations with Tall Ships America to make a visit here in New London, as well as a concluding event in New Haven later that summer. And then tourism and marketing is the largest line item there. That's a $21 million line over 4 years that would include matching grant program so that we engage our chambers of commerce. That's the budget. And I have a breakdown that I can share with my testimony afterwards.
Thank you. Anything that you have that you could share, if you haven't already submitted, if you could share with the administrator and could be distributed to the committee. So as you're speaking, I'm already thinking of all the, 18th century sites in my own district that really benefit from this. So thanks again for coming in and for your work here. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Representative Elliott?
Thank you, Chairman. Could you just tell us a little bit why 4 years out? It feels like maybe a long runway. Could you also just talk a bit about the marketing plan? Go a little bit more in depth into the marketing plan.
So 4 years away, well, actually 2026 is just about 2 years away. We started this planning process in 2020, knowing that time would evaporate. We've been engaging with the tourism folks to really begin thinking more concretely about the stories we can tell, how to better market our state outside of our state. We have a lot to do inside our state. And Connecticut Humanities and the Office of the Arts are doing a lot to prepare organizations to better connect with their communities. A lot of our grants have been for exactly that purpose, engaging their publics and better serving them through capacity grants and various opportunities. But I think the most important thing is we've really not at the moment in terms of how we market Connecticut outside of Connecticut. We have some very costly markets in Boston and New York that surround us, but we see a far reach in telling Connecticut's story. So we have Maine outcompeting us in terms of tourism dollars. More people are going to Maine. Maine's investing tremendous amount of money in Connecticut and across the region. We'd like to at least match that.
Thank you.
Representative Wood?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to testify today. Really just a comment from me. I have been in attendance at some of the university events surrounding this event, also historical societies and community conversations, and I can't express how important the discussions are having just planning for this and just looking forward to getting this event off the ground. Talking about history, talking about the creation of our country and our state. Those conversations are having now leading up to this. And the benefit has been, I think just wonderful to see because there's always new stories to tell. So I just wanted to leave you with that comment. And also thank you for touching on the economic aspect of this, which is, benefiting obviously our restaurants and hospitality sectors for the events that will be taking place. So I think both the history, both the economic impact are extremely important for Connecticut. And I know that Rocky Hill Historical Society and the Wethersfield Historical Society are both very excited to be a partnership with you all and getting this event off the ground. So that's all my comment is. Thank you to the chairs.
Now I have a brief response to that.
It wasn't a question, but really quickly, please.
Just to augment that, we've surveyed our 730 grantees, and more than half of them are making preparations to do something relating to the 250th.
Thank you. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, the chair. Thank you, Secretary Merrill and Jason, for being here. Just following up on the economic impact, I appreciate you sharing the partnership that you've had with DCD and the Office of Tourism. Have they provided any sort of estimates on the sort of, again, kind of the money we might see from further tourism in the state, given this investment that we might be making in the 250th and this additional marketing dollars?
I would defer to my colleagues in tourism, but the numbers we've been working with are a minimum of 3-to-1 return on investment for the dollars spent. I can say something more directly for the funding we've awarded through the Connecticut Cultural Fund. We've seen, and I can show you the evidence for it, a 6-to-1 return on investment. It's been extraordinary and head turning.
Thank you for that. I think that just highlights, again, we might not see it in the immediate several years out, but all of our towns and our businesses and our arts and cultural institutions will see that support, not just in 2026, but for years to come based on all of that promotion. So thanks for highlighting that 3-to-1 or 6-to-1 impact and that return on investment. And if you all have any more details about what the Office of Tourism might be able to offer on that research, that would be helpful, I'm sure, to the whole committee. So thank you both. Thank you, the chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you all both very much for your testimony today. Great to see you again,
You too. Thanks for your time.
Secretary
Thank you.
Merrill. Chris Davis, former ranking member of this committee.
And a good one.
He saw the light.
Yeah.
Good morning, and I realized this morning this is the first time I've come and testified in person before the committee since leaving you as ranking member. So I very much appreciate the opportunity here today. And thank you all for having me. Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Representatives Cheeseman, and Senator Martin, and other esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Christopher Davis. I am the Vice President of Public Policy for the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 443, an act concerning certain tax appeals, accrual of interest on certain tax payments, and the business operating loss carry forward period. Net operating loss deduction carry forwards are an important economic development tool utilized across the country that allow employers to prioritize human and capital investment by smoothing entrepreneurial risk and encouraging innovation across all industry sectors. It is important to note that NOL deductions are only earned by an employer after they have made an investment in their operations here in Connecticut, while also continuing to pay their property taxes, sales taxes, employee income taxes, among other taxes. During times of economic downturn, these deductions are an important tool to accelerate recovery. Likewise, for an employer in its early stages, these deductions could make the difference when determining to make capital investments or hiring additional workforce needed to grow. By allowing an employer to defer these tax payments into future years, businesses can invest with certainty rather than trading off growth opportunities for further losses. Under Connecticut's current tax system, however, employers are disincentivized to make investments here in Connecticut's operations because of the state's NOL carry forward period, and the tax liability cap is less than many other states. In fact, 19 other states follow the federal NOL provisions that allow for NOL deductions up to 80% of the company's tax liability over an indefinite period. Senate Bill 43 would bring Connecticut closer to conformity with many of these other states and the federal provisions by extending the carry forward period from 20 years to 30 years. Additionally, you'll hear testimony later on today and receive written testimony about some additional requests on the NOL period that we would be supportive of from our member United Van Lines, as well as from the CPA Association seeking to lift that cap that I discussed. I also submitted testimony in opposition to House Bill 5110, an act limiting the film production tax credit, and be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Questions? Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Deborah Shander.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, distinguished members of the committee, good morning. I am Deborah Shander, the state librarian and an appointed member of Connecticut's Semi-Quincentennial Commission, and I speak in support of HB 5490 and HB 5404, which would provide vital funds for Connecticut's art, culture, and tourism roadmap and the America 250 initiative. As home to the state archives, the Museum of Connecticut History, and the state's principal reference library, the State Library Agency preserves the evolution of state public policy and its implementation, the rights and claims of citizens, and the history of Connecticut and its peoples. We are stewards of the irreplaceable documents and objects which trace our story from the colonial era to today. But we also know that this story is neither complete nor static. It begins long before the Royal Charter of 1662, and it includes so many people still obscured. Just one example of our own current work is the New Haven County Court Records Project, which is processing court cases from 1666 to 1855 and involves women, enslaved, freed, and African-descended individuals and Native Americans. These cases may be the only written record of someone's existence, and they are just as much a part of our story as the Charter Oak or the Washington Rochambeau Trail. As state librarian, I am privileged to sit at the intersection of numerous sectors and organizations whose everyday work champions the ideals expounded 250 years ago, while also reminding us that liberty, democracy, and equality are gardens that we must continuously tend. It is by talking to each other and learning to agree and disagree with each other and admitting to each other that we are not perfect, that we are also finding our common ground. But as dedicated as the staff and volunteers who make up these institutions are, dedication isn't enough. These programs and projects require money, more than we each alone currently have. We need better equipment to digitize our print documents and tools to build out and maintain our digital infrastructure. We need marketing plans and presence on social media. We need costumes for interpreters, and we need spaces that are accessible for anyone who wants to visit, and more. 2 years ago, when I testified in support of the foundation, the formation of the Semi-Quincentennial Commission, I spoke of a coordinated plan we had to involve multiple organizations to digitize, transcribe, and make available the papers of Revolutionary War era Governor Jonathan Trumbull. But despite interest and dedication, that project is no further along because we just have too many other unmet needs. HB 5490 and HB 45504 would jumpstart that project and so many others that are percolating in libraries, archives, historical societies, museums, and theaters across the state. And together we can use this moment of commemoration to reawaken civic engagement in Connecticut and in our nation. Thank you for your time. Thank you for raising these bills, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Martin.
Thank you. I had to step out, but when was the last time we had such a major celebration of this sort?
In this case, it would have been 50 years ago for the 200th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. So it's a once or twice in a lifetime event that we have an opportunity to commemorate.
Sure. And do you know how much money we bonded at that time?
I don't know, but I can get that answer for you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one last thing too, the expenditure side. And I don't know if anyone here asked the previous speakers regarding this, but if you're asking for 35 million, we should know what the breakdown of those costs are going to be.
Absolutely.
Right.
Jason Mancini, who's the vice chair of the commission, has prepared a budget and I believe submitted it, but I will confirm that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Edwards. I was going to say, did he bring his guitar?
Okay, greetings. Thank you for your time today. And again, my name is Jonathan Edwards, and I'm the owner of Jonathan Edwards Winery in North Stonington, Connecticut. We're tucked into the farmlands of southeastern Connecticut. I'm here today to lend my support to House Bill 5492, an act establishing a farm investment property tax credit and concerning the threshold for certain optional farm-related property tax exemptions. Our farm, like so many others, is extremely capital intensive. Beyond the costs of land and labor, a farm winery like ours not only bears the cost of agricultural buildings, tractors, and machinery, but also manufacturing equipment and buildings to convert our grapes into wine. Expanding the municipal option, or better yet, a municipal mandate via an amendment to HB 5492 to raise the farm machinery exemption from $100,000 to $250,000 and the building exemption from $100,000 to $500,000 would directly benefit the farming community that has been battered by rising costs of doing business, rising costs of labor, and the impacts of severe winter cold and even a statewide frost that we had just last year. While we appreciate the farm machinery exemption of $100,000, it has not been adjusted since 1985. Obviously, the value of this exemption has declined significantly over the last almost 40 years, and it seems that the time is now to address this oversight. I feel strongly that this bill, if passed as it stands now, would have immediate positive and long-lasting impacts on the Connecticut farming community, which I'm a proud member of. I urge you to support HB 5492 and the requested amendment and help the farming community reinvest in their farms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. I wondered whether you could, first of all, in your, you mentioned particularly with the property tax exemption, our bill proposes a local option. It gives the town the ability to raise the cap, the exemption rather. Has your town done anything? Have they taken the option to raise that $100,000?
They haven't, but it's something that we in the farm wine industry have been discussing, and it's something that we're looking forward to doing. I know that you have people in your district that are pushing on that as well.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
And then secondly, I wondered whether you had a sense of if we were able to do something as we've proposed here. I guess the optional part of it is, of course, dependent upon the option being taken, but you have a sense of what it might enable you to do that you're not able to do now?
Well, for sure, it would be able to start building more barns and things like that. So my specific instance, we have a beautiful winery. It's 13,000 square feet and it's absolutely jammed. And so we need more space, which means I need to build another building. And that's obviously capital intensive. So if we have a tax credit for that, and then immediately I have to put machinery into that building, and that's where it starts to get prohibitive if we don't have any sort of incentives.
Thank
And
you.
I think a lot of people that are in the same bind as I am, that are in the farming community.
Thank you. It is, as we take a look at this, it's obviously important for us to get a sense of the growth that we could capture by doing something like this, because obviously that's why we make this kind of investment. So thank you.
We look forward to it. I
Mr. Chair.
appreciate that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Mara.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Martin, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for raising HB 5490 and providing me with this opportunity to offer testimony in strong support of this important piece of legislation, specifically lines 27 through 32. My name is Bob Mara, and I am operations manager employed with Aetna Ambulance Service for almost 20 years now. Aetna Ambulance has been dedicated to serving the city of Hartford and surrounding towns for over 75 years. We employ roughly 170 EMTs and paramedics who are committed to the patients they serve. This longstanding relationship to our state underscores the importance of this piece of legislation for us, which seeks a tax exemption for ambulance-type vehicles and ambulances, offering crucial support to emergency medical services during these challenging times. Last year, I sat before this committee with a similar ask, and you heard me with a joint favorable report. I am here again to stress the importance of that ask, which is to exempt ambulance-type vehicles and ambulances from sales tax. The rising costs of vehicles, fuel, and maintenance due to inflation are a significant burden on ambulance providers, and this bill would offer some relief, allowing us to allocate resources towards operational needs. It's worth noting that certain life-saving medical equipment that support vital life functions are already exempt from sales tax, including wheelchair vans. Extending this exemption to ambulances, which were previously tax exempt until 1981, makes logical sense. While I acknowledge the significance of tax revenue and the necessity to maintain budgetary requirements, approving HB 5490 is paramount for bolstering the abilities of ambulance providers and guaranteeing the provision of services. It's a small Band-Aid for supporting the effectiveness of our frontline healthcare services. We earnestly implore this committee to carefully consider and endorse this bill once again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, nice to see you, Bob.
Good to,
I wonder whether you could also, if we were able to do this, put some flesh on how would that change your situation? What would that enable for you? What would happen?
So luckily now we're able to, years ago or through COVID, we were not able to purchase ambulances. It was backlogged. We'd wait years. Right now we're back into a more of a flow where we're as a commercial service, we're ordering 10 ambulances every year. So what it would do, it would provide about $80,000 a year into our operational needs, which we could use for education. We could use for more supplies, different things. It's not uncommon, and I'm sure everybody's hearing it about how ambulance and EMS and healthcare and everybody is struggling right now. We are looking for any ability to have help, and financially, any of these little helps will make a difference. So yearly, it's about 10 ambulances for us. Most commercial services in the state do about 10 ambulances a year, roughly about the same amount, $80,000 to $100,000 a year. And it would obviously be helping more of the commercial services. Most of the municipal services that are town operated and town owned do not pay sales tax for their ambulances because it's a municipal. So the fire trucks, the ambulance services, that sort of stuff.
Thank you. Thank you,
You're
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Jamie Jones.
Good morning. Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, members of the Finance Committee. I'm Jamie Jones. I am a 6th-generation farmer from Shelton, Connecticut. I hope you don't mind. I brought the 7th generation with me. He's home from spring break. Might not have been his first choice to be here with you with a civics lesson, but he's studying agriculture at the University of New Hampshire, and I thought it was important for him to see what goes on and also to show you farmers have a long-term vision and want to take care of the land and the farms, but it does cost money. This is also a great day. It's the first day of spring, so happy spring, everyone. And it's also Ag Day at the Capitol. Is it coincidental or purposeful? I don't know, but I really appreciate you raising this bill 5492, which we are so supportive of. I would go out on a limb to probably say this is one of, or possibly the most significant bill that this legislature has raised in years if you want to make a meaningful difference for the farms in the state of Connecticut. There's basically 2 parts to this bill. One of them is a investment tax credit. I would view it more of as a sustainability option for farms. As I mentioned before, we want to reinvest. Being good stewards of the land does cost money. How to take care of it, building the soil organic matter to be more resilient for the climate change that we're dealing with, invasive species that we have no choice but to deal with. We need the tools and technology to do that. We are only basically copying what something that New York State has done. New York Governor Hochul last year in her State of the State address made the bill that New York already had on the books refundable. So a lot of farmers, we talk to each other. We're a smaller group. We recognize how important what they had and thought, what a great idea if Connecticut do it. The other half of the bill, which has been, mentioned, the municipal property tax exemption. It's been at about $100,000 for almost 40 years. I had to go through our records. I could actually find the invoices. The best I could put that my father, Terry Jones, in August of 1982, bought a new tractor and a baler to make a round bale that we used up to about 2 years ago to mulch the straw that we'd use for our strawberries. The grand total that was just under $20,000. 2 years ago, finally, after 40 years of use, it was time to upgrade and change that. And the equivalent equipment costs over $85,000. That's a 4X increase. And I would say a lot of the agricultural equipment has expanded even far beyond that. And a lot of this equipment that we're using to work our lands, to keep our fields beautiful, to offer public good for the hundreds of thousands of guests to visit our farm each year as a tourist destination. We've already talked about, tourism earlier. We are providing that, yet almost in some ways being taxed on the equipment that we need to do to provide that. So I really appreciate your time this morning. I know there's a lot of other farmers here that will be in support of it, and other industry supporters. So I'm gracious for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing your son. Just so that you both know, and everyone here today, this room is here because this is one of the largest, if not the largest, committees in terms of membership. But many people are online that are members who are part of this hearing today, listening to you, and for your son's benefit, that because of COVID, we established a hybrid system, both for us and for the public. So your son could have testified from the University of New Hampshire today if he had nothing else to do in his life. But we thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Questions? Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, personally, I'm glad you're here in person. It's nice to see you. And I thank you, your son, for coming along as well. I'm going to ask a version of a question that I may be asking a lot today, and that's sort of if you could be a little specific about if we were able to do pass the investment tax credit, what specifically would it enable you to do that you can't do now?
I think a lot of farmers, with especially another generation coming in, we really just want to reinvest in our farms and businesses. And that's just taking dollars that we could leverage back into it. In my testimony, I mentioned one of the things we did a few years ago is we put solar panels on the roof for our farm winery. What made that an easier decision? Philosophically, it was something we wanted to do, but to make the financial decision easier was there's a federal tax credit on those solar panels. And additionally, solar panels are also, from my understanding, they don't count for, your municipal town taxes. So when you factor those in, that was able to make our winery production facility basically electrically neutral. There's a lot of other investments that we would like to be making on our farm, irregardless of if we might make them, but it might take us longer to make those investments but we need to react, in my opinion, quicker to all the changes that are happening technologically. So I hope that's, you can understand it. I mean, we're not quite at 250 yet, but as a family, we're at about 175 years on our farms. And, I look at that, I hope it's just a good start.
Thank you. So as you probably know, I represent a district that borders New York. And so I have a lot of farmers in my district who are literally making the decision between investing in their Connecticut farms versus moving across the border. So I appreciate you physically coming in here today. So thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Summers. Paul Piscotello.
So good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak before you. Again, I'm Paul Pescatello. I'm senior counsel at the CBIA and executive director of the CBIA's Bioscience Growth Council. I'm also chair of We Work for Health Connecticut. The Bioscience Growth Council and We Work for Health Connecticut represent a broad spectrum of life sciences companies and organizations, including emerging startup biotechs, established biopharmaceutical companies, medical device, IT, data analytics companies, hospital technology transfer offices, and life sciences research organizations. I'm here today to speak in support of SB 443, an act concerning certain tax appeals, accrual of interest on certain tax underpayments, and especially the business operating loss carry forward period. Today, I will speak mostly about the value of SB 443 which is about extending Connecticut's NOL carry forward period from 20 to 30 years. I'll speak mostly about it's a value to the biopharma industry, but I would emphasize that SB 443 makes sense for Connecticut for attracting and sustaining businesses whose product development timeframe is measured over many years, if not decades. Companies who budget great sums for research and development and for the planning and construction of complex manufacturing facilities. Such companies with immense research and development budgets, are among the most innovative in our economy. Now, more than any other industry, biopharma companies are defined by R&D. It takes $2.7 billion and 10 to 15 years to bring a new medicine from research idea to pharmacy shelves. Emerging biotech companies typically have only a few, perhaps 1, 2, 3, or 4 new medicines in development. Biotechs are in a constant search for investors in order to cobble together that $2.7 billion it takes to develop each new medicine. Since it takes over a decade to refine and test new medicines, biotech companies incur years of operating losses. They are able to attract investors, complete research and development necessary to win FDA approval, conduct clinical trials, build advanced manufacturing campuses, and begin development of follow-on new medicine research projects, in large part because they plan to use those operating losses against far in the future income. Since the arc of new medicine development is so long, and because Connecticut allows an offset against income in any 1 year of only 50%, it is prudent to extend the net operating loss carry forward period to 30 years. This will help ensure that biotechs are able to utilize the full value of the investment losses they incur. SB 443 will incentivize entrepreneurs to start up and keep their businesses in Connecticut. For larger, more established biopharma companies with a wider array of new medicine projects in development, 443 is also wise policy. The few medicines whose expensive clinical trials are successful, pass the hurdles necessary to be proven safe and effective, win FDA approval, and are financially successful, receive a lot of publicity.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Okay, but the reality is that most new medicine projects fail. I'll just speed ahead to, since the life sciences is about research and development, it's easy to see that companies choose where to set up operations, where to set up their labs in states that allow them to recognize the full value of their R&D investments. It's important to realize that the NOL credit against income is only after companies have made their investments in Connecticut, spent a lot of money in the state. And lastly, I would just note that it's a competitive issue to make us more competitive with our neighboring states like New York, which has increased their NOL period and the amount of losses they can use in any given year to the federal level. With that, I'll take any questions. Sorry to rush through. But.
Paul, for the sake of time, could you provide to the committee what benefit the state receives from, we all appreciate and understand the value of discovery and trials and the medical aspect of advances. And I take a backseat to no one in that regard, but with respect to other benefits that Connecticut derives from this industry, and by extending this, how would that enhance that?
Sure. Again, it's $2.7 billion. I can't emphasize that enough. And that investment's being made in Connecticut, mostly in Connecticut. The sales taxes, the individual income taxes property taxes are being paid by the employees and by the companies. But again, that's money spent in Connecticut. And eventually those companies are very profitable and they'll use those losses against that income, but they will still pay income taxes. So it's a very important tax policy for the state to encourage these companies to set up shop here and most importantly to stay here and not move out of state when they become larger to other states that have more liberal NOL policies.
And how many stay here once they become profitable?
It's a really good question. It's hard to nail it down exactly, but we do have, there are all sorts of reasons why, but a lot of companies start here And it's not uncommon for them to move to other states, like especially Massachusetts. Often it's an investor issue where the investors want them, but the investors are making those decisions based on things like the NOL policy.
So we help them get started, but then they end up, in terms of their growth, in terms of their employees, the number of employees benefiting somewhere else.
Sometimes, I'm just saying, it's in order for us, for Connecticut, to stay competitive and do everything we can to keep those companies here in Connecticut, we want to match the the tax policies that are favorable to those companies that we see in other states.
I think I could dominate this for a long time, and I won't, given the length of our sign-up sheet. Any other questions? Representative Cheeseman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you today, Paul. So you mentioned Massachusetts. Do you know offhand what their policy is toward net operating losses in terms of both duration and percentage?
Right, so I believe it matches the federal level of the amount of income. Remember, Connecticut's only 50% in any
Yes.
1 year. Massachusetts, I believe, is 80%.
And the federal level dictates what as far as time frame?
I believe Massachusetts is that I have a chart of all the different states which I can share with the committee.
That, if you could, that would be great.
Yeah.
All right. So just rough guess, is it 30 years? Is it indefinitely the way, I guess
believe
it's
it's
from your
20 years.
testimony, New
It
York
might-
says,
I believe it's 20 years. But again, it has the 80% level. I mean, if we were doing this from whole cloth, going to matching the federal level of 80% and maybe even allowing carrybacks would be the ideal policy.
well, there are all sorts of ideal policies. They're not necessarily doable. All right. If you could share that chart, that would be great. Thank you,
will.
Paul. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Gernhard?
Hello?
And Mr. Gernhard, before you begin, for those wishing to testify online, you have to accept the promotion for that to happen. So when offered that, please do so. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Hello, I'm Andrew Gernhard. I'm from Synthetic Cinema International out of Rocky Hill, Connecticut. And I'm actually calling in from Iceland. I'm sorry, I would be there in person, but I'm in the middle of a production right now, actually 2 of them back to back. And I'm here to oppose House Bill 5110, which is eliminating the film tax credit. My company has been around for 20 years this year. We started in 2014 doing a very low budget monster movies in Connecticut. And we moved up to doing movies for Lifetime and Hallmark and helping out with Disney movies and Netflix movies. And basically, I've always been from Connecticut. I was born in Connecticut. I went to school in Connecticut, never moved to Hollywood, never moved to New York. I started this business here to actually make movies in Connecticut, which is very rare and is still very rare. And the tax credit helped me get movies here. We actively have all these studios bringing movies here and networks bringing movies here and spending money from out of state here. We started off making very low budget movies, like 500,000. Now they're up to 2.5 to $5 million movies, all spent in Connecticut. We use Connecticut hotels, Connecticut caterers, Connecticut crews. We try and spend every penny in the state of Connecticut because I am a proud Connecticut person. I love living in Connecticut. I love working in Connecticut. I love promoting Connecticut, and film goes hand in hand with tourism. And my biggest client is the Hallmark Channel, which is the #1 cable network out there. And many of our Christmas movies have been shot in Connecticut. And sometimes Connecticut acts as a backdrop. Sometimes Connecticut acts as the actual location, which recently we've done a movie called Mystic Christmas, which highlights all the local businesses and events that happen here in Connecticut. So I'm just here to say that, you know, if the tax credit is eliminated, there will be absolutely no work in the state of Connecticut. And my company has been here from the beginning. I'll be forced to relocate my business. You know, I'll probably end up moving out of Connecticut because there would be no point for me to stay in Connecticut, which is a shame since I was born here. Started this business here and actually brought movies from almost every major studio here. And I want to keep working in Connecticut, but with so much competition, just even around us with New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, and even Canada and overseas, where I'm in Iceland now, which has a 35% rebate, and we're doing 2 movies back to back. Just eliminating the tax credit would be a big mistake for supporting local businesses, local economy, and the local workforce. I've been in here long enough that, kids that start off in college with me are now union members working great jobs.
3 minutes, please summarize.
I'm ready to take any questions if anybody has any. That's really it.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keith Bishop.
Good morning, committee members, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and committee members. My name is Keith Bishop. I'm the 5th generation family member of Bishop's Orchards in our family in Guilford, Connecticut. We have been at our location since 1871, 153 years this year. We had a wonderful 150 celebration a couple of years ago in the midst of COVID, and appreciated a number of you in this room that were a part of our celebration at that point in time. We're into long-term planning on our farm. It's a necessity, and obviously being 5 generations is a little behind Joneses, who were here in front of you a few minutes ago. But I have 3 children out of my 4 who are committed to our next and succeeding generation that are in their 30s and early 40s that are the active management of our operation. Sustaining our continued investments in the farm is a big need to continue to take and do, and the price of those things continues to rise. Farmland isn't easy to come by. It generally disappears. It is not reinvented. There are very few farms that are bought by fellow farmers to continue those operations. Therefore, we need to do all we can to make the value in the equipment and the land and the operations affordable to continue on, because farming offers many benefits to our fellow citizens in addition to the food and the fiber that we produce. Let's take and call House Bill 5492 the Farm Sustainability Bill, because it will exactly help us to take and do that. We came up with this nickname, the Farm Sustainability Bill, because it's important for us as agriculturalists to continue to invest in our farms. Equipment does age out. Buildings need to be upgraded and replaced, and this bill will support those efforts. Large capital outlays at this particular time, with interest rates being what they are even more cautious, and many people are holding back because of that. We need to say and send some signals to us farmers that we're here for the long run, and we also want you to stay in Connecticut, not disappear to New York, where there is, as Representative Maria Horn indicated, there's an attraction there with the bill that they passed last year. High-tech EV tractors, solar operations, drones, precision irrigation, energy management for heating and cooling, refrigeration needs. They're all loaded with sensors, just like our new cars and other technology. So the price tags on those things keeps going up, and it all takes more expertise in order to take and maintain those. Higher paying jobs will be created in agriculture as a result of this, because we need people who can be trained and operate these things. And that's just not your regular farm worker. So we're looking forward to that technology assisting our operation and hiring better and more people. On the farm building exemption section of the bill, the second part, to increase the exemptions, it was in 1985 that it was gone from 100,000 to from 10,000 that point in time. That's way out of whack for inflation. If you were to put the CPI on it, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it would be at 288,000 now. I ask that you approve the 250,000, as well as to take and make that across the board mandated to all municipalities. Unfortunately, farmers are in a vocal minority, and to turn around and get some things like this passed at the local level, to go from the threshold level that the state law has
You have
up
reached 3
to,
minutes. Please
a
summarize
higher
your
level that is
testimony.
more reasonable, is very difficult to take and do in many cities and towns due to the infrastructure and the lobbying efforts that are needed for them. The tax bite for most of them is insignificant in terms of their total, because farmers, as you're well aware of, make up an insignificant amount of the population. So we're here to support Connecticut farms. We're here for public good. We're here for the long term. I ask your support for this particular bill, 5492, and urge its passage this year, and to make sure that it is indexed for inflation as well on the investment side of it for the farm buildings and the equipment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bishop, for being here. I thank you for illuminating the list of things that you are thinking of investing in, because I think it draws attention to the fact that not only are our farms are obviously very place-based, they are by definition here in Connecticut, but also they're high-tech, and they're very entrepreneurial businesses. I know you do many other things. And I know particularly the wineries have an aspect that's connected to tourism, and I wondered whether you could comment on that as well.
No, absolutely. I sit here also as a officer on the Connecticut Vineyard and Winery Association, which I failed to mention earlier on. And the wineries are, as Jonathan Edwards earlier said, intense capital for production equipment to actually take the finished agricultural product that's grown, press it into the juice, and then ferment it, and then bottle and go through the processing piece of it. To get into a bottling line and the automation that's required, then you're talking $200,000 to $300,000 in order to go from the juice that's already and the wine that's already processed to go through to have it be finished and labeled and corked and so forth and ready. Many of the wineries just can't afford that type of thing, so they're on a manual labor situation. There are price points in between that I think many of the small wineries would be going for if they had help on credits such as what is described here. So wineries are an important part of our operation, as well as greenhouse, nursery, dairy, fruit and vegetable operations. This cuts across the board. I'm not just here to represent fruit and vegetables, of which we've got about 200 acres growing on our 300-acre farm, but it's important for the whole gamut of agriculture here in our state.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Quite all right. Next up, Joan Nichols with Paul Larson. And with respect to that, in terms of sign up, if you can come up as a group and shorten the day for everybody, that would be great and encouraged. Hint. Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Joan Nichols. I'm the Executive Director for Connecticut Farm Bureau Association. We're here today to urge your support of House Bill 5492, which could be proven to be a landmark piece of legislation to support Connecticut agriculture. At this point, I'd like to turn this over to Paul Larson, who's the President of Connecticut Farm Bureau.
Well, thank you. Good morning. I'm submitting this testimony today, not only as president of Connecticut Farm Bureau, but as a farmer here in Connecticut. My wife and I established our nursery and greenhouse farm in Woodstock 30 years ago, and I grew up on a dairy farm, so I have a lot of agricultural background there. Over the years, we have, dutifully filed our personal property tax declaration with our town, and additionally filed the paperwork required for the existing level of exemption for farm machinery and ag buildings. We are fortunate in Woodstock that our community is very ag friendly, and we've opted for the higher exemption value as provided by statute. Unfortunately, the cost to construct and maintain farm buildings has increased at a amazing percentage, and equipment, as was mentioned earlier in some of the testimony, at an even faster rate. The allowable limit for these exemption from local property tax was set many years ago, and as you can imagine, those amounts are overdue for an adjustment. This bill as written would raise these allowable exemption values and would be a very welcome benefit for our farmers to allow them to reinvest in their farm. And the other part of this bill, as you all know, I'm sure, deals with that investment tax credit. The value of expanding your operation, adding additional processing facilities. In my case, for instance, adding additional greenhouses for production capacity, whatever it is in that agriculture operation comes at a great cost. And if we would have the benefit of having that refundable tax credit on that investment, that would be a big benefit and would be probably make the difference. Many farm operations in Connecticut work on pretty thin margins. If the farm owner can show a 3 or 4 or 5% margin for the year, we're doing pretty good. So if that a tax break like that would make a huge difference in the bottom line and allow them to invest, as was mentioned earlier, in their operation so that it's sustainable long-term. So it's there for the next generation or the next farm owner, whatever it may be, so we can keep those properties in agricultural production. Farmers are long-term thinkers. We have, a dairy cow takes 3 to 4 years to reach full production. In my industry, it takes 7 to 8 years to produce a saleable tree that someone might come and plant in their yard, or certainly a Christmas tree, 8 to 10 years. So farmers by nature are forward-thinking and forward-looking, and incentivizing investments like this will help them to do that, just that, and also help maintain the rural character of many of our communities. In addition to the folks that have come before you today, we've had over 400 farmers in Connecticut sign on to a letter of support, which your committee will be receiving. And also we've reached out to other ag-related organizations in Connecticut, and virtually all of them, some were hard to get a hold of because some of them are smaller organizations, but everyone we've talked to has been in full support of this and has signed on to that as well. So I urge your support of this bill to implement the exemption levels that we've discussed and the tax incentive credit. And in addition to that, there's one item that I really should emphasize. It was talked about a little bit earlier, and that is in line 101 of the existing language to raise that minimum threshold, because we've been talking about raising the limit, the upper limit. But the minimum threshold for the exemption on property tax for farm machinery, to raise that from the existing 100,000 to 250,000 and make that value across the board. So every farmer in Connecticut can benefit from that level of exemption. So that's what I'd like to ask you for support on today and in this coming session, and be welcome to answer any questions you might have.
Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise not to take up too much of it today. So I wanted to ask whether you and others have testified, asking, our bill on the property tax exemption basically leaves it as a local option. It's at that option of the municipality, but you and others have asked that we consider making that $100,000 exemption, raise that to 250 and make it mandatory. So along with that, or does the Farm Bureau have a sense of how many or if any towns, city municipalities in Connecticut have voluntarily or have chosen to raise that threshold from 100 to above?
I could answer that question, Representative. I, for the last 10 years, have kept a database of all of the towns that have adopted the municipal tax reduction programs for farms. Right now, there are about 35 towns that offer the additional $100,000 exemption on farm machinery, and there are about 36 towns or so that offer the farm building exemption. And we still have towns even today that are looking to adopt those municipal options. Last year, Rocky Hill, Columbia, and one other town adopted the additional exemptions on farm machinery and farm buildings. So we just feel that that 100,000 should be applicable to all farms in the state, regardless of what municipality in. Again, because that has not been adjusted for inflation since 1985. And I think almost every farmer can tell you, hard pressed to buy the tires for your tractor now for 100,000, let alone the whole machine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And no reason to apologize I've lived in Hartford all my life, but I love farms. I think in my previous life, I grew up on a farm. But anyway, so I'm in great support of farms. Anyone else? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And it's not a question of comment. I want to applaud you and the committee for scheduling the hearing this bill on Ag Day at the Capitol. So this is excellent timing. So thank you for what you do. And I look forward to hearing from more people on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm
Anyone
sure you
else?
will. We have a lot of colleagues here today who are very strongly supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your support.
Kieran Edmondson.
Hey, can you guys see me?
We can.
All right, a good morning to the members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Kieran Edmondson, and I am a volunteer leader of the Stanford Veterans Resource Center, as well as one of the guests for the Patriotic and Special Events Commission, as well as a community volunteer for Toys for Tots, as well as a former cadet of the U.S. Army JROTC program during my 4 years at Westhill High School from 2011 to 2015, and I want to share my brief remarks to every single member of this committee about the HB 5491 concerning property tax investments for military veterans who live in every city and town of the entire state of Connecticut. The reason why I'm talking about this important bill is because when it comes to all of our military veterans who have served in any federal service branch of the U.S. Armed Forces during both wartime and peace on land, sea, air, and space, no matter if they served in the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, National Guard, or the reserve units. I just want to make myself very clear to every single member of the House and Senate about HB 5491, as I want to urge every single one of you to make sure that our property taxes are at a much lower rate when it comes to those veterans of the U.S. Armed Forces who have any type of disease or mental disability, and to make sure that those veterans who live in any city or town of the state of Connecticut are being taken good care of, as we must make sure that those veterans who live in any house, condo, apartment, mansion, or any other type of housing unit, their property taxes are lowered at a much lower rate. So no member of the U.S. Armed Forces or veteran must pay their rental bills at a much higher cost when it comes to those veterans who are one of the most important individuals who served and sacrificed for our country. No matter if they no matter what type of issue they have, every single veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces who have served this country overseas and abroad, ever since the six branches of the U.S. Armed Forces have been created. I just want to make myself very clear by urging every single one of you to make sure that our property taxes for those veterans of the U.S. Armed Forces are to be lowered, to make sure that our veterans will still pay for the taxes, especially for the rent, water, food, and many other things, so that it's like all veterans in every state, in any city and town of the state of Connecticut, their taxes must be lowered, and I just want to make sure that our veterans are in a good place to care for those who have mental disabilities or any or some type of disease that they're going through, just to make sure that their taxes are at much lower rates, and care for those veterans who have served this country overseas and abroad. And that's pretty much I had to say right now. And once again, I serve as a volunteer leader of the Stanford Veterans Resource Center, as well as one of the guests of the Patriotic and Special Events Commission, Toys for Tots, volunteer, and I have various members of my family from both sides who has served in U.S. Armed Forces, especially those in the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force. That's pretty much I had to say right now. So please pay attention to HB 5491. I thank you guys for hearing my brief remarks, and I could take any questions that anybody has. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edmondson, and thank you and your family and others that you have served with for your commitment to our country, for your sacrifices, for the personal sacrifices that you have made. And you are listed here as neutral. I don't get the impression you're neutral on this at all. as you shouldn't be. And we certainly value your testimony here today, and we'll certainly use that in our deliberations going forward. Are there questions for Mr. Edmondson? Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
You do the same. Scott Dolch.
Morning, good afternoon. Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and esteemed members of the Finance Committee. My name is Scott Dolch. I am the President and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. I represent over 8,600 food service locations in the state, over 145,000 employees, and I am here today expressing support for House Bill 5489, an act concerning interchange fees on electronic payment transactions. The vast majority of Connecticut restaurants are small businesses. Many of them family-run, and under current law, they are being unfairly penalized with interchange fees on every single electronic transaction at their business. It's a growing cost that is becoming increasingly burdensome as more and more consumers shift to cashless payments. That's why we're here today, asking Connecticut legislators for a simple fix. Stop banks and card networks from essentially marking up their interchange fees on the backs of Connecticut's local small businesses. To be clear, our industry is not arguing against the interchange fees charged to our businesses to process the goods and services that they provide to their customers. We are simply asking that taxes no longer be included in the calculation for these fees, a practice which is unnecessarily inflating the fees, effectively creating an extra commission for credit card companies. This bill doesn't only benefit restaurants, but all Connecticut businesses who are being charged these added fees to collect state sales and use tax, which totaled nearly $80 million last year alone. The issue is especially important to restaurants because our industry has an extra 1% meals and beverage tax that was added in 2019. This extra 1% generated more than $100 million for the state of Connecticut in fiscal year 22-23. And with this collection, it also added an additional $2 to $4 million in interchange fees for collecting those taxes. House Bill 5489, an act concerning interchange fees on electronic payment transactions, would address this issue by requiring credit card companies to either exclude the taxes in their fee formula or reimburse the businesses for the same amount. Connecticut restaurants are the cornerstone of our communities that we serve. In 2023, our industry contributed more than $11 billion to the state of Connecticut. At the same time, credit card use over the past few years has skyrocketed to nearly 70% of all payments now being made with plastic. I'd actually probably argue it's even higher. At the same time, restaurants are being charged 2 to 4% in interchange fees to process these payments. And they're also being charged that same fee to collect Connecticut sales and use tax. HB 5489 can help provide real savings back to every Connecticut business, whether it's your local restaurant, coffee shop, grocery store, hardware store, dry cleaner, hairdresser, florist, and more. We are asking the committee to support this legislation and allow these funds to be reinvested back into the Connecticut economy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I welcome any questions.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today, Scott. So I know later we're going to hear from representatives of the credit card companies and banking industry who are going to raise a number of points. One that, simply by using credit cards, you're saving a lot more money in the long run, even with interchange fees, because it costs you so much more to process cash and checks. Do you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Yeah, you're going to hear, obviously, leading off, I guess, to hear other sides of this argument, the opposition, and obviously I've read some of the testimony as well. I think I go back to, we're not saying to stop the fees and to the cost. They say it's the cost of doing business. The cost of doing business is paying our fees for the goods and services we provide. It's not to collect state sales and use tax. Some will also argue that this should be dealt with federally. Obviously, we're trying with the Credit Card Competition Act and trying to help offset that, but understand our state sales tax is Connecticut sales tax. If you're in New Hampshire, there is no sales tax when you go out to a restaurant. So you're paying fees in Connecticut, and this is why we feel it's a Connecticut issue. And they also will try to say it's about fraud, that they need those dollars to help with fraud. They're receiving those dollars alone. I'll also just give a stat to the committee. In 2016, US interchange fees was $88 billion. How much interchange fees was brought into the banks, into the credit card companies. Last year was 177 billion with a B, more than double. We all know with inflation, everything else. And the last other comment too, you guys know I've been up here more often than not talking about the pandemic and the challenges. We also know that credit cards increased because everyone was worried about touchless payments. Didn't want to touch a card. They want to make sure that that was passed across. So that has become the norm. And our restaurants have complied. They've purchased these swipe systems and they've added these extra opportunities to give that to their customers. But why are they being charged fees on top of that for sales tax is my question today. So thank you, Representative.
Thank you. And I believe they're contend that the technology doesn't exist, or you would have to significantly upgrade your processing machines, and this would far outweigh any cost that you bear because of having interchange fees on sales tax transmissions.
Yeah, and that is a false statement. We are already doing that with purchasing the POS systems. The software and the system is there. You guys go out to eat tonight at a restaurant, your itemized list of what you paid for and the sales tax is on the bottom of the check. It is already within the system. It is already able to be done. And I think the bill is written really well as well, because if they say they can't do it, then you can obviously find out the total at the end. And guess what? A restaurant can easily tell you what they pay every single month to the DRS and state sales and use tax, and they know what their percentage is for their fee swiping. So it's easy to get that reimbursed if that was the case, or put it as a credit. Any way that we can make sure this is going back into the economy of the state and these businesses, I think is what we're talking about today.
And I think my final question, because I'm sure other members of the committee have questions for you. So the argument on so many of the things we do as a state alone, when we're dealing with things like credit card companies that cover the entire country, is that basically simply because of federal law, we can't do this alone as a state. And I believe you said, your testimony, you say that a number of other states are considering it. One, the federal argument, and two, have any other states actually passed this into statute?
Yeah, so the federal argument is, on a federal level, there's issues and challenge, but state sales and use tax is a state conversation and obviously a charge that the credit card companies add, within each state, depending upon what your sales tax is. 6.35, we have 7.35. States don't even have a state sales and use tax. But also there's 12 states that have put this piece of legislation. And to be honest, I feel far-fetched that we didn't bring this up sooner as a burdensome for all businesses. And obviously it's become exasperated over the last few years. When you talk to a restaurant owner operator and you talk about what are your highest costs in your business, labor, food, and then it's probably rent or credit card fees and interchange fees. And we understand that they have to be there and they're done. That's not what we're arguing against today. We're saying we're in opposition to being charged additional fees on top of it because we're collecting sales tax for the state.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And following up on in the line of questions that Representative Cheeseman was just asking, and possibly overlapping with them, as was discussed, we will be hearing testimony later on about the among other things, about the impossible level of complexity this creates, not just for the credit card companies, but specifically for you, which I think you've just addressed. One of the other concerns this raises privacy issues about that. I wonder whether you could address that.
Yeah, I think that's another tactic that is being said by the banks that it'll add more privacy. We'll have to do more. They're already doing all of those things right now. You guys know this when every time that you swipe a card and the information that you receive back from either the business or the credit card company or everything else, all of that information is being done and being shared now. There is no added privacy. They will say is to protect them, or we use those fees for fraud protection. Why aren't you using the fees that we're already paying you, the 177 billion, which is probably there's a piece in there with the sales tax to protect the customers. So I guess I don't buy those reasonings as we talk. And I think at the end of the day, I'm still looking for a real reason why our banks are charging our Connecticut businesses fees to collect state sales tax.
Thank you. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Mr. Dolch. A quick question for you. Do you have a figure, and you may not have it in front of you, but of the amount that was collected there in that percentage that you were talking about? Do you have like
the 1%, $100 million is the 1% meals and beverage tax that went back, and obviously it's about 3 to 4 million if you took the average. swipe fee that we're paying as an industry to these credit card companies because of that 1%. Yes.
Okay, and then just to confirm, that's all industry, so that's restaurant industry, that's grocery stores, that's across the board, and
Yeah, so two parts. So the meals and beverage taxes, grocery stores for prepared meals, obviously caterers, private event venues, but the $80 million number is what all businesses in Connecticut paid last year to credit card companies to collect sales tax. That was the fee total is $80 million just in Connecticut alone.
thank you. That's a significant amount of money, and one would say perhaps that could be passed along to the consumer, but it's definitely something worth exploring, and we'll definitely listen to the testimony today. So thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and real quick, Representative, I just want to share that a lot of questions are said, oh, this is going to just help the bigger companies. You talk to a small independent restaurant, they obviously, the normal average full service restaurant in Connecticut, 97% of them are independently owned in our state, which is phenomenal. It's about $2 million. This would be a savings anywhere between $7,000 to $12,000 a year to each of those restaurants that you all go out and eat at. This is real dollars that go back and help these businesses, can be reinvested as we talk about our staffs, as we talk about healthcare, as we talk about reinvesting in the restaurant. These dollars stay within the Connecticut economy, within these Connecticut businesses. So it is real dollars for a local coffee shop. You could save $3,000 or $4,000, or hardware store. So these are real dollars that we want to support our small independent restaurants, our small independent businesses. So.
Anyone else? Scott, I know that you're here representing the restaurant industry, but what I'm hearing is anyone who uses a credit card anywhere, the fee that is being charged by the companies by the credit card companies is on any transaction in which a credit card is used. You're here as the face of the restaurant industry, but there are many other ways in which we use a card.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm not here to try to represent all businesses in Connecticut, but understand that anyone that has, it could be a small little boutique shop that has a card swiper, anyone that has to use the credit cards to receive dollars for their goods and services right now are paying fees to collect that sales and use tax. So you'd be benefiting all of our merchants, all of our businesses around the state. And that's why I feel this is a great piece of legislation. I hope that we can move this thing forward.
And the fee is not attached to any value that's being created by the credit card company. They're establishing their 2%, 3%, 4% fee based on their costs, which you have no say in. If you want to accept credit cards for payment for your service in your restaurants, which you have to today, that's the cost of doing business for you.
100%, Senator. I think that it's the cost of doing business. We have to add that into all the fees and everything else. I don't buy that argument. Obviously, their rate can go up at any point. We've seen it through the pandemic where I have restaurants call me every day that, hey, I had it at 2.7, but now it's 2.9. I've got American Express. Someone wants to pay. It's almost 4%. There's nothing to mandate and keep those rates from continuing to go up. And we can all make this understand it. Everyone uses credit cards, Apple Pay. My 11-year-old daughter is still trying to figure out cash and knowing the difference between a dime and a nickel. They know what an Apple Pay is. They know what my credit card looks like. So we understand that, but we also need to know that, I appreciate what the banks do and the card companies to allow us that flexibility, allow people to open up a small shop or open up a small coffee shop and do that. But I don't see why they should also be adding these fees on top of it when you're talking about sales and use tax.
Well, they're not eleemosynary institutions, believe me. They're in business to make money, and they make plenty. If you ever wonder why, when you go to a store and you see a $10 minimum, that's why. Because at some point it doesn't make sense as a business that's selling lesser valued or lesser cost items. Because so many people today use the card, they have to decline that, and that hurts their business. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Nick Teeling, I assume with Patrick O'Brien.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfaro, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Nick Teeling, and with me today is Dr. Patrick O'Brien, who will be available to answer any questions. We're testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children reach their full potential. CT Voices is testifying in support of HB 5110, an act eliminating the film production tax credit. For the purposes of time, I'm reading a condensed version of our submitted testimony. HB 5110 proposes to eliminate Connecticut's film production tax credit. The elimination of this tax credit unlocks an opportunity for Connecticut to make our tax system more progressive and also provide immediate relief for low and middle income families through a state level child tax credit. Connecticut's current regressive tax system remains a key barrier for hardworking families combating the largest three-year cost of living increase since the 1980s. Affordable housing options are scarce and rents and mortgages are rising. Childcare in Connecticut is the fifth most expensive in the country at roughly $18,400 a year, and childcare educators are too often underpaid. While the film industry sector in our economy, while the film industry is a sector in our economy, given the state's limited financial resources, we asked the legislature to consider whether these tax credits would be better served by directly targeting support for Connecticut's low and middle income families. Connecticut experiences a net loss in tax revenue in providing film industry tax credits. According to data on the tax credits from the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development, Connecticut lost in net state revenue an average of more than $60 million a year and a total of nearly $900 million from 2007 to 2023. The film industry in Connecticut has said it cannot operate without substantial tax credits that are equal to or greater than the tax credits provided in other states. However, our research shows that even while tax credits remain in place, Connecticut still experiences a net loss in tax revenue. Connecticut's film industry tax credits are not targeted based on income level and apply to taxes that are substantially exported. As a result, only an estimated 41.5 million of the 105.8 million in the film industry tax credits for fiscal year 25 will provide support to the bottom 92% of households in Connecticut, whereas most of the support will go to a combination of households either outside of Connecticut, 40.2 million, or very high income households within Connecticut, 24.1 million. More importantly, the contributions to families that are needed the most financial support are not direct. If policymakers eliminate the film industry tax credits, which are not targeted based on income level and apply to taxes that are substantially exported, Connecticut will gain $105 million a year in revenue starting in fiscal year 2025. That revenue could then fund a state level child tax credit that provides targeted support entirely to our state's low and middle income families. A well-designed child tax credit would help grow Connecticut's economy and go towards relief for families experiencing the sharpest rise in child poverty we've seen in decades, from 3.8% in 2021 to 11.1% in 2022. Establishing a Connecticut child tax credit also creates more vertical and horizontal fairness in our tax system, which currently burdens low and middle income families compared to the wealthiest families in Connecticut and doesn't adjust for the number of children or childcare expenses unlike other states with an income tax. Dr. Patrick O'Brien's written testimony provides three options on how this unlocked revenue can fund a state-level CTC. All three options, which are also included in previously published reports by Connecticut Voices, would provide needed support for Connecticut's low and middle-income families with children, which is why we are advocating so fiercely for this policy. Delivering real tax relief requires a direct investment into the families who put money into our economy. Thank you for your time and consideration. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Representative Farrar.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you both for being here. I do just have two quick questions. One, you kind of noted at the outset that our state sees a net loss for this tax credit. Could you speak to what that is and how that's calculated, and more specifically, how that might compare to other tax credits that we have as a state?
Thank you for the question. So part of what we attempted to do in the written testimony was provide an overview of all the data that comes from the state. So one of the difficulties with evaluating this tax credit is that there is just a lot of data. You get data from DECD, you get data from OFA. There are questions around what numbers essentially mean what. And so what DECD does each year in their annual report is they provide an evaluation of the economic impact. So not just the amount spent on the tax credit, but what is the impact on the economy? And then as it moves through the economy, what is the net return to the state? And so they walk through and they'll give you what they call an estimate of the net tax revenue that you get. And so we went through and in the report showed in 2018 on table 1 that the state lost an average of $73 million a year. That was using an estimate that for each dollar in the tax credit, it lost 72 cents. In table 2, it shows that they lost an average of $68 million a year based on an estimate that they lost 64 cents per dollar in the tax credit. There was no estimates in 2020 and 2021 because there was the put together the Olsberg report. But even if you look at the Olsberg report and you look at the revenue estimates in there, it's a net loss in revenue. Then in the FY22 report, again, they mentioned that they updated their methodology based on what occurred with the Olsberg report. And in there, for the first time, they show that the state basically gains 27 cents per dollar in tax credit, but due to other factors, Connecticut still lost in net state revenue $10.7 million a year. And then it was just in 2023 was the first time that it showed an annual return, but that was through the use of 80 cents per dollar in the tax credit. And so what we show in the written testimony is if you just apply the FY22 methodology, then you would also show a loss in FY23. And obviously, if you applied the methodologies from before the Olsberg report, you would show an even greater loss in FY23. Notwithstanding that, even if you take the estimated gain in FY23, we show in table 5 overall the estimate from the program as a whole, and it lost an estimated nearly $900 million in providing the film industry tax credits. And so again, that is the overall broad economic impact. That is not the amount of tax credits that were issued each year or the amount of revenue that would be repealed. So OFA gives the numbers on the estimate for the repeal. And if you were to repeal the film industry tax credits overall in FY25, they estimate that you would get $105.8 million in revenue.
Thank you, Patrick. And I'll make sure to look at your testimony for more of that detail. I did just have one other quick second question. In conversations and getting some more detail from DCD on the film and digital tax credits that were issued in fiscal year 23, it seems that we issued 36 certificates and 28 of those were transferred to other entities, primarily insurance sector companies that were out of state. I was wondering if you could speak to just any perspectives on the value or lack of value of these tax credits, especially since so many of them are transferred out of state.
Great. Yeah, thank you. So the thing that we've really tried to highlight in the testimony this year is essentially there are two problems at play with the film industry tax credits. In the past, we focused a lot on the overall cost problem. What is the return on investment to the state? And we've showed essentially that it's losing net state revenue. And that's a problem because if you had an industry that was essentially potentially self-sustaining at some point, there could be an argument made for, well, we'll lose money in the short term and you'll have a self-sustaining industry. But the primary argument for maintaining these tax credits is essentially that the industry is going to collapse without them. But from a public policy perspective, that's really an argument for eliminating them. It just means you're on a financial dead end. There is no point at which if you remove these, you're going to have a self-sustaining industry. So that's just the cost problem. What we've introduced now in this testimony for the first time is a distributional analysis. So the DRS didn't provide a distribution analysis in the most recent tax incidence report for the film tax credits, but after going through all 3 of the tax incidence reports, realized there was enough data in there for essentially to model a distribution of the film tax credits based on the different taxes that they apply to. In particular, it was the 2014 report for tax year 2011 that gave the most data to do the most precise modeling of it. And so this takes you to problem number 2, which is to begin with, we have an unfair tax system, as I think everyone here is aware of, meaning it disproportionately burdens low and middle income families. And the film industry tax credits, basically, they exacerbate that problem. They contribute to that problem because they're not targeted within the state, and they're not targeted to Connecticut, and they're not targeted within the state. So one of the major issues is that the taxes that they apply to, some of them are substantially exported. So when you use the tax year 2011 model from DRS, they estimate that 56% of the corporation business tax is exported directly out of the state. So it means you're giving a substantial tax cut here to people not in the state of Connecticut. And then you get the problem, even when you just focus on Connecticut as a whole, it's not targeted by income level. And so it's going to go to a mix of low, middle, high income, and wealthy families. And what we show is when you take those two components together, the amount that is exported out of state and high income, wealthy families, that accounts for more than a majority of the tax credits. And so an alternative essentially is you could take this $105.8 million and you could fund a state level child tax credit, and 100% of that is going to be targeted to low and middle income families within the state. And so if we're looking at this from a distributional perspective, you get a bigger bang for the buck in funding a state level child tax credit if you want to fix Connecticut's regressive tax system, as opposed to the film industry tax credits, which, you know, is going to be substantially exported in large part.
Thank you, Patrick, again for that level of detail. And I appreciate all of the background in regards to what we've seen over the past 2 years with this tax credit, what we're seeing now. And it's really helpful for us to make a further analysis and determination of how best to use our tax dollars. So thanks so much. And thank you to the chair.
Thank you, Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks as always for being here, and as always, again, as Farrar just said, you know, providing a level of data analysis, which is always helpful to us. I had a couple one question is, when you talk about, you know, the usage of these tax credit and who it goes to, are you drawing that data from, for example, what tax it's applied against? So how do you account for, so for example, we've had discussions about, you know, this credit can be applied against a variety of taxes, including the insurance tax. So for example, a credit that is claimed against insurance tax, potentially, you know, by an insurance company, actually has been sold by the film company, which means say 85 to 90 cents on the dollar of that money is actually going to the film industry. And the insurance company is getting, you know, a little, whatever, you know, 10, 15 cents on the dollar, buying a tax credit at, you know, a little head count. Do you account for that in your analysis?
We do not have data on that. So it would be great to have more specific data. The only thing we can do at this point is essentially we know from the OFA the estimates of what are the dollar amounts that are subtracted from all of these individual tax components, the corporation business tax, insurance premium tax, the sales and use tax, and so on. And so the best that we can do is essentially model the reduction in those taxes based on the distributions that we have from the DRS. So that's the extent of the data that we have. But it goes without saying that while the estimates might vary, but it still is very clear that the film tax credits, they are not targeted in any way based on income level. So certainly a substantial portion of it is going to ultimately be exported, and it's going to go to high income and wealthy families, because it's just not targeted in the way that if you were to have a tax credit of any type against the income tax, where you can target it.
Thank you. And as you know, and as all of us may know, our tax expenditures are wild and varied and extensive and very complicated. And when you look at them, they are, you know, our Office of Fiscal Analysis does a really helpful job categorizing them. They can be passed for a variety of purposes. Some are, for example, like something like the child tax credit would end up probably in the category of equity or perceived equity. It's meant to address an unfair tax system, need, poverty, you name it. We have many other tax expenditures that are very specifically targeted for incentives to build businesses. Those are different things. Is it your argument that we should only be doing the equity and not investment in not, incentivizing business growth?
No, so the argument, it is twofold. So there's the distribution component, and it's the cost component. So relative to even other programs that are the business assistance tax programs that DCD oversees, this one is a particularly bad return on investment based on their own analysis that they're losing money on this. And it's the argument in favor of maintaining it that to me is really a weak argument, that we see that it's constantly said that the film industry is just going to leave if you don't maintain the tax credit, which is basically openly saying it's not a self-sustaining industry. And so what is the end point? In 10 years from now, are you going to continue to be, you know, as a state, are we going to be funding an industry that the second you pull away these tax credits, then it just collapses? That's just, it's essentially a financial dead end that you know, the state is on. I just want to also just say a little bit more on the distribution side. So it does apply to different taxes, and some of them are going to operate through whoever receives the tax credit selling it, for example, to insurance companies, but part of it also applies to the corporation business tax. And so you might have in some cases that you actually have that there isn't a transfer of them. So maybe there's corporate income tax liability within the state. And so like one of the examples we show in our testimony is that $42 million, or more than 1/3 of all the tax credits in 2023 went to NBC Universal, which is a subsidiary of Comcast, which is a publicly traded company. And so, you know, I haven't looked at the corporate income tax returns for NBC Universal, but presumably they have some corporate income tax liability within the state themselves. And so they can, you know, they can reduce their own tax burden in that way through these film industry tax credits without going to, you know, a second party. And as we know, when you're a publicly traded company, that is going to operate as a tax cut in large part for the owners of that company. And who owns Comcast? It's going to be, you know, lots of people outside the state of Connecticut. It's going to be people across the whole world. It's going to be a disproportionately high income and wealthy families within Connecticut. And so that's what we're trying to get of showing, to the extent of like, that's the problem when you have a tax credit that is not targeted. You get that substantial problem of the exporting, and even within the state is not well targeted. But again, the film industry tax credits are particularly problematic because they have a cost problem and a distribution problem.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that it is always our job, I think, to try to take a look at whether our tax expenditures, credit in this case, have in fact incentivized the kind of growth that we expected to, and we've had a lot of conversations about requiring additional data. In fact, the bill we passed last year did require additional data so that we could analyze exactly how much economic growth was being produced. And I take your point that, you know, as you know, DECD has had a hard time trying to calibrate that because there's a very narrow way of looking at it, and there's a broader way that looks broadly at economic growth. And it's my hope that DECD will kind of find a way in the middle to analyze that. But thank you for being here, and thanks again, as always, for your analysis.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here today. And if this is going to be far too complex for my simple brain to understand, I will accept it. I would like to know a bit more about the methodology you use to determine how the tax credit flows down in a regressive manner in terms of, you know, wealthier families benefiting and those at the lowest end of the income scale being least benefited by this. So can you indulge me,
Sure.
please?
So it is complicated. We did our best given the data that is available. And again, like we said, ideally DRS or somebody would do these with more data than we have. But given the data that we have, we wanted to provide as much information to you all to make the decisions that you need to make. And so we went through there's 3 different tax incidence reports. There's the 2014 report, the 2022 report, and the 2023 report. And the 2014 report provides the most data because it does a distributional analysis for all the tax credits against which the film industry tax credit can apply. So that's the corporation business tax, the insurance premium tax, the public service companies tax, and the sales and use tax. And within that tax incidence report, it gives you a distributional analysis of how those taxes work and the percentage that is exported. So all we did was, if you take the composition of the film industry tax credit, the dollar amount that for each one of those taxes, and apply them and basically weight them. So the dollar amount that goes to the corporation business tax, the dollar amount that goes to the insurance premium tax, and so on, and basically create a unique composition of that. We showed what the distributional analysis of that is just using the DRS data. So we didn't have unique film tax credit data, which, you know, would obviously adjust it to some extent, but it wouldn't, I think, address the broader problem of it's just clear where if you were to pass a child tax credit and you say, if you make more than $200,000, you don't get this. There's no clear income cutoffs for this. And so that problem, even if the numbers might
vary a bit if you got film industry specific data. That problem, it's still very much that part of that is going to go to high income and wealthy families, and part of that is going to be exported. And that's in large part because the corporation business tax, a large part of it is exported. As I said, with the 2014 studies, the DRS says that 56% is exported. In the 2022 study, they conclude that 71% of the corporation business tax is exported. So the extent to which you're taking a tax credit and applying it to the corporation business tax, that's going to be a tax cut that's largely benefiting people out of state, essentially. So again, no unique data, just trying to take the data that was publicly available from the DRS and give a dollar estimates to this concept that we're trying to explain, rather than just broadly say that this isn't well targeted, to give you a better sense of essentially how it's likely working.
I apologize. I missed some of Representative Warren's questioning, but on the issue of the reasoning behind tax credits, is it fair to say that, tax credits that actually demonstrate a value in increasing economic growth that are not a net drag on the state revenue, that allow businesses and industries to reach the point of growth, you as a group would have less of a problem with that than with a tax credit that appears to be supporting industries that can't otherwise make it on their own?
I mean, I think just a matter of good public policy, it would be the case that you either want a good return on the investment from the state, because we obviously have limited financial resources, or potentially be willing to take a net loss in the short term with the idea that you're going to get a better return on investment in the long term. And with the film industry tax credits, we're just not seeing either one of those. You're not getting a positive return in the short term, and there's no basically, there's no argument that there's going to be a positive return in the long term, because the entire argument for maintaining them is essentially that the industry is going to collapse if you pull them away.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Favara.
Thank you. Representative Elliott.
Thank you, Chairman. So want to talk about the transferability of the tax credit, and if there's a way to sort of thread the needle with regard to trying to support brick and mortar, small and medium level producers without also sending, let's say, $50 million to huge multinational conglomerates. Do you see a way that there's, we could maybe not eliminate the entire program, but also have it not be a massive corporate giveaway?
So one, I guess, more of an intermediate position, as opposed to eliminate them entirely or maintaining them entirely, would be to keep the infrastructure component, because that's the one that's obviously making it like a tangible investment within the state that's going to be a long-term investment. But that is such a small portion of this that we didn't even really tease it out in the report. So if you look at the DEC data, they issued $123 million in tax credits, and I believe $7 million or so was for the infrastructure component. So that's about 6% or less. And if you look at the OFA estimates for FY25, again, you repeal the whole program outright, it's $105.8 million. And the infrastructure component of that is $1.4 million. So the part that is an obvious long-term investment in the state is a very small fraction of the program. So if policymakers are looking for something that has a clear long-term investment, it's the infrastructure component, but the dollar amounts of that are just, they're very small relative to the program as a whole.
Have you modeled out any sort of repercussions and impacts were this to go? What would happen to our economy? What would happen to jobs? How much we would lose on, talking about the downside of losing this credit?
So we haven't done any specific modeling, but the DECD, essentially, as we showed, they're showing you get a net negative return on this. And it's not a question of basically, like if you take away this $105 million in film industry tax credits, it's not like the money just goes away. It's going to be used in something else. And is there a better return on investment in using something else? And as we're saying, as opposed to exporting part of it or giving part of it to high income and wealthy families who are likely just to save the tax savings that they get or just spend a small portion of it, if you take that $105.8 million and you fund a state level child tax credit, we show that depending on which option you choose, the $200 option or the $167 option, we're talking about providing support for 550,000 to more than 600,000 children in the state. And that money is going to basically just go to families in the state. It's going to be spent in the state. We've talked before about low and middle income families have a higher marginal propensity to consume. That just means they're less likely to save this and are more likely to spend it. And so you're going to have feedback effects on that as well. You're going to have more spending within the state, and that's going to help a lot of businesses as well. So when you look at the data as a whole from DECD and OFA and consider the alternatives, if you're coming at this from an economic impact analysis, you're going to get a bigger bang from the buck from funding a state level child tax credit. And again, potentially helping 550,000, 600,000 children. And so they might not be in this room and they might not be as noticeable, but we're talking about a lot of people in the state that are going to get a lot of support. So it's not, just fund this program or do nothing with the money. We're talking about getting a better economic investment for the use of those funds.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to ask them because we have been here for almost 2 hours and we're not off the first page and there are 7 pages. And if you're on that last page, you're go get some coffee or lunch and dinner. We'll be here if you will. But I'll defer my questions for another day. We will certainly be debating this on our side going forward as to what we do. So I'll leave it at that. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Scott Stanier, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
You are. Thank you, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and ranking members of the Finance Committee. I promise to be brief. I'm going to pivot from tax credits to sports for a moment. This is in support of HB number 5493, an act establishing youth sports grant program. And again, my name is Scott Stanier, and I am the CEO of New Heights, which stands for New Haven Youth Tennis and Education. Since 2008, our mission has been to provide economically disadvantaged New Haven youth with a pathway to high school graduation and post-secondary success through tennis, academic support, and life skills mentorship. I'm here to offer my testimony as to the positive impact HB 5493 can have to change the trajectory of so many Connecticut youth through sports organizations such as ours. And I emphasize the word change the trajectory because over the last 20 years of my nonprofit career in youth and sports development, I've had the pleasure to witness hundreds and hundreds of inner city students not only graduate from high school, but become the first members of their families to attend college. And this pathway to success through sports is no accident. For organizations like New Heights, and there are so many wonderful organizations, I think some are going to be speaking later today in Connecticut, youth sports provides a remarkable platform for our coaches to teach life skills and build the self-confidence of our students. The value of sports participation goes well beyond the playing fields, or in my case, the tennis courts. Let's take my sport, tennis, which is not exactly a sport many of you would associate with urban youth. In fact, most of our students are the first in their family to ever play tennis. But tennis serves as a wonderful metaphor for life and, frankly, an escape for the challenges these kids face in their schools or often in their home lives. When the kids play tennis in our program, they laugh, they have fun. They get excited when they improve, and they're thrilled when they win their first tennis match. And when they lose, they're often disconsolate, sometimes crying, sometimes running behind a back curtain to hide their emotions. And it's in these moments that the value of sports shines. For it's in these moments that our coaches teach essential socio-emotional skills. Tennis also serves, in our case, as a carrot for New Heights students to receive academic mentorship. And they might love playing tennis a lot more than getting math tutoring, but the tennis is what we use to draw them to our programming on a daily basis. And over the course of their elementary, middle, and high school years, it's this academic tutoring and life skills coaching that truly changes the trajectory of students. Our coaches have the time to help students build aspirations for college or post-secondary. And finally, through sports, our coaches can serve as big brothers and big sisters. In addition to CEO, my role is Coach Scott on the tennis court. A lot of times my kids will come to tennis with long faces after school. They've either had a bullying incident, an angry teacher, a school test that went bad. And it's in these times that we put our tennis rackets down and we just sit and talk. And I listen and I give support to them. It's these moments that for sports coaches like me, we can change the trajectory of students' lives. In closing, HB 5493 would provide 2% of online gambling funds received in Connecticut to be redirected to sports organizations like New Heights. I therefore enthusiastically support this wonderful initiative, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Austin? Guy Fatone? If each of you could identify yourself so we can keep track of our list. And you get a star for coming up as a group. And each of you have a red button or a button in front of you that should be lit in red, and you know you'll be heard.
Can you hear me now?
Hear you very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the committee, I have a request. You notice I have some friends here. We'd like to expedite the proceedings. So we're asking that you allow all four of us to speak at this time, not at once.
Yes, but not all of you taking the full 3 minutes. That's not, we're not advancing things if you do that. So please, whatever test.
If I may, we're all on the ledger to speak.
Correct. But not signing up together. If you want to wait, you'll get your 3 minutes.
I understand. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
And what would you like to do? Let's make a decision. Well, I'm here to support the bill, and I have to look at my my papers here. 5491. I feel that veterans deserve a tax break, especially those that who are having connected permanent and disability ratings. So on and so forth. I'm going to pass the buck over to Mr. DeSantis. Yeah.
My name is John DeSantis. Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to speak, especially Holly Cheeseman, Senator Olson, and Senator Marks. I'm here today to testify about Bill 5491, which gives veterans who are 100% disabled property tax exemption on their primary home if that bill gets passed. Veterans who serve their country have had an important role of keeping the country safe from enemies inside or outside the country. Also, the following states have 100% exemption in place. Unbeknownst to me, there was only 6 states in America that have it. There are 20 states that have this bill in place and active right now. Florida, Illinois, Iowa, Alabama, Arkansas, California, Louisiana, Maryland, Michigan, Mississippi, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Texas, Virginia, Hawaii. There are approximately 3,800 veterans who are 100% disabled in Connecticut. 4 or 5 years ago, there were only 1,800 that had homes that this bill would apply to. there are now approximately only 1,203 homes who veterans will have 100% disabled, or this would apply to. So it's been dramatically reduced for the tax base, what it would cost per town, which I don't have that figure right now, but some other veterans may have that here. In closing, I want to thank you for listening to me. If you have any questions, we'd be more than glad to answer.
That's about it.
Anyone else?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is George Bouchard, and I thank the committee for listening to our appeal. I am also a Vietnam vet, 100% disabled, and I've helped vets all my life, and I would like to see them be taken care of and their families and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Thomas Bonanno. I reside in the city of Norwich. And excuse me. I also am a Vietnam veteran with 100% permanent and total disability. So this bill would apply to me and my family also, and my, as well as my brother throughout the state who share this this disability ranking with the Veterans Administration. And I ask that you pass this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you all. Could you enlighten the committee in terms of what branch of service and where you served?
Yes, United States Army,
And where did you serve?
Pleiku, Vietnam, 1968. Anything else?
Others?
United States, Vietnam, 1967, 68, Pet Offensive Pleiku.
Okay, George Bouchard, 1968, 69, United States Marine Corps, up at the DMZ, Dong Ha, Quang Tri Province.
Thomas Bonanno, United States Army in the Republic of Vietnam in the Central Highlands, 1970.
Thank you all for your service. I was 1 year away from being drafted with the Vietnam War ended. So I have a particular appreciation for all of you who did serve. And anyone else who's here today that has served our country. And you have a great advocate sitting behind you in Senator Austin, who will follow you in your testimony. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman Fanfaren. I just wanted to thank you all for coming here today, and in particular, my friend John DeSantis, who has been tireless in advocating to me and everyone else who will listen on the importance of this bill. So I want to thank you again for coming up here today. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your persistence, and I hope we will look favorably on rewarding that in this committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for your service. My dad was a Navy veteran, and he was there with all of you. I hosted a veterans coffee this morning in my district, and we talked about this bill, and we talked about the importance and how much it would help people, and I'm glad to support it. And thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Yes, Representative Yacarino, a gentleman. Gentlemen, you have one more member.
That's all right.
One more person.
It's fine, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
I just want to say, thank you to the men that served and women that served. I'm a member of Post 76 in North Haven, and we're looking forward to this bill and looking forward to supporting it. And I want to thank the committee, the chairs, and the ranking members for bringing this forward, and Senator Austin. I want to say thank you for your service, and God bless you.
Thank you.
It's vitally important for the service you've given us. We have to give back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Senator Austin. You have 30 seconds.
I know. I'm trying to, I'm moving as fast as I can.
I'm good, thank you. So I think it's still, I don't know if it's morning or afternoon right now, but thank you very much for allowing me to speak today to the Finance Committee and Senator Fonfara for agreeing to bring this bill forward. It most properly belongs in the Finance Committee as it deals directly with property taxes. So this has been a bill that's been near and dear to my heart for years. I've been working on taxation, in particular property taxation for veterans, and in particular, just so everybody knows, I am an Army vet. I was a sergeant, and I was stationed overseas in at an Air Force base. It was a tri-service base that also had JAS staff at it, which was the Japanese civil defense. I was a Chinese linguist. I'm a Vietnam era veteran. I joined in 1973 and went active duty in 74 and stayed until 78. And I'm really proud of having served our country. It was a real experience for me, and it taught me things that I would never have learned. Not only have I been working on this bill, but Representative Nolan and I have gone around and talked about this bill to many people. And what does it do? It provides veterans that are 100% permanently and totally disabled, which means that they cannot work, they can't have a job, and this is directly reflective of their service-connected issues. So if they have, like I did, I broke my ankle recently. I obviously am not in the military anymore. It would not impact someone like me. I don't expect to be permanently and totally disabled as a result of this small breakage of an ankle. But
Any more than you already are.
any more than I already am, which is always that question. But this is to provide a property tax exemption. There are slightly more than 1,200 veterans in the state of Connecticut that are permanently and totally disabled. I did the analysis with the Office of Fiscal Analysis on what it could possibly cost if every one of them had property. We know that not every one of them has property. Total cost around $6 million if everyone had property, less than 0.1% in any town in the whole state. And I think that's important to recognize. People have said to me, why would we want to do this? And I think we have forgotten what veterans, what military personnel sign up for. Most recently in Jordan, there was 3 service personnel who were killed. There were 40 that were injured that day on that assault, 40 that were injured on that assault. And we don't know what their injuries are yet. We don't know if they're going to have traumatic brain injury or an acquired brain injury. We don't know if they've lost a limb. We have no idea yet, and we will never know the ultimate consequences of those 40 military personnel who are currently in service, what their injuries will be. And I think we need to step back and recognize where we are in today's world with the number of men and women that we have serving our country across the world and how dangerous it is. And I think we owe them a certain modicum of respect, and that's what this does. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Austin, and we agree with you, and we certainly are taking this legislation very seriously. And you know, for those of you who don't know, Senator Austin is a fierce advocate, does her homework, is never ending in her efforts to understand an issue and bring it to our attention. And you've done that again today with both the legislation and your testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions? Thanks.
Thank you very much. You guys have a wonderful day.
You do the same. We have finally gone to page 2. Thomas Finn?
forgive me if I get a little emotional because this goes back. I'm a veteran of Desert Storm, of Iraq, and Afghanistan. So I'm here to talk about Bill 5491. I'm going to take you down part of my journey. So try to visualize what I witnessed and I went through. I represent thousands of veterans in Lower Fairfield County at the Veterans Resource Center, the American Legion, the VFW, the DAV. Like I said, basically Lower Fairfield County. My story begins, well, this story begins when I was medevaced out of Kandahar, Afghanistan. You want to talk about angels in the sky? I witnessed soldiers being operated on a C-137 being operated right in front of me. It was amazing. It was just an amazing thing. Literally performing surgeries in flight in order to save lives. My personal recovery lasted over 1 year at Fort Belvoir and Walter Reed. I recall the many soldiers alongside of me were missing limbs or were severely burned all over their body. I never forgot these wonderful heroes. They were people. They were friends. They were us. They were white, black, Spanish. They were Asian. They were Indian. 52 different religions. They were gay, straight, transgender, everybody. We talk about all these bills before today. That's the veteran. That's the veteran we see. Again, I work at the Veterans Resource Center, and we actively go out there looking for veterans in crisis. And a lot of times we see homeless veterans. And it's not that they're not working, it's just they can't afford to live in their homes that they're in. Especially, and I'm not picking on any, Stanford's crazy with the prices of rent. It's just crazy. And they can't live there. They choose to live in their cars. And then they come into the Veterans Resource Center looking for help. And a lot of these veterans had to lose their home because of their taxes and other inflation and things like that. So this would give the veteran, again, 100% totally disabled, unable to work, some dignity to stay in their house instead of going on the government dole where it's a lose-lose situation. You lose your house, you're not contributing to society. Now you're going on the government dole and you're looking for welfare. I'm almost done. It's almost like a punishment for these soldiers when they're forced out of their own homes. And all in service of their countries. Nobody goes over to war to say, I want to get hurt. People often ask me, how'd you do it? I just pray, say a little prayer and put my head forward and go forward and complete the mission. Imagine the positive impact of having these servicemen and servicewomen maintain their dignity at home and not having to beg for assistance.
3 minutes.
I'm done. I planned it that way, by the way. So I'm here, like I said, it's a win-win. It's a win-win. It's heartbroken to see veterans on the street when they want to contribute to society. It's really heartbroken. I wish you can imagine that. Any questions?
Mr. Finn, thank you for your testimony. I would say they've already contributed to society.
It doesn't stop. The flag keeps on going forward. We're here to serve and just give back to the wonderful communities we live in.
Thank you.
Thank
Representative
you.
Delaney?
I'm just here to support.
Great.
That's what they sent me to do.
Thank you both. Questions? Representative Horn, Mr. Finn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, thank you for being here and to note my own experience. Every time I go to a veteran ceremony of any kind, they are all, to Senator Fonfara's part, it's also all about all the things they do now in the community. So it does, it continues and continues and continues. In addition to being models, it's actual service that doesn't ever go away. So.
And I have to give shout outs to all the support from our local politicians. But I remember being at Walter Reed and Congressman Himes coming to visit me in the hospital, Senator Blumenthal, and some guy named Barack Obama. But those are things you don't forget, because when your country's not there to give you feel abandoned. And I worry about future generations of rising adult men and women that are gonna have to serve, and it's coming. It's coming down the line. We all know that. And if our own government and society don't support the veterans, it's a reflection to the future generations of why do I want to serve my country? Thank you.
Thank you. And I do also want to acknowledge the advocacy of Representative Delaney and Representative Nolan on behalf of veterans as well. They are tenacious and make sure that we're paying attention to those issues. So
We're
thank you.
lucky to have good support within the state of Connecticut. Let's
Thank
be the example for the rest of the country.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Representative Nolan.
Trying to see if it was still morning. Good afternoon. Good morning, Chairwoman Horn, Chairman Fonfara, Vice Chair Miller, Vice Chair Moore, and Vice Chair Ferrara, and ranking members Cheeseman and Senator Martin, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Anthony Nolan. I am the state rep for New London, the 39th district, and I am also the House Chair for the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. I come before you today in regards to the tax exemption bill for veterans, 5491. And it's an honor for me to sit before you to speak on behalf of our veterans in the state of Connecticut. As Senator Olson has stated earlier, we have traveled to Connecticut and have went to numerous coffee houses and veterans events and organizations to talk to veterans in regards to their concerns. And this has become the #1 priority for some of our veterans, especially our 100% disabled veterans. So if you give me a moment, I'd like to just read some things in regards to this bill. Currently, Connecticut law offers municipalities an option to give minor property tax exemption to veterans who are 100% permanent and totally disabled. Just for clarification, these exemptions are known as tax credits and eliminate taxable value from the qualifying veteran's home. The resulting amount these veterans save is known as a tax benefit. The current municipal option exemption uses an OPM set income threshold of approximately $40,300 for individual veterans and $49,100 for those married with joint income. Qualifying veterans earning above the income threshold receive $3,500 off their property taxes. Those below the threshold receive an additional exemption of $7,000, making the maximum possible exemption $10,500 of Connecticut's 169 municipalities. Kind of repeat that. Of the 169 municipalities, only 29 adopt this municipal option. Even worse, the municipal option exemption offers, unfortunately, a minuscule tax benefit to the state's 100% disabled veterans. The current municipal option exemption gives qualifying veterans minor tax relief, saving them a few $100s yearly in taxes. Most of these veterans, as you've heard, live on a fixed income and struggle to afford high costs of living in Connecticut. These issues make home ownership extremely difficult for 100% and totally disabled veterans. As a result, many veterans of this classification have moved to states that mandate this exemption.
3 minutes.
It is also sad to think that veterans who proudly defend our state are forced to leave and go elsewhere. Our opponents of this accuse HB 549 of being a burden to municipalities. While this concern is warranted, most municipalities have less than 6 100% P&T veterans, with the total number in the state being 1,209. Additionally, in 90% of municipalities, these veterans are less than 0.1% of the tax base. We should note that the current total costs of municipalities were calculated using the average mill rate. Therefore, we predict the total aggregate cost to municipalities will be much lower, although being a mandate. It will not cause significant distress. 11 other states provide a full property tax exemption, as you heard earlier, for P&T members, and they operate on much smaller budgets. Connecticut is a service member's home to those that benefit from this bill. I just believe that it would be Connecticut, again, stepping out and treating our veterans in a way that veterans deserve to be treated, and helping them when it comes to living in their homes instead of having to live elsewhere, because those 100% totally permanent and totally disabled veterans are struggling to stay in their homes. So we're hoping that we can push this bill through and try and make things work a little better, as Connecticut can do for our veterans. Thank you very much. Any questions I can?
Thank you, Representative Nolan. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to acknowledge that your advocacy on behalf of veterans, which is strong and powerful and makes a difference. So thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, Representative Horn.
Thank you, sir.
Have a nice day.
You too. Bruce Adams.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and I'll just, I guess, hit everybody, Representative Piscopo, Representative Barry, and all the members of the committee who I'm sure are glued to their screens, wherever they may be today. My name is Bruce Adams, and I'm the president of the Credit Union League of Connecticut. And before I discuss our opposition to House Bill 5489, I want to set some context about credit unions in Connecticut. We are not-for-profit cooperative businesses. We're financial institutions that look a lot like banks. One of the differences is that our median asset size is 45 million, that's with an M, and our median employee base is 8. So when we talk about things that reduce revenue to banks and credit unions, these are actual jobs on the line for our small businesses at credit unions in Connecticut. And credit unions as cooperative businesses plow their profits, if any, back into the community and back into the hands of their members. So that's where we come from. But simply put, an interchange fee is what a retailer pays to a vendor for services. It's not really different than snow removal or any other service. And the difference is that that revenue that's generated gets shared among the financial institutions that are honoring the transaction before the money moves. And that comes with risk, and we need funds to protect against that risk. The more specific concern we have with this bill is a consumer privacy issue. You've heard testimony that the data is already being collected, and it's not. I mean, the people who have the data are companies like NCR and Square, and they're monetizing that data. But imagine if a card issuer had transaction level detail on every single card swipe of a person. Where does that information go? To what uses will it be put? And are we prepared for the unintended consequences of that? I commend you to the rest of my written testimony that I've submitted, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't have a question, but more of a statement that I don't know how anyone can justify this fee in terms of taxing of charging a fee on a tax is beyond my understanding or comprehension. And if you want to submit something, you want us to answer that, I'm not asking you to, but you certainly have your time.
I'd be happy to, Senator, and I'm mindful of the fact that you're only on page 2. I'll keep my response brief. This is not a fee to collect a tax, right? This is a fee to honor a financial transaction. And so it doesn't really matter to the payment system whether the fee is being charged on a tax, the portion that is taxed, the portion that is a gallon of gas, the portion that is this bottle of water. And so just like a retailer would pay to have snow removed from its driveway so people can park there, so too are they paying a vendor for the privilege of offering card services to their customers.
That's not cutting it. I mean, you have the ability, the credit card companies have the ability to increase their fees based on their costs. As was mentioned earlier, if we did not have a sales tax in Connecticut, your costs are the same. And if you're not realizing your a return on for your costs, that's on you or the credit card company. But to say that this is a legitimate cost of doing business. So in other words, if Connecticut increased its sales tax to 10%, you just made more money. For doing what?
For honoring the transaction.
You'd say, thank you very much, state of Connecticut, right?
Perhaps, but it's for honoring the transaction before the money moves, right? We are the ones ultimately taking the risk, and we're the ones that bear.
What risk is there in terms of the state of Connecticut imposes a sales tax? What risk is there for you on that?
The risk is that the purchaser will not make good on the credit card bill, or that data will get compromised.
You've made it more difficult to pay the credit card bill by increasing the overall cost that consumer is faced with.
Sure, that is a viable perspective, but why? What is the policy-based reason on removing that fee from the taxable portion versus just regulating the fee in general?
Okay. Anyone? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Robert Saracena with Representative Lanou.
Good afternoon, State Representative Brian Lanou from the 45th House District. My apologies for doing this remotely. Battling a pretty robust cold, so please excuse my voice. But I'm here in support of SB 443, Section 4. Good morning, good afternoon to Chairs Fonfara and Horn, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, and members of the committee. Thank you for raising this very important bill section. And also I want to thank Senator Maroney for signing on to the bill proposal with me when we initially brought it to the committee. The CARES Act, which was passed a couple of years ago, had to do in response to the COVID consequences. That was the burden that was handed down to our businesses and our workers, and it allowed for a employee retention tax credit that would help the businesses overcome some of their losses and help keep people and workers employed. And there's been some issues where they can go back 3 years on their tax returns to amend those. The way the statute's currently worded in Connecticut, the Department of Revenue Services assessed interest and penalties against these business owners, which made a problem worse in several cases. Section 4 of this bill cleans a lot of that up and hopes to mitigate this issue. So the spirit of the CARES Act is protected against our employees and our workers. I do have with me certified public accountant Rob Saracena, who can give you more of the background. He's lived through this. He's walked in these folks' sandals, and he will give you the background. Then we'll be happy to take any questions that you may have. Mr. Saracena.
Hi, how you doing? Basically, the employee retention credit, or ERC, was in place to help the businesses recover some funds and keeping employees. So the federal government allowed 3 years to go back 3 years, which included 2020 and 2021. You had 3 years to actually amend your payroll tax returns and get money for employees that you kept during the periods of time. And there was a bunch of different rules on who can and who cannot based on income and some other things. But mainly what's happened is once you get the credit, say in year 2023, the company had to now amend their tax returns. So you go back and amend a 2020 tax return or a 2021 tax return. Now interest gets imposed. It's an automatic thing, but the federal government's the one that gave the money. The federal government also imposed interest, but they gave interest on the back payment for whatever reason. But then the state of Connecticut, who didn't have to do anything, was charging interest, even though they were getting the taxes that were due because of the decrease in expenses for these companies. So I just basically think it was kind of unfair to impose interest on taxes due that were due because of a complete change in a federal law, basically. Is there any question on? I mean, I guess the Connecticut statutes say that you have to impose interest, but it just doesn't seem correct. And this bill cleans all that up. The spirit of the whole the CARES Act and American Rescue Plan was to help everybody, and it's just kind of coming back at people and forcing them to pay interest on money that was technically not late. It was a change in a federal law, so it was never late. So I don't understand why interest would have to be imposed upon that. Typically, somebody might forget to include a wage or a 1099 in their income, and then that's why they would amend an old tax return, and that I would understand. You charge interest. But
Thank you, sir. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Representative Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Saracena, for bringing this to our attention. I have just a few questions, and if the representative is still there too. Why is this situation any different than any other person amending their tax returns? Can you answer that question for me? Thank you.
Yeah, the main difference is typically you amend a tax return because you left something out or somebody forgot to include income, or people amend tax returns because they didn't include certain expenses, or even so they might actually get refunded, never mind owing money. But typically it's usually somebody that just kind of forgets. I forgot I worked for this company, and then I got a 1099 late or something like that. So this is just different because the federal government they changed a law based on some catastrophic event that happened, trying to help people. And it's just like an extra burden being thrown upon all these businesses.
Okay, and
I would like to just add too, and thank you, Representative, for the question. I'd just like to just add, even for the period of time that the federal government's allowing folks to back up their taxes, when this law was passed, they're allowing people to retroactively go back 3 years. So for a period of time that they can adjust their taxes, the law doesn't even exist yet. wasn't even in existence. So it just speaks to where this gets, what we're doing in Connecticut, where the statute's currently worded. It flies in the face of the whole spirit of the CARES Act.
Okay, thank you. And I know that we have lots of people, but I do have two more quick questions, if I may. Do you think this section 4 that is outlined in this bill will take care of the problem? And lastly, is Connecticut the only state that's doing this, or are there other states that are also trying to, charge interest, et cetera? Thank you.
The first question, yes, I think this absolutely takes care of that. And the second question, I'm really not sure. Most of everything I do business wise, especially, is in Connecticut, so I'm only aware of what they're doing. I mean, states like Florida that don't have income tax, Texas, these people don't have anything to worry about for the states. I mean, we're paying companies are paying the tax. So why impose interest? And in many cases, it's thousands of dollars. And then sometimes the government has actually paused the ERTC. It's still on pause, but people still can send in their amended returns up through this end of this July. So they might not get refunded monies till 2025. And that could be several years of interest being imposed.
Okay, well, thank you both for coming and bringing this to our attention. We appreciate it. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
You too.
Thank you, Representative Veach.
Thank you, Representative
Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify something. Is your argument opposing the charging of interest full stop, or charging of this particular interest rate, which you find to be punitive?
Are you asking me? Yes, I find it just for this particular case.
I ask because, the charging of interest, sometimes we do charge interest that's intended to be a deterrent to get people to
Correct.
And I guess, and I hear you that that's not appropriate in this case, but sometimes interest just represents the time value of money. In other words, there's a distinction between having money today and having money, a year from now. And I wonder whether, and I should know what the rate is here and whether it's an appropriate rate to reflect that. But I wondered if you had a comment about that.
Well, I totally believe that imposing interest is a deterrent and is okay in most cases. This is not something that came about because somebody messed something up. we're given an opportunity. There's still people that are still gonna file these amended returns.
Speaking for I don't mean to step on you here, but speaking for myself, I agree with you. This does not seem like an appropriate instance in which we should be punishing people because, as you have already said, this is not something they purpose. But there is a, economic cost to, again, the time value of money. And I just wonder whether that's something you thought about at all.
Not particularly in that case, no. My thought process is the money actually came from the federal government, not the state government, and the state's still getting the taxes due, which is fair. So for me, that should be good enough for the state is kind of what I'm thinking. The state's getting money because the federal government changed something. So you should be, yes, yippee, not charge interest.
Thank you. And thank you for being.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. Christopher Loughton.
Thank you very much for your time today. I am here to testify in favor of HB number 5492, the Farm Investment Tax Credit. I am here on behalf of Farm Credit East. We are a member-owned cooperative serving agriculture, commercial fishing, and forest product producers throughout the Northeast, including Connecticut. In Connecticut, we have over 1,000 member owners and $658 million in loan commitments. Connecticut has over 5,000 farms operating on over 372,000 acres, a substantial number in a relatively small state. The largest sectors of agriculture in Connecticut, making up more than half of all agricultural receipts, are nursery and greenhouse production and dairy, two sectors that are particularly capital intensive. According to a 2020 study, farming, fishing, and forestry in Connecticut, along with related processing activities, contributes $5.2 billion annually to the state's economy and supports more than 25,000 jobs on and off the farm. Farmers in Connecticut face significant competition from surrounding states, as well as from across the country and even internationally. Keeping up in order to remain viable and thrive requires ongoing investment in facilities, equipment, and technology. Agriculture today is highly capital intensive, more so than ever, and farms need continual ongoing investment to stay competitive, whether it's in greenhouse technology, modernized equipment, or other capital purchases. HB 5492, by establishing an investment tax credit for certain farm investments, as well as a local property tax exemption, would provide a strong incentive for producers in Connecticut to reinvest in their farm businesses in order to remain viable and thrive. This legislation would be a boost to agriculture in Connecticut, supporting local farms, local jobs, and preserving farmland and open space. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for helping to support Connecticut agriculture.
Anyone? Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wonder whether you have, from your perspective, which is a bit broader than some of the individuals that are up here testifying today on this particular bill, whether you could see the impact of, what you project to be the impact of making the changes that we're proposing here today.
Certainly. So this proposed bill is modeled off of one that was enacted into law in New York State. And we already see as a result of the New York State investment tax credit for farms, that farms are making significant new investments in equipment, particularly in equipment for value-added processing. In the Northeast, which is a high-cost production area, it's no longer really viable for a lot of farms to be producing raw, straight wholesale commodities. It's important for farms to have value-added opportunities to increase the value of their production and serve niche markets, and that requires investment in equipment. And we're seeing that happening in New York as a result of them passing that law.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Allison Weir.
Good afternoon, Senator Fontero, excuse me, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, the members of the executive of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Allison Weir, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Veterans Legal Center and a 20-year veteran of the Air Force. I'm here in support of Raise Bill HB 5491, an act establishing a property tax exemption for veterans who have service-connected disability, permanent and total disability rating. The Connecticut Veterans Legal Center provides free legal assistance to low-income veterans living in Connecticut. Over 40% of our clients are disabled, and most have difficulty making ends meet. Many of our clients are permanently and totally disabled, meaning that the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs has determined that the veteran's incapacity is such that it would be impossible for the average person to follow a sustainable, gainful occupation, and the veteran's disability is unlikely to substantially improve. For service-connected veterans who are rated permanent and totally disabled, means they have almost no opportunity to earn a living after their service. We support this bill. 29 states and the District of Columbia currently provide sizable property tax exemptions or property tax credits for veterans with total disability ratings, ranging from 100% of the house value to full value of the home. In passing this bill, Connecticut would meaningfully relieve the tax burden for permanently to totally disabled veterans. Property rates in Connecticut are very high enough that those with limited income annually face the prospect of losing their home even after the mortgage has been paid off. We appreciate the committee has also included personal property tax exemption in this bill as well, since many permanent and totally disabled veterans in the state may not own real property, but do own a car, which Connecticut towns tax as personal property. Veterans have given a great deal for this country, and those who have been permanently and totally disabled have given even more. Connecticut has had a law exempting some portion of the value of a veteran's property from taxation for decades, but the amount exempted is so small as to be meaningless in 2024. This bill would demonstrate that Connecticut values the service to our veterans. The cost of the bill should not be onerous, as Connecticut has a relatively small veteran population and a very small percentage of veterans in Connecticut are permanently totally disabled. It seems like a small cost when compared with the sacrifices made by the people for whom this legislation would apply. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Ms. Weir? This is an honor. Representative Veach, I don't think has asked a question in her 2 years on this committee, so this is a very momentous
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Chair. I apologize for not being here this morning. I was in environment all morning. In any event, I just want to make a comment. Thank you for supporting our veterans. I know many firsthand that are disabled and really struggle tremendously just making ends meet, if at all possible. So I thank you for your advocacy for that particular group of people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
It's our honor, Representative Veach. I always recognize or try to those who hang with us, like Representative Barry for years, staying here all day long. And we are grateful. Seeing no other questions, thank you. Sherry Marquez. Is Sherry with us? Sherry, you have to, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. You have to accept the promotion to testify. Can you do that?
She has accepted.
Okay. You're up, Sherry.
Hello?
Go ahead, Sherry.
Oh, good day, esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Sherry Marquis, a resident of Connecticut, a homeowner, an active duty United States Navy retiree, and a service-connected veteran. It's an honor to address this committee in support of HB 5491, an act providing a property tax exemption to permanently and totally disabled veterans. For the past 5 years, I have volunteered as a Connecticut municipal veterans rep in summers. I learn every day how to help my fellow veterans make their way and to help them feel like they belong. Transitioning from the military to civilian life entails a profound adjustment. Those who have served understand the ethos of self-sacrifice exhibited through long separations from family, relentless dedication to duty, and adherence to stringent codes of conduct and military law. The ultimate sacrifice, the loss of a service member's life, remains a stark reality all too often. Families of service members also endure considerable sacrifices, relocating frequently, navigating financial challenges, and struggling to establish roots in communities due to the transient nature of military life. Connecticut's property taxpayers do face increasing pressures, yet veterans' property tax exemptions have remained unchanged since 1875. Despite claims that these exemptions contribute to rising municipal mill rates, the reality is quite different. In my opinion, Connecticut, as one of the wealthiest states, lags in providing benefits to its military population, which comprises less than 1% of the nation. Connecticut must allocate funding. Connecticut, must allocate funding toward expanding property tax exemptions for all veterans, including Cold War era veterans. Municipalities have been hesitant to support veterans programs due to the financial impact on property taxpayers. Veterans, however, continue to serve their communities through various avenues, finding purpose in meeting post-military service. The profound selflessness and sacrifice inherent in military service often elude those who have not served, forming an integral part of the veteran experience that benefits not only the veteran community, but the nation as a whole. For veterans with service-connected permanent and total disabilities, the loss of career and earning capacity can lead to financial hardships, jeopardizing their homes and vehicles post-loan repayment. HB 5491 offers a transformative opportunity to enhance the quality of life for these veterans, recognizing their unwavering dedication to serving this nation. In conclusion, I express gratitude for the committee and especially Senator Ostin, Representative Nolan, Representative Vale, and Representative Delaney, in acknowledging and honoring our military service and sacrifices through the proposed tax exemptions outlined in HB 5491. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Questions for Ms. Marquise? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Delaney. And friends.
Afternoon. Chairwoman Horn, Chairman from FARA, Vice Chairs Miller, Moore, Farrar, Ranking Members Cheeseman and Martin, and all of the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Hubert Delaney. I represent Connecticut's 144th District, located squarely in Stamford, Connecticut. Today, I am testifying in strong support of House Bill 5491, an act establishing a property tax exemption for veterans who have service-connected permanent and total disability rating, and I'd like to thank the committee for raising this bill today for a public hearing. I have the honor of being a U.S. Army soldier and the House Vice Chairman for Veterans and Military Affairs, and in both of those capacities, I have witnessed firsthand the hardships that are associated with life after service for our disabled veterans. These honorable individuals have made great sacrifices for our nation, and in turn, due to their disability, are faced with many obstacles. This is particularly true for 100% permanently and totally disabled veterans who face a daunting and often expensive transition back to civilian life. 45.9% of our veterans in Fairfield County alone are ages 65 and up, and these veterans are often unable to work and living on a fixed income. As a result, costs become substantial burdens. As legislators, we can help ease those burdens by removing property taxes for this specific group of veterans. It's hard enough for a veteran to own property, but we have the power to offer them the comfort of living in their own homes. And I believe that if other states can offer them this comfort, we can do the same. I am aware of the fiscal concerns associated with this bill. However, I hope that my colleagues who have raised those concerns can recognize that for most towns, this exemption applies to less than 0.1% of their tax base. This is a rather minor cost when compared to the price that's already been paid by these heroes. I'd like to thank you all for the good work that you guys do here today. I'd like to thank you for giving us the ability to testify in front of you today, for your leadership and for your consideration of House Bill 5491. I have submitted written testimony on this topic, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Representative Delaney. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Representative Delaney, for being here and for your advocacy and your service and that of those who are accompanying you at the table. So thanks for being here.
Thank you for your support, Madam Chair. It is my genuine pleasure to serve and the honor of my life to be here before you all today.
That's a low bar.
I don't think so.
Anyone else? Thank you all. James Jackier.
Well, good afternoon and glad to be here. Good to see Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn. I'm here in support of House Bill 5492. My name is James Cricket Jackier from East Canaan, Connecticut. My family owns and operates a 1,500 cow dairy that provides about 15,000 gallons of fresh milk daily to the consumers of Connecticut. With 8 family members involved in the business and employing an additional 25, the tax credit that is being discussed is critical to allowing our farm family multi-generational farm to be relevant and sustainable in the future. As we all realign ourselves post-COVID and adapt to new business models, new technologies, investing capital in our businesses is much more difficult in this environment with inflationary pressures, especially or particularly interest rates. Many office buildings, as you drive by, are empty with remote work in place. This is not an option for agriculture. I strongly believe the tax credit will be the most powerful incentive for ag businesses to invest, transform, and adapt to technologies required to remain both competitive and viable for our citizens of Connecticut. As a dairy farmer that is part of the 2% of the population that feeds people 3 times a day, I strongly encourage incentives that will keep your food supply safe, affordable, secure, and above all, local. Increasing the thresholds for state and municipalities on farm equipment and farm buildings from 100,000 to 250 is very important to us as well. An example, one tractor on our farm today is over $1 million. Maybe 5 years ago, that was $600,000. The point being, $100,000 would cover maybe a few items back when that was enacted to maybe just a portion of an investment or one item today. I feel strongly that if your business isn't growing, you will be left behind. These are not options for agriculture. We must provide the environment for our businesses to invest continually and more rapidly than ever before. I know that dairy itself has over a $1 billion impact to the local economy. Every dollar we invest will drive the economic impact higher and wider. And living close to the New York border and speaking with my neighbors and watching the tax investment work for them, this is directly leaving Connecticut in an uncompetitive space. Please support the efforts of House Bill 5492.
Before I turn the mic over to my co-chair, and very fortunate in having her in the position she is because she's made it clear to me and will to the rest of the committee how important agriculture and farming is to this state. Not that they didn't know, but now I have it even more so. But I get the honor of asking the question that everybody here wants to be asked. How did you get the nickname Cricket?
Oh boy. All right. Should have probably started there, right? So James is my real name. James, Jim, Jiminy Cricket, Cricket. It's stuck since I was yay high to a grasshopper, right?
Okay.
That's how it rolls.
Well, we'll accept that for public consumption anyway. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just grateful that you introduced yourself as James Cricket Jackier because I've never called you James.
Right.
So I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do that. And I thought if I said Cricket, people would think it was a little bit odd. Anyway, I want to thank you for being here today and as my constituent and as a leader in the dairy industry specifically and in agriculture in Connecticut generally. And I had a couple of interchanges with other speakers today on this bill about, you know, as you live on the border with New York, and how in our district in particular, it is very clear sort of how, the competitive nature of, what's happening in New York versus in Connecticut. And I know that you are one of those farmers who's looking hard at that. So I wonder whether you could speak a little bit more about how you're making those decisions about investing in Connecticut versus New York, and for the future of your farm and your family.
Sure, because I think that's a really, really important piece to the whole conversation here that I don't know if it really comes to the table enough to understand. But we are watching really closely New York. And I'm involved with those farmers in New York on a very regular basis. Folks, the attitude is different. It's a mindset of invest and grow. It's exactly what the state of Connecticut needs. And it's putting us at that competitive disadvantage because, unfortunately, my family itself is actually looking at property to invest in New York to expand the dairy operation instead of in Connecticut, based on a strong piece of this tax incentive or the tax credit piece. So and we all know, I thrive on the idea that all of our resources are 5 miles from home. Our plumber, our electrician, all our goods that we need, our hardware stores, all of those types of things. We support Connecticut businesses. We must keep these businesses in Connecticut. So here is the opportunity to transform where agriculture can bring us into the future with this tax credit. And I think the time is here, and its time is now to make this all happen.
Thank you. It's hard to follow up with that because it's a very thorough, specific answer. So, and I think your farm in particular really makes the case clear of what's at stake here. So again, thank you for making it up here, and always nice to see you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. If I could follow that, your answer to Representative Horn's question. You said that about the future. What does the future, what could or might the future look like if we do this for farming?
So sure. So, the farmers today are all about setting up next generation. The only reason why I'm here is because my 4th generation is running the farm. It's the only reason why we can do things. These are multi-generational family farms that need to continually to invest in the future. It's climate smart, it's sustainability, it's environmental type investments that we must be participating in at a much more rapid pace than ever before. And we need those tools in our toolbox to allow us to do that. Otherwise, you're going to lose your core infrastructure that you have that's driving a significant boost to the economic impact to our state of Connecticut.
To if the different attitude in New York versus Connecticut, what are they doing?
Sure, they are I would just say investments in buildings, the capital needs that are required for a lot of the sustainability practices that we're implementing on the farm. You've heard of diversification in dairy already here a bit today. Diversification options. It's that capital. And I can tell you, farmers run on very low margins. The dollars that we get back will be reinvested into the economy.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Senator Gordon is here.
Good afternoon. Chairs Fanfara and Horn, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, and members of the committee. I'm State Senator Jeff Gordon, proud to represent 13 towns in Northeast Connecticut, a rural part of our state. And I'm here to express my strong support for Bill 5491, an act establishing a property tax exemption for veterans who have a service-connected permanent and total disability rating. This legislation aims to honor the sacrifices made by our veterans who have endured service-connected, permanent, and total disabilities by providing them with a well-deserved property tax exemption. I'm proud as a state senator to support this bill, and I'm also a ranking member of the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, And likewise, in that capacity, proud to support this bill. Veterans who have sustained service-connected permanent and total disabilities face unique challenges upon their return to civilian life. I'm a doctor and I do take care of many veterans, and I do see a lot of veterans who are permanently disabled and the challenges they face very, very much so, including financial. And the financial burden of property taxes should not be an additional source of stress for these individuals and also for their families who take care of them, particularly for those who are 100% disabled. By granting them a property tax exemption, we can alleviate some of their financial worries and demonstrate our continued thanks and gratitude for their service and for their sacrifices. I urge the committee to support 5491. By doing so, we can honor the service and sacrifice of our veterans and ensure that they receive the recognition and support they deserve. I did submit written testimony on that. And I just also want to quickly say, you've been hearing a lot of testimony about Bill 5492 regarding farmers. And I strongly support that bill as well. In my former role as a town official in my town of Woodstock, which has a lot of farming and a lot of dairy. I always joke that we have more cows than people in my town. I was a chairman of Planning and Zoning Commission. We did a lot to support and promote agriculture. And that this bill is a step forward to just not help our farms and our farmers sustain what they're doing. It's hard work and they need our help, but also continue to grow into the future and be as successful as they can be. And if we lose our farms, we're not going to get them back. So I also strongly support 5492 as well. And I appreciate having the time, and thank you for letting me testify today.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. It's your right to testify. And we would never consider denying you that or anyone else. Within time, of course.
And I think I stayed within my time, Mr. Chairman.
You did. Questions for Senator Gordon? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Lauren and Jonathan Black. Jonathan, could you press that button in front of you so we all can hear you?
How about that?
Great.
You want to go ahead?
Yeah, so thank you to all the distinguished members of the committee for having us here. So my name is Lauren Black, and I am originally from Connecticut. I grew up in Newtown. My family's been in the Danbury area for over 100 years. And, I'm happy to be back. I lived in Los Angeles for about 15 years. And during the COVID pandemic, I was pregnant. I had a 2-year-old at home, and Jonathan and I started thinking about what we could do to be closer to family. And we decided to move to Connecticut, and with the hope that we would be able to take advantage of the tax credit, bring business here, and continue our work in Connecticut. And my career has mostly been in reality television, and I'm really happy to say I've been able to keep working in reality television for Connecticut companies. I've worked for both Lucky 8 and Anomaly Entertainment, both of which are based in Stamford. And so I'm working right now for a Connecticut company that I believe hired me in part because I'm in Connecticut. So it's been really nice being able to move from Los Angeles to Connecticut and continue my career in the industry and support my family in the state. So that's part of what we're doing here. But Jonathan and I also have a production services company for independent films and television shows. And we've been reaching out to a lot of clients to try to get them interested in coming to Connecticut. And a lot of people don't really know about the Connecticut tax credit, but as soon as they hear about it, they're interested. They want to come here. They want to shoot here. We have a lot of great locations. We have the proximity to New York. And there's this credit that really isn't being taken advantage of to the extent that they can. But a lot of the clients we talk to, the tax credits are part of the conversation from the beginning. These production companies, the studios, the producers, they always factor in tax credits. They have a set amount of cash that they're willing to spend on these productions. And then the tax credits allow them to maximize that spend, that cash. So they're going to go wherever they can get the most bang for their buck. So we're trying to keep them in Connecticut. If we eliminate this credit, then all of that work goes away. We don't have a production services company anymore. Because what are we servicing? No one's going to come here.
And want to second that, but what I want to really express right now from the bottom of my heart is there's a lot of people in this room right now that are deeply affected about the way that this film and tax credit in the industry is. And I'm talking about not only from the employees of ESPN or WWE or Lucky 8 or whatever, but all the small little productions. We're figuring that between, and again, I don't have the exact numbers because as I'll mention in a few minutes, how do we get those numbers? But, employees roughly between all the major stakeholders, minor stakeholders, and full-time and gig workers, we're probably looking at about 20,000 employees total. That's direct employees. If you look at indirect employees, meaning, people from hotels, restaurants, and all that, you could upwards of get to 30 to 35,000, even 40,000 that are directly affected by film production. And I kind of want to start off by addressing some of the concerns about the reporting and the numbers, because this has been a hot topic. And Chairwoman Horn and I have had a couple of conversations last year, and I've, Mr. Chair Fonfera, him and I've had conversations, and really it's the numbers. And for you guys to really look at this credit is how do we evaluate the production all the way from the top big stakeholders to the little guys. Mentioning little guys, we're a little, we're middle class. We're raising 2 little girls, and we have middle class home, and we have we employ on our next production 135 employees on our next production. We will spend the budget will be about 3.2 million, where our labor spend will be 1.7 million. But here's the fun catch: goods and services 885,000, hotel spend 76,000, car rentals and truck rentals 110,000. Food and catering, 69,000. All of those are taxable. So you're not only looking at the actual employee taxes, but you're also looking at everything we do is taxed. On top of that, this also affects people in the community. But what I want to really address is the report. So DEDC has been trying to evaluate this credit for many years. As we've heard in, obviously we're in opposition of this bill in 5110, but there's been support of the bill. The problem is they're not getting the correct numbers. They're not correctly evaluating this credit. And I'm going to tell you where to get those real numbers at. You want the real numbers? Very easy place to dig. And that is each production, including ESPN and including our smaller productions, all have to go by a third-party audit. And those third-party audits have a cost report. And each one of those cost reports accounts for every single penny that's spent in the state.
You've reached 5 minutes for a panel. Please summarize.
And to that point, those numbers reflect that the reports from DEDC is incorrect and it's not fully captured. And I want to leave it with this. The actual profit right now, as DEDC reported, is a 4-to-1 ratio, a 4-to-1 ratio. And that is from the economic report that the DEC put out. But I would love to answer any questions as I have in-depth research and knowledge in this whole area. So happy to help.
Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both of you for being here. I was thinking to myself, like, married an LA boy and brought him to this small state, but anyway.
I married a Georgia boy. I met him in LA and then brought him here, and he loves it here. He wants to stay here. We want to build our business here. We want to be in Connecticut. We love our community, and this is a great state to live in and raise our family in.
So I'm sure there are many who have questions here. Thank you. But one of the questions I wanted to ask is, setting elimination aside, I'll let other people ask questions about that. It obviously is a big part of our tax expenditures. And so I first just want to say it is our job to continue always to look at that. And I know you've both been very helpful in the bill last year in terms of trying to figure out a better way to get better data about this so that we really understand the economic impact of these, because I think it's important. These are, significant resources we spend on this. It has been pointed out to me recently that we are certainly one of the few and possibly soon to be the only state that doesn't have a cap of some kind on these credits. Do you have thoughts on that? Is there any cap that you would I mean, obviously you'd like to maximize whatever you're getting, but,
Yes,
Go
you're
ahead.
correct. Georgia has a problem. They have no cap and there's some negative reporting on Georgia's numbers right now for that reason. So to address that, yes, and people in some of these industries and some of the stakeholders might have a little bit of an issue with this, but let me tell you what I think personally should happen is if you do a 4 to 6 year study from the time that we start with the new reporting. So we start with the new numbers. Let's get the real numbers. It takes 4 to 6 years to do what I call a full-fledged economic impact report. It usually takes that long for it to all trickle down. And at the second part of that is that at that point, let's reevaluate it because we have to balance the respect of the taxpayer's money. I'll be the first one to tell you, we are a taxpayer. I want to respect everyone in this room as a taxpayer. There needs to be guardrails. There needs to be some sort of evaluation, but you can't just put a cap on it without understanding the real numbers and the real economic impact. That's where I think it would be a misguided evaluation of it. So I think the most important value in this is, as I mentioned in my testimony, that's why we're saying bring back the Film Commission, because there's evaluations the Film Commission could bring and explaining this and taking the DECD numbers and working with both sides of the opposition and support of this and really come up with a really good program that could go to 4 to 6 or 8, 10 year out. So I mean, I do think that there has to be a respect and a guardrail, but I think we need the exact correct numbers before we even get to that discussion.
thanks. Yes, it is. The data's a little hard. I think we're getting better, but it has been hard to nail down. We had testimony earlier about, the sustainability of the business. In other words, is this, are we propping up a business that can't survive on its own? Or, is there perhaps a difference between the investment we might make as a state in a business we're trying to bring here versus one that we're trying to maintain here? I wonder whether you could comment on that.
Is Disney a business that can't sustain itself? The thing is, ESPN's owned by Disney. You have NBC Universal. These are big corporations. And so it's not that they can't survive on their own without these tax credits. It's that they factor in the tax credit as part of their business model. And if our tax credit goes away, they're just going to go someplace else. I mean, that's just like, it's a business decision to them. I mean, Bob Iger at Disney has been making a lot of moves to consolidate the business. If it's cheaper for them to go to somewhere else, if they're going to save billions or millions of dollars, they're just going to do it. And then, so we have to have these tax incentives to keep these businesses here and to encourage them to invest more in the state. If there is no reason for them to be here, I don't think they're going to stay.
I would also second that, but I would say Marvel is a good example of what Georgia happened. So Marvel came to Georgia because of the tax credit, and because they found a better credit in Australia, they jumped. So my point is that it's baked into every single film, television show you guys watch on Netflix. It's built in everywhere. So they're just going to go to a different state. There's no way to sustain it. But I do think that there's some necessary evaluations that we can manage it, but it will not sustain. You will lose probably 20 to 30,000 jobs very quickly because they're just going to go to New York or New Jersey or Georgia.
And it's also, you have like take an ESPN, you have a very specialized skill set. These are people who are sports reporters and sports editors. If ESPN leaves, what kind of jobs are those people going to get in Connecticut? Are there going to be other jobs for someone who's been editing sports videos for 20 years? Are they going to be able to stay here? Are they going to be able to stay here and make the same amount of money and pay the same level of income taxes and be able to support their mortgage and their house here if those jobs don't exist here anymore?
I would mention too, UConn. We've been in talks with UConn about the expansion of their film and television program and looking at building sound stages in Stanford and then kind of marrying that with a training stage. You have to realize a lot of these university programs they're losing. Their retention is poor because they're all going to New York, they're going to New Jersey, they're going to Atlanta. We can't even keep our own kids in the state. And that's also billions of dollars being invested in education. We're trying to augment that, help train and develop people and keep them working in the state.
Thank you. I will abide by my self-imposed 2-question limit, as I'm sure others have questions. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before I turn it over to Representative Cheeseman, there's a rule about signs, and while I'm not offended. I don't know, maybe others are, but it is distracting, number one, and it can lead to other days where we have big placards or people holding banners, and how do we distinguish between, well, we like those film people, but we don't like you. So I would ask that you not display the signs. You've gotten your point across. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here today. Representative Horn asked about the cap and which currently does not exist. Two questions for you. Our current minimum expenditure is $100,000 to qualify for a 10% tax credit. What if we were to raise that limit to require really larger investment in terms of a project in order to qualify for the tax credit?
Yeah, well, currently right now it's the 1 million for the 30%. And I want to note that, and you guys are probably aware of this because we talked about the transfer rate. It's not a real 30%. So the productions in studios do not receive that full 30%. That's a whole nother conversation. But to answer your question is, yes, you could raise the limit, but the problem is you need these smaller films because they're training. That's how a lot of these bigger studios, they will go into an area and take some independent filmmakers that have done a lot of these smaller movies, and they'll train them and they'll put them in bigger films. So it is kind of like an educational training, because everything that we do in this industry is like more like a tech, kind of, I would say more like a manufacturer, if you will. So they need a lot of training, a lot of development, and those lower budgets help build that and help build the infrastructure. The $1 million threshold is, I think, necessary. I think it's important. You could even raise it higher, but then what I would suggest is looking at the region, because as Lauren mentioned, these studios look at every single one of the states and go, which one has the best tax credit, and that's where they're going to go. And who has the infrastructure, and that's where they go. So hope that answers your question.
All right. Second question. What about eliminating the transferability of the tax credits? I know Representative Farrar raised this question before, that according to DCD, in 2023, 36 certificates were issued, 28 credits were transferred to 85 other different entities, only 20 of which were in Connecticut. So if we're arguing the purpose of the tax credit is to help you create jobs, raise up a Connecticut industry, train new people, it seems counterintuitive that then transferring the credits to insurance companies and others who are out of our state doesn't seem to make sense in view of the goal you were stating. So what's your read on that one, please?
I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely 1000% agree with you. And the reason I say that is right now, we're shooting a film with Bob Yari. If you guys are familiar with Yellowstone, he's going to be shooting a film here, and we're trying to convince him. But I had to do a budget, and there's a 12% discount on the credit. So he's getting 88 cents on the dollar. And the other percent is going somewhere else. So yes, I totally agree. And to everyone that says, hey, let's eliminate the tax credit, I say eliminate it, go to a rebate.
And to piggyback on what Jonathan said, as I said before, these productions, these producers, they have a certain amount of cash that they are willing to spend, and that is a set number. So if you eliminate the transferable part of the credit on this production, that's $100,000 or more that would be spent in the state, spent on the production.
So that's the point, is if you really want to address that issue where all this money is going out of the state, the one way to do that is get rid of the transferable part of it, make it a rebate, which will then put us at the 30% would be the most competitive program on the entire East Coast. And that would then, I talked to Paramount Studios 2 days ago, and when I told them that, the very next thing they said is, you got us, we'll commit to multiple years in the state with large productions, because we would be able to beat all the states around us. But it's a real all the money would go back into the state. It would be spent here, not going outside. And I totally agree with that. That's why I'm saying change it to a rebate.
And then when you have these productions, these television shows that come in and they say it's going to be a multi-year commitment, then you can invest more in infrastructure. You can build more sound stages. You can attract more people who are going to move into the state to work here, like what happened in Georgia.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And just a comment, if people have referenced Georgia, I see a report in 2023 from their Fiscal Research Center that says in going forward in 2028, I guess Georgia will, in net fiscal effects, will lose $1 billion on their tax credits. So
And I totally agree with that. And that is actually pretty accurate. And that goes back to what, Chairwoman Horn was saying. That's why the Film Commission is so important to bring it back, because we don't ever want that to happen. So we basically want to be able to craft a correct program to do what it needs to do to create jobs, bring more businesses here, but sustain it and then respect the taxpayers' money. So that's why you'll hear me, and I'll probably email to all of you guys about the Film Commission coming back, because we'll do that work for you guys, and we'll have everybody represented on both sides. And then I think we can keep that from happening. I respect everyone's money and we pay taxes. I don't want to have anyone in this room to feel like we're just throwing money away. I want it to be valued. And that's the important part, is just carrying and taking the responsibility.
well, I'm happy to hear you're appreciative of the need to respect the taxpayer dollars and
Yes.
looking at this salutary lesson from Georgia, because we certainly don't want to be in that boat. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Farrar.
Thank you, the chair. Thank you both for being here. I know my colleagues asked some really valuable questions, so I won't repeat theirs. I did just have a question, because I know one of the things has come up in the committee in the last couple of weeks and the last couple of years, particularly with this tax credit, is because it was established so long ago, it really has meant that, we have to keep kind of looking at the credit in reference to, is it serving its purpose, right, as it was intended, and is it still serving its purpose today? And one of the things that I just wanted to ask you all about is, I know that this tax credit, again, we get much of the information around usage from DECD. Are you all engaged in any sort of other program, or have you sought support from DECD or the state in any other facet of your work?
Meaning the tax credit programs or other programs?
Other programs, just be helpful to know if there were other programs or other opportunities that you've engaged with DECD to pursue support.
No exception for the educational side, where we've been trying to work with educational, opportunities. But to reference that, no, we were looking at solely on the film credit, because that's the way that the industry is structured. So if there's other programs that we could sell or market to other corporations or other producers, the like, to make us more competitive, absolutely happy to look at that. I think the most important thing, and if you don't mind me speaking to this, this is a heartbed of the conversation and debate, is the real numbers. And that's why I'm stressing to you guys, every single production has to go to that third-party audit. And to rebut what the opposite side is saying, it is profitable, and I could do a 6-to-1 or 7-to-1 ratio if we are looking at those third-party audits and what's being spent in the state. That's the thing that I think is lacking from the DECD's report, is in the weeds. And that's where we want to help out to show you guys those numbers. And that's why we fought really hard last year to have the extra reporting, to start looking at those numbers.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just appreciate knowing what your engagement has been more holistically with DECD, because we do rely on them to come forward to us with kind of the best approach from economic development. I know there's been a number of programs that we've supported over the years that have sought to do that and have adjusted themselves, such as the Job CT program, et cetera. So we're encouraging growth.
Yeah. And I apologize. There's one very specific thing about the industry's changed. You guys, the strikes have decimated us completely. I lost 2 productions last year because of the strikes. Almost every single person sitting in this room was, unemployed for multiple months. And what we're trying to look at is how we can keep things going, even when there is a strike and even when there are opportunities. So that's when we're also saying, lift the moratorium on, theatrical films, because that would also bring more business into the state, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to just aware of that there's a lot of people in this room that have been struggling pretty hard.
Thank you. And just a second brief question. I don't know if it was including your testimony. I know that productions ebb and flow, but do you all have kind of an annualized average number of how many employees that you might have on an annual basis?
Not on an annual basis, because it does flow back and forth. I'm going to tell you right now what we have on our slate. This will actually, it's in my testimony, but I think just for the record, Right now, our first production coming up, I have 135 employees. My second production, I'm gonna have 225 or 255 employees. And my next production is gonna have 185 employees. That's gonna be over probably much of the year. So, to do the math there, but I mean, it's a lot of people that production's employed. There are gig workers, they're part-time workers, but they get a decent salary, and that salary sustains them when they're a hiatus or they're not working. So.
Thank you for that information. Thank you, the chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in this building, we have a lot of meetings going on. So I thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to earn my stripes and do my best here. But Lauren and Jonathan, good to see you. But it's amazing to me, how did we go from asking for more tax credits to where we are, where you're struggling with the elimination of this? It's got to be bewildering to you.
It is. And I think what has been frustrating for us is the lack of information and education, and to the lawmakers yourselves and to the different committees. And I think the importance of this is we've been fighting to bring business here. I mean, we're trying to bring business into the state. I'm working currently to try to build sound stages in the state. And I'm doing that to create brick and mortar, real long-term investments. And so that was the idea. And then once this elimination comes across the board, frankly, it scares everyone. They lose trust in the state. And I'm talking about the current stakeholders lose trust in the state. And it's very hard to talk to these producers and say, but come here, please. And so it is disparaging. But I would say this, we really believe that there's the arts, the community in the arts help people even when they're struggling. When you're in depression or you're in economic hardships, what do you usually go do? It helps you to escape to watch television. All of us watch television. All of us watch movies, and all of that money goes to Hollywood. Why can't we bring it back to the state?
I appreciate that. And I think it's important knowing both of you and your decision and commitment to be Connecticut residents.
Yes.
When you could do your business elsewhere. Newtown's a great town to be in. I know that. But I think the key point to that is when you bring production, when you showcase the state of Connecticut in your Hallmark shows and the various others, it is almost kind of an unacknowledged dollar of tourism.
Correct.
I think we have made a commitment to support tourism in Connecticut as a revenue generation. Give me some of your thoughts. And I know for me, there are residences in my district that have hosted the famous Hallmark Christmas shows,
Right.
and people flock there. People identify Connecticut as the beautiful, wonderful communities to live in. That is more than any dollar of tourism and marketing we can provide. So talk to me about what having production and the showcase of our beautiful communities from Essex to Newtown to Southport. What does that mean in tourism dollars and the prestige of Connecticut relative to anywhere else in the country?
That's a great question. I like the whole Make It Here campaign. Make it here as in production, but also make it here, make it your travel destination. Make it here to live here. So yes, it does showcase. I will tell you from an example, I just did some scouting in, Chairwoman Horn's district, and the director said, you know what, I think I want to move to Connecticut because it's so beautiful here. And what we do is we showcase. Why do you think Mystic Pizza? I mean, Mystic Pizza is permanently on the map, and people go to Mystic for that very specific reason. But I will also tell you, the tourism has done tremendously great jobs. On my Facebook, I get all these ads, right? And I'm like, gosh, can we just do that and tie that to the film production? And then all of a sudden, you've got bureaus and tourism. And on top of that, I have actors and people coming out of the state that want to come back and visit Connecticut and stretch their legs and vacation here. Because that's not including what we would see as like my parents or anybody else watching the television and what they see. So yes, I think it's hard to even equate the numbers. It's marketing the state visually, which is we're a location state. Just have you guys know this, that since we don't have any Class A sound stages that would support large TV shows, and which we're trying to do, a lot of people come here to shoot for the location. I have the film right now that's shooting here. and it's set in Canada around Niagara Falls. And guess what? I convinced them to shoot here. So it's pretty cool that we can showcase Canadian look and shoot a Connecticut film. I have a football movie that wants to shoot here. And guess what they want to do? They want to shoot in Newtown High School, which won the football championship, I think, 2019. And they love the community. I'm sharing these photos to, millions of people, marketing it, not only to shoot the films, but to visit here. So
I think that's the challenge, right? Is these are not tangible dollars of consideration. Now, for that producer, we would encourage them to move into Connecticut and into Representative Horn's district. It's a beautiful area.
Yeah.
But I need you to understand part of the challenge that we have is that we also want to maintain an affordable Connecticut.
Correct.
And that we need to evaluate and judiciously look at every tax credit that we give.
Absolutely.
Because it's less money in. And I think that's the twist of this and the challenge. However, I think what may be helpful to this committee and the legislature is if you had residual dollar values of financial contribution, site locations in which businesses can document their growth in business volumes, and the tourism boards of your respective towns that you've had a site location, and to get incremental increases on tourism. Look, my wife saw Mystic Pizza 25 years ago. She still visits it every time we drive by in hoping that she catches Julia Roberts. But the reality ultimately is you don't have measurable metrics. And perhaps maybe the industry should do a little bit more, that when you go to a site location, unless you have them.
We do. And this is where I want to get to the point, and I've been driving this, is because of the third-party audit that DECD requires. And that means every single person that gets that credit has to do a third-party audit. So you can address those numbers. The numbers, what they do is they drill down in how much money they spent renting houses, how much money they spend at all the restaurants, how much money each person gets per diem if they don't live here. That's $420 in cash. That gets accounted for. I mean, I'm talking about every single penny gets accounted for in the community and also where in the community. And that is also something you can look at, how many films shoot in a certain community. And you can then say, okay, what about communities that don't receive as much production? Like I'm using Bridgeport might be a good example. And they could see it, we could look at helping them get more production, but those numbers are measurable. They are there. And every single one of the productions, and this goes back until 2007 when the credit was created. And guess what? They have papers and they have boxes of reports, and then they have it electronically. So it's there. And I would happy to sit down with anybody. That's why I'm saying the Film Commission is important, because we could sit down and walk through a cost report. So you can see where every single penny is spent. And I can show you the addresses of all the locations. And then we can start looking at the tourism side of that.
And if you could, through to the chairs and the rankings, if you could share that, it'd be important. But I'll close and thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair, is ultimately your industry has survived through COVID and then the aftermath of the industry strikes. I know many of your men and women are struggling. And this would be another blow that would force you to move. And we want to keep Connecticut businesses and Connecticut residents in this state. But ultimately, I think there's been mention about Georgia and some of the challenges with Georgia. But I would also ask for those individuals to also look at where Canada has really grown in supporting the industry. And Canada may be a great place for you all to visit, but it's a long, long way from home. So again, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the indulgence, and I'll look to earn more of my credits back. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan and Lauren.
Before you thank us, the rule we have here, Senator, is once you ask your questions, you cannot leave until we're done for the day. We like you more in person. Mr. Black, I suspect not everything is relative in terms of the filmmaking industry, but I can't believe that you've told us that the data is there, the audits. But with respect to other states that have had data to support in those states, their tax credits that we can't deduce from that information what the value of making films and other productions here in Connecticut would generate? I understand that you're saying the information is there and we
Right.
ought to take advantage of that, but I can't believe there aren't some apples to apples with, maybe California has a different thing. Maybe Georgia has a different reason why folks go there. But in terms of what the activity generates and spins off in terms of revenue and or expenditures, that we can't use some of that data or you can't use some of that data to help us as we work through this.
No, because I would say yes and no, because a lot of the states have the same struggle that we're having right now. Okay, Georgia has it, New Jersey has it, New York has it, Massachusetts has it. A lot of states have struggled to try to do this, and there's a very specific reason why. Because they have an economist or an accountant that is not an industry expert that tries to disseminate how our cost reports and how our money's spent. But if you put an industry expert in the room and you put an industry accountant in the room and they understands the cost reports, we could actually be a leading state on how to actually do these reports. There's a way to do this, and we could be the leading showcase to do this. A lot of states have struggled. I mean, Georgia has tried over and over again, but the complexities of how money is spent in a production, it's so vast and far and wide that you have to have somebody that really understands the industry language and how to understand to read these reports. And that's what I think has lacked, is having industry people involved in actually breaking this down. They usually hire an auditor that doesn't really understand the industry or they're not an expert. And that's where the default has been coming from.
That's
sad.
I mean, I could hear the refrain, the fox in the hen house kind of thing, that you're asking people who are already committed to an industry to do the analysis as opposed to something more objective. And
actually, they are willing to do it. And the reason why is because these productions are used to being audited anyways. They go through a third-party audit. I will spend probably a good solid week on every one of these films, preparing the audit. And when I do that, preparing the audit, if I were to be able to sit down with one of you guys for an hour, I can explain things that you've never heard of in the way that we use our money and the way we spread it out around the communities. So those are the things that yes, there is a trust factor in the fact that you need a third party, objective person. That's fine, but they need to understand and be educated in exactly what the industry and how the industry uses money.
thank you. Anyone else? Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next we have Frank Forzano. There he is. Welcome, sir. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Frank Forzano, and I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 5110, removing the tax credit. A little more than a year ago, I decided to pursue a fun hobby of acting. And my first experience was an extra in the movie Midas, an excellent movie filmed right here in Hartford. The next time, it was a movie called Checkmate, another fantastic movie. It was filmed right here in the Capitol building and on the Capitol grounds. And as I was experiencing this, I was asking people about the industry because it's all brand new to me. I'm right there on the ground floor. And I asked, how come we have so many Hallmark movies? How come we have so many movies that are being made? And what was explained to me is that we have some great geographic diversity as far as potential locations go. For instance, Mystic Seaport, not too many places have a Mystic Seaport. We have cities, mansions, quaint New England towns. We have a huge diversity in that sense. And I asked about other movies other than Hallmark movies. I said, what else is done here? And I had learned Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skulls, when he came in on the train, he came in on the Essex Steam Train. It was also filmed at Yale, and the city of Bedford in 1957 was in New Haven. Tom Cruise, there was a very dramatic scene in War of the Worlds that took place along the Farmington River. And I found that all very fascinating. So I got very excited. I started to learn about all the movies that are being made here. And I figured, maybe this could be more than a hobby. So I started to take acting classes. And again, made an economic investment. And I started to learn about all the acting classes that are around. So I'm finding out this industry is really starting to expand in the state. And as I took more and learned more, I spoke to friends of mine that are moving to New York for acting. I said, you don't have to go to New York, stay here. There's a Hartford Film Company. There's stuff happening in Connecticut. Friends of mine are telling me they're going to Atlanta. I said, don't go to Atlanta. There's stuff happening in Connecticut. So I've been really talking it up just from what I've been seeing on the ground floor. So I was quite shocked when I saw this bill about eliminating the tax credit. And I was wondering, why would you do that when we see that this is starting to expand? And I did a little bit of research. And what I would say is don't remove, but refine. We can make the tax credit more efficient, other tax incentives. One thing that was suggested was going from a tax credit to a rebate. It was also suggested bring back the film commission. There are things we could do that could be more efficient in administering these various tax incentives for
You
this
reached
industry.
3 minutes. Please summarize.
So basically, and then something else I had found out is I was learning about other movies that there's a moratorium on the theatrical releases. Perhaps we should also consider removing the theatrical ban, because these big blockbuster movies, they bring in a lot of people, they bring in a lot of economic development. So in closing, I just wanted to say that I've been very excited from what I've been learning about the film industry being on the ground floor. So please consider, let's not remove this tax credit. Instead, let's find ways to do it more efficiently, and let's lift the moratorium, and let's bring back the film commission so that we could nurture this expanding industry in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take this opportunity just to note, because some of the written testimony did say, why are you even thinking about this? And I understand that there's a messaging issue when we propose this, but it's our job to think about this. There's money at stake here, and we always have to look at this. So I hope you will continue to come in and testify in front of us when we have these issues. Any questions for Mr. Forzano? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. Next up, we have Michael Day, I believe is online.
Yes, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, thank you, bye. How you doing? Hi.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh, sorry about that.
All right.
Yeah, so here you go, I found it. So, I'm a producer and director, based out of California. And about a year ago, I was in Connecticut filming a film called Fog of War. And yeah, that was my first time filming in Connecticut. And, like everyone else is saying, we're constantly just chasing tax credits. Like that's the only way a movie gets greenlit, is if we can find a state where we can balance the budget and make it work for what they're going to finance versus what we can get back from the state. And it's very important for where we decide where we're going to film. And Connecticut does have all the right looks. That's very versatile. So, I mean, it just fits it's like anywhere USA, which is perfect, which is what we're always looking for. And I just can't believe how amazing it was filming in Connecticut and how easy it was to work with the locals and the community and how much they all just opened their doors for us. And I think like what everyone's saying is just I just don't think people know about the Connecticut tax credit. And I think that's the biggest problem. And I'm looking at 2 budgets right now, and I talked with the studio yesterday about 2 other movies that we're looking to bring to Connecticut by the end of the year. Just because the tax credit's great, but also just the community there is amazing as well. and just makes it so welcoming for us. And yeah, like everyone's saying, it's hard to track sometimes where all the money goes with how the system is set up. But there's, I mean, my background is accounting, and I was doing accounting on studio films, like $250 million movies, when we're tracking tax credits across 5 states. And yeah, it's easy to see how the money can get lost and how sometimes, you know, it looks like the studios are really taking advantage sometimes. But at the end of the day, like there is so much money getting pumped into these communities that it's not even accounted for. And there's just really no way to account for it because, like, as myself, like, you know, I get paid to come there and film, but then no one's considering how much money I'm spending every night. I'm going out to dinner every night. You know, I'm buying gifts for crew and family and stuff. I have family to come visit me. Like my DP on the movie, his wife just had a baby, so they came out, you know, so they got an Airbnb for the month just so they could be together. So there's a spider web of, you know, of activity that happens outside of the, you know, the actual budget, and so the money just it's going into the community in more ways than one, and it's just not fully reflected in how it's reported, I'd say. But yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Connecticut and tax credit, and I think everyone's right in terms of, you know, looking at it as a rebate instead of transferable. I think that would really open the doors more as well and make it even more, you know, a better place for them people to come. And I just can't say how great it was to come there and film, and I'm looking forward to coming back. And it would be really sad if the tax credit goes away, because then, yeah, like everyone's saying, like the movies, they'll just go to the next state that does offer it.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Day? Seeing none, I thank you again for hanging with us and providing your testimony.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Josh Levin. Josh Levin, you please correct the pronunciation.
Josh Levin here. Thank you, Rep. Horn. Thank you, Senator Fonfara, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Finance, Revenue, and Bonding for allowing me to testify today. On behalf of the Motion Picture Association, I'm testifying in opposition to Raise Bill 5110, which would end the motion picture tax credit program in Connecticut. The MPAA serves as the global voice and advocate for the motion picture television streaming industries. It works in every corner of the globe to advance the creative industry, protect its members' content across all screens, defend creative and artistic freedoms of storytellers, and support innovative distribution models that expand viewing choices for audiences around the world. Connecticut's digital media and motion picture tax credit program has served as a catalyst for economic growth in the state, which has yielded significant investment in infrastructure and long-term production commitments to the state. A state commission study of the tax credit program by Olsberg SPI concluded that between 2012 and 2020, the tax credit helped to attract $2.72 billion of production expenditure into Connecticut. The analysis further found that the return on investment during the same time period was 4.8. In other words, for every dollar of tax credit, $4.80 in economic value was created. This includes economic activity created directly by the productions receiving a tax credit and additional value created by those living in the state spending in the local economy. Media companies have invested significantly in Connecticut because of the state incentives, including more than $550 million in capital investment for studio infrastructure. This is a significant boom for the state and means that in an industry which can be cyclical, Connecticut has built a stable foundation which continues to develop. Because of the design of the program with its focus on ensuring producers source from in-state suppliers, fostering brick and mortar capital investment, attracting and increasing long-form television and digital media, the state has reaped the benefits in the form of a decade of economic growth and job creation, more than 350%. In fiscal year 20 alone, the screen sector credits were critical to creating 8,733 Connecticut jobs, $668 million value added to local businesses and residents, and $1.19 billion in total economic output. The foregoing strong economic returns are the direct results of the state's stable tax credit that has been refined over the years to maximize the screen sector's impact on Connecticut. Key changes have included requiring goods and services be provided by Connecticut businesses to build an in-state supply chain, allowing production companies to maximize the efficiency of the tax credit earned by allowing the discounted use of the credits against sales tax and community antenna tax, and passing part of the savings back to the state.
You've
Other
reached 3
change-
minutes. You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Thank you very much. In brief, years of thoughtful tax policy and economic development policies have created one of the most successful tax credit programs in the country. Raised Bill number 5110 would end the tax credit program, reverse years of job creation, and make production less viable and impact future production opportunities at a time when New York and Massachusetts are investing to compete for similar creative economy jobs. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Any questions, Mr. Levin? Seeing none. Again, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Bruce Flax. Online, there you are, sir.
Hi there. I'm Bruce Lax. Oh, I'm sorry. The
Go ahead.
honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Bruce Lax, president of the Greater Mystic Chamber of Commerce. I'm testifying today in opposition of House Bill 5110, an act to eliminate film production tax credits. I've been president of the Greater Mystic Chamber of Commerce since March of 2021. In that short period of time, I've seen Mystic and the state of Connecticut benefit in very positive ways from the filming of at least a half dozen movies. Synthetic Cinema, a local production company, has filmed numerous Hallmark movies in Mystic. In addition, In With the Old on the Magnolia Network also filmed in Old Mystic, and we're so enamored with the area they plan on filming additional episodes. When Synthetic Cinema was preparing for the filming of 2023's Mystic Christmas, they reached out to the Mystic Chamber of Commerce to discuss scenes and to ensure that Mystic businesses were featured. In the movie, Mystic Seaport, Mystic Aquarium, Mango's Pizza, Bank Square Books, Friar Tuck's Pub, and more actual businesses were used for scenes in the film. And upon release, we saw an increase in interest from the Hallmark fans and community to visit these places. We call it the Mystic Pizza Effect, which we know put Mystic on the map and attracts tourists from all over the world. Also in Mystic Christmas, actual footage of our lighted boat parade was featured in the film for a short scene. And I know I've been following the testimony today, and there's been a lot of people asking about, actual, boots on the ground in town effects. And that scene was only a minute or so. When the movie was broadcast for the first time, the chamber monitored the social threads where the movie was tracked and discussed by Hallmark movie fans. When the scene played, we went on the threads and posted that the lighted boat parade was real and posted the link to our lighted boat parade event page. Over the next 24 hours, we picked up 6,000 followers to the event. The 2023 event had double the followers on Facebook, over 30,000 people from the prior year. We had the largest boat parade crowd ever with 25,000 plus people in attendance. Featuring Connecticut places in movies matters. I would also like to refer to the recently published economic impact of Connecticut's digital media and motion picture tax credit, digital animation production company tax credit, and the infrastructure tax credit, a study for the Connecticut Office of Film, Television, and Digital Media by Olsberg. The results of this study show that Connecticut's incentives, the digital media and motion picture tax credit, the digital animation production company tax credit, and the film have contributed significantly to the development of the state's film and television ecosystem. In economic terms, the results showed that the incentives are creating significant economic benefits to the state, that for every dollar spent on the credits, $4.60 of value is created in the economy. Companies have invested significantly in Connecticut because of the state incentives, and the programs have enabled Connecticut to develop a strong base of companies. The analysis found that in FY20, the incentives were connected to as many as 6,350 direct jobs in the industry and a total of 8,733 when indirect and induced effects are added. Thank you for your consideration, and I again urge you to consider not moving forward with this bill. The incentives and industry that has developed in Connecticut adds a business dimension that benefits businesses, workers, and the overall economy of the state. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today, Bruce. So I know you're obviously with your job at the Mystic Chamber. Arts, culture, and tourism is advocating for significantly increased funding, taking percentage of the film of the meals tax, We're looking at adding a tax on hotels and restaurants to pay for America 250. I'm looking for your suggestion. You obviously have an interest in promoting the state. Where do you think our money is better spent? On a film tax credit or on something broader based, if we're looking at tax incentives that would serve the whole arts, culture, and tourism sector, or indeed the whole rest of the state in terms of America 250?
It's a great question. I'd like to think that there's opportunity for both at the end of the day, that the America 250 is something that's going to provide benefit to the state and the people in the state for I would say several years after 2026. In the same light, the film tax credit, again, it continues to pay. If you look at something like Mystic Pizza, which was 30 years ago, that still continues to benefit. So you're asking me choose one or the other, and I think I'm hoping that there's room for both, and that they both provide significant benefit to the state.
Thank you. Yeah, it'd be great if we had unlimited resources. Unfortunately,
Yes.
federal government, we can't print money. And I would just say, given, DCD's report that of the 36 tax credits issued, 28 were transferred to companies and most of them were out of state. I still need some persuasion on this, but I agree. We need to look at ways to promote the Connecticut economy and do it in ways that are going to be fiscally responsible. So thank you for your answers, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Seeing no other questions, thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Wayne Pesci. And as always, please correct my pronunciation of your last name. We're always guessing.
Good afternoon to the distinguished members of the Finance Committee. My name is Wayne Pesch, and I am with the Connecticut Food Association here today representing Connecticut's grocery stores and supplier network. I'm here to talk about House Bill 5489. And it's about interchange fees and how companies, anybody with a PIN pad in the state of Connecticut is paying the banks to collect money for the state of Connecticut. So interchange fees, like any business expense, are a necessary component of conducting transactions in a modern economy. Every time a customer pays by credit or debit card, retail merchants are charged a fee averaging over 2% of all transactions, including sales tax. The trend away from cash purchases, which was accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic, had a significant market impact, leading to notable shifts in consumer behavior and payment preferences. Depending on the business, digital payments post-COVID account for between 70 and 90% of transactions today. We estimate that swipe fees, the fees that all merchants pay to banks and card networks, are now the highest operating cost after labor for most grocers. It's essential to note that by defending merchants from these excessive fees, the state remains whole, as sales tax collections are not affected by this bill. Instead, this legislation addresses the ongoing struggle between merchants and financial institutions, where banks currently reap significant profits with little concern for the financial hardships imposed on states' businesses. Card issuers in Connecticut collect over $80 million a year in merchant interchange fees annually, directly impacting the bottom line of every retail business in the state of Connecticut. Unfounded claims that this bill burdens small business retailers are a smokescreen and overlook the long-term benefits of the regulation. Small businesses are often hardest hit by interchange fees. I was interested in Scott Dolce's testimony earlier in the hearing today regarding the impact on small businesses. Restaurants around the Connecticut would save $7,000 to $10,000 per year in terms of what that means to that small business. This is not about a transfer of money from the state. This is about putting money back into businesses that has been collected and allows those businesses to reinvest in either their workforce, their infrastructure, or whatever it takes to be a viable business here in the state of Connecticut. One other fact, similar bills are being considered in Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Florida, and Mississippi, which highlights the widespread recognition to address this issue. And in summary, 5489 represents a balanced approach to addressing the issue of interchange fees, promoting fairness and competition and economic growth. So I would ask you to support this in terms of thousands and thousands of retail merchants in the state of Connecticut who would benefit from this. One other point I would make is one of the reasons why it's more acute in Connecticut possibly than in other states. Connecticut does not have a rebate program in terms of sales tax like many other states do. So that would be a reason why it might be more acute here in our state than it might be in other states. But this law, this type of regulation is going to pass somewhere in the very near future. We would love for that to be for Connecticut to take the lead. So I thank you for your time today. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than willing to answer them for you.
Thank you, sir. I wonder whether if you had we had some testimony earlier, both written and verbal, about how this bill would create too much complexity for you to handle, significant privacy issues. I wonder if you could comment on that.
Again, there are two options in the bill in terms of how you might be credited. There's the first option, which is the POS option, which happens at the point of purchase. I thought Scott did a really nice job earlier explaining how a register receipt can be broken out. But there's also an option, a rebate option as well. So I don't see any technology issue. I know the other side came in and talked about this being a technology security issue. We don't see that. We're complying right now with the Data Privacy Act that passed in 2022, and we're working through some issues there because there always are those issues in terms of privacy. We're working with the AG's office right now on some biometrics legislation, trying to get an understanding on that. But, Connecticut businesses will comply in terms of privacy laws here in the state of Connecticut. We have one here. I really believe this comes down to the banks versus the merchants. And there's no skin in the game in terms of tax dollars for anybody, here in terms of legislatively. This comes down to, do we leave that $80 million in profits with the banks, or do we spread that money back out to thousands of businesses across the state of Connecticut?
And I note those businesses are in the state of Connecticut,
Correct.
investing in the state of Connecticut. So I just want to be clear, this would not create too much complexity for you to handle from your perspective.
None whatsoever.
Thank you, sir. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Wayne, for being here. I was not here when Scott Dolch was here earlier, so I would have asked him this question, but you get to be the beneficiary of that. I am actually of the understanding that the technology does not exist currently to make this happen, and that no other states do it. And it does not have to do, because I was confused about this initially as well, does not have to do with your point of sale system as much as it has to do with the payment processing system that happens by the processor and the merchant bank who's on the other end of that transaction. Sure. So you can do whatever you want with your point of sale system. You change the price of bananas, or you put different things into your point of sale system. And you can segregate out sales tax or anything else you want. However, what happens after that, which you guys don't see, which none of us really see, unless we work in that area, is that the payment processors then have to do what they do, which is to take the payment, process, it to the bank, deduct the fees and so forth. So I'm being told that technology actually does not exist in the industry currently. Are you aware or have anything?
So that would be option one in terms of payment, right? In terms of separating this money from the total sale, because what we're talking about here is there's a total sale and there's a state tax on that sale. And we're looking to eliminate just the portion of the sales tax. There are two options on payment. So I don't claim to be a subject matter expert in terms of the back end on POS systems. I will certainly follow up with you in writing on that question. But there is also an out in option 2, which is everything is reconciled and then rebated. So there are ways around potentially any discrepancies in terms of just being able to do it within the current POS system. And I would make one other point. We tend to we have a small one-store owner down in Rocky Hill who just replaced their POS system. It was a couple $100,000 to do that. It just needs to be updated periodically. We do replace those systems more often than we would like. They are a cost of doing business, especially in today's economy. So I will follow back up with you, certainly in terms of our POS system's ability to process those payments and separate those, because I think it's a fair question.
Again, my understanding is that what we're talking about happens on the back end, on the other end entirely. It's with the payment processing that happens at the merchant bank and whoever's processing that system, not with your POS system.
Sure.
Your POS system would have nothing to do with what happened after the fact.
Recording in progress.
Is
I will get to some subject matter experts in terms of getting you and this committee an answer on that. Again, I think some of that, the way we look at this is look, there's $80 million or 80 million plus actually at risk here for the banks and the credit card companies. And we want to spread that money back around. So again, I hear you in terms of how do we execute that and can that be executed? And I think we owe you a fair answer in terms of bringing this bill forth and helping this committee understand how we might be able to execute that on the back end.
And, spreading it around, that's maybe another
It's another
conversation.
Yeah,
another
sure.
Value judgment that we can make. But
Sure.
I was going to ask you about the rebate systems since you mentioned that. So how would that be done if we were to adopt this?
Again, I think it would be a 30-day reconciliation just in terms of, okay, what was the portion? So we break out what is the sale, what is the sales tax. So we have a pretty good understanding of what we're paying in terms of, the state gets their piece, the fee was the fee, and then.
But would you have to collect it separately? Would you have to have like 2 transactions, like 2 swipes of the card or something?
No, they're
For
separate.
the-
They're separated within the transaction. Those, so you see when you get, when you go to a grocery store, you go to a restaurant, you go to most retail merchants, it's the total cost of the purchase. And then the sales tax is underneath that. We would just take that, any merchant, any business would take that. They know what their sales tax revenue was, what they know what that is. It would be that minus the current swipe fee.
And when you said earlier that Connecticut doesn't have a rebate system like other states, what did you mean by that?
So in other states, there are rebate systems for merchants who collect sales tax. In, I believe it's 48 states. So because we collect, I'll just use the grocery industry because I can't speak for other industries. We collect over $1 billion a year in taxes that is remitted to the state. It's over $1 billion. So in other states, the state says, well, they're technically our business partner. They're collecting taxes for us. They get a slight rebate for collecting those taxes. I certainly get you more information on that. So that is not available to any merchants in Connecticut in terms of retail sales collections, but in other states it is.
And then that rebate comes back with in terms of a filing or electronically, you mean?
No, that would be that would come back in the form of a rebate to those businesses. Again, I have plenty of information on that.
Okay.
So I'm much more confident on 48 other states giving some form of rebate on sales tax collection than I am on the back end of how the systems might operate and how that rebate might occur in terms of.
Yeah, no, would appreciate following up with you.
No, I got a couple to get back to you. So thank you. I
great.
appreciate the questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and always glad to have the banking chair weigh in on the conversation. Seeing no further questions, I thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Nico Wright. Nico Wright with us? No. Then we have Bryce Chennault.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify again today before the Finance Committee. My name is Bryce Chennault, and I am the Director of External Affairs at Yankee Institute, a nonprofit public policy organization here in Hartford. I'll touch briefly on a few bills today, and we'll submit some written comments as well. Yankee Institute supports HB 5110, introduced by Reps Josh Elliott, Kate Farrar, Vinnie Candelora, and Jason Rojas, which would repeal the film and digital media tax credit. I would echo much of Patrick O'Brien with CT Voices for Children's testimony and would note that it was Patrick, myself, and OPM Secretary Jeffrey Beckham that submitted written testimony last year in opposition to the expansion of this tax credit. Back in my hometown of Cambridge, Wisconsin, I helped produce an award-winning documentary telling the story of a friend of mine who passed away the summer before our senior year in high school. He had written a creative short story in our junior year English class about how he hoped our final football season would go. We dedicated the season to him and turned his words into reality. It is a powerful story. The documentary is titled Do It for Dozer. And if you're inspired after watching it, which I think you will be, you are more than welcome to come to Cambridge as a guest of mine to jump in a frozen lake in February, which we do every year to raise money for local scholarships in his memory. I share this to demonstrate that I understand in my own small way what it takes to produce a film. I would have loved a tax credit to make it. I would have donated the value of that tax credit to the Scholarship Foundation if I had received one. But I also recognize that it is an ineffective use of finite resources. As noted by our own DECD, this tax credit does not generate net benefits to the economy. The broader economic literature also finds that these credits are ineffective at expanding the economy or creating jobs. University of Southern California professor Michael Tom finds that on average, the only benefits were short-term wage gains, mostly to people who already work in the industry. Job growth was almost non-existent. Market share and industry output didn't budge. I would say that I am happy for those individuals who benefit from this. And I hope the Newtown film where I live will be created that was mentioned earlier. I just do not see how the trade-offs are worth it. There's a much more effective tax credit under HB 5101, which is also before the Finance Committee. This would establish a tax credit for donations to scholarship granting organizations that support low-income families seeking greater educational opportunities at the K-12 level. This tax credit would improve educational outcomes across the board and would generate immense value for all of Connecticut going forward. Real quickly too, I'd also note our support for HB 5489. Reps Kerry Wood and David Rutigliano co-sponsored that bill to remove the sales and use tax and interchange fees, and I'd echo Scott Dolch with the CT Restaurant Association and Wayne's testimony. We also support HB 5491, and I'd echo Senator Austin and other veterans here who spoke about exempting property taxes for those who face service-connected permanent and total disability. And I'd also, it hasn't come up yet this hearing, but I'd say we'd oppose HB 5504. As much as I love celebrating this great country, I find raising taxes to celebrate our 250th anniversary is, well, perhaps missing the point entirely. I think residents would rather have a day, week, heck, a month where they pay zero taxes instead. Thank you.
Thank you. And here you were so supportive for so long, and then you went negative. How would you prefer we don't spend any money on the country's 250th anniversary?
No, well, I can't imagine that there aren't private industry and individuals that would help pool resources put together. But I think just the idea that we'd raise taxes to, I don't know, celebrate the founding of the country just seems to miss the point.
Cuts you in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Schultz? Representative Cheeseman?
Yes, you cited a study from University of Southern California, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's just looking at specifically film tax credits or tax credits across the board?
Just film tax credits. I believe the study that line comes from focuses in on, I believe, Georgia, New York, Connecticut, and one or two other states where 75% of these tax credits exist in the country, and just finds that the effect isn't there. I mean, I was driving down the Merritt Parkway today. You have tax credits to make orange groves along the Merritt Parkway, and you might be able to grow some. It doesn't mean that it's an effective use of scarce resources. Or for instance, back in Wisconsin, where I grew up, I was in Wisconsin when they were trying to consider a deal for Foxconn. They were going to do massive $3 billion over 15 years tax subsidy for them. Great for Foxconn. had Wisconsin, instead of doing that, lowered their business taxes by 21% over that time period, it would have had the same net fiscal effect, assuming a static economic growth. I'd argue that's a much more efficient way of growing both the film and industry here, is to lower taxes and make this place a more workable and tenable place where people can live, grow, and prosper, than it is to single out one economy in this way, or one industry in this way.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Seeing no further questions, thank you for covering a lot of ground in a very short period of time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to pass the gavel to our Vice Chair, Representative Farrar.
Thank you to the chair. I see next on our list is Representative Lanu.
He's already gone.
Oh, he's gone already. Thank you, Madam Chair. Perfect.
Thank you.
Next on the list, we have Helen Higgins. Thank you, Helen. I see you've joined us online, so welcome.
Thank you. My name is Helen Higgins, and I serve as chairman of Connecticut Humanities, Connecticut's nonprofit leader for the cultural sector. Since 1995, Connecticut Humanities has been entrusted by the Connecticut State Legislature with administering state funds that enhance the cultural life in our state. We know from long experience the value of the quality of life in our state that investment in the cultural sector can make. HB 5490 will allow significant state investment in the cultural and tourism sector by committing a portion of increased meals tax to the tourism fund, which is now woefully underfunded. Our goal at Connecticut Humanities, as part of the team leading the Arts, Cultural, and Tourism Roadmap Coalition, is to see a tourism fund at $55 million that will enhance all attractions, especially our arts and historical museums and our theaters. Every town in this state has at least one museum or arts group. Many have small theaters. There are over 725 arts and cultural organizations spread across 169 towns. Big and small cultural organizations represent 14% of our state's economy and over 175,000 jobs. It is time to invest in Connecticut's culture as a sustainable, meaningful, and equitable way. We have the opportunity by designating a portion of the meals tax to make needed significant investments. The second bill I support today is 5504, an act concerning funding for the America 250, which proposes increasing lodging and hotel tax and car rental tax to allow investment in a fund specifically designated to support activities related to our state's commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. It goes without saying that as a foremost participant in the movement toward independence, and then during the Revolutionary War, our state should be foremost in commemorating this seminal time. As of now, state investment in the 250th initiative has been minimal. This must be corrected before we fall flat in 2026 with a few postings on social media to celebrate. We have an opportunity led by the 250th Commission, appointed by Governor Lamont, to present meaningful exhibits, theater productions, and educational opportunities for young and old that will expand our appreciation of Connecticut and the American Revolution. But without significant state investment, that cannot happen. And I want to add that we are actively raising private dollars for this. It's not just state money, but the state of Connecticut has, as I've said, since 1995, committed to supporting the cultural sector. There is no better subject for the next 4 or 5 years than supporting the 250th commemoration. Both of these tax bills are in the interest of the goals of our state to provide a quality of life that rests as much on economic health as on cultural health. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, for that testimony and for highlighting all of the arts and cultural institutions that we do have in all of our communities. I did want to ask a quick question that I don't think was asked earlier today. Are you aware of what other state governments might be putting forward in reference to their investments of these 250th anniversary celebrations?
I personally am not, but Jason Mancini and his staff at Connecticut Humanities can get you that information.
That would be most welcome. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Helen, for being with us.
Thank you. Okay.
Next up, we have Sophie Morgenstern from the Hartford Film Company. Welcome, Sophie.
Afternoon, everyone. Esteemed members of the committee, my name is Sophie Morgenstern. I'm a resident of West Hartford, and today I'll be speaking in opposition of HB 5110. I oppose this bill as this tax credit has been essential in the maintenance and growth of the Connecticut film and television industry. It has been the deciding factor for in and out of state productions to film here, for TV studios to stay here, which in turn has employed many CT residents, yes, the filmmakers, but also the actors, the makeup artists, the hairstylists, etc., and engaged many local businesses from food vendors, hotels, security, and beyond. For instance, it was the essential factor in bringing the film production Call Jane to film here in Hartford in 2021, despite being based in 1960s Chicago. That was one of my first jobs in film, certainly working on a set that big. It was also a factor, the tax credit for TJ Noel Sullivan, who you'll hear from in a moment, in founding the Hartford Film Company, where I'm now employed as an associate producer. In summary, the tax credit made my dreams of working in film a reality. Here, not in faraway LA, not in unaffordable NYC or my hometown of Boston, but here. It would be a mistake to eliminate the tax credit, and I suggest that the Film Commission be revamped to better support the implementation of the credit and to ascertain the full financial contribution the industry makes to the state annually. However, with the rest of my time today, I would like to speak more about education. My first real job related to film was actually as a teaching assistant. For about 4 summers, I've taught at Real Art Way's Ion Video program, a high school apprenticeship where participants are paid to learn about filmmaking. It's a great program and premise that allows kids to not have to choose between getting a summer job and learning about the arts. Many of my former students are now studying film in college or about to start their post-grad lives. I hope they return to Connecticut to face their career. However, without the film tax credit, I'm essentially training them for a career that is not financially nor creatively sustainable in the state. In blatant terms, that's tax dollars out the door going to other states. And this summer, I was particularly excited to show my students the film Midas, a Hartford Film Company production, our first feature film, which employed 100% local crew, and to get them excited about a tangible future in film in Connecticut. Without the tax credit, I would have to tell them that the chances of working on a CT production or set are very slim, and I don't want to have to do that. The commitment to building a skilled workforce is something I've always admired about Connecticut, but the elimination of a tax credit would be antithetical to that effort for those passionate about film and TV, and very discouraging to anyone in a creative field. Instead, I suggest in the realization of the film and TV industry is important to Connecticut and its people to take more initiative investing in building that workforce, working with state schools to develop their film and television programs and facilities. Let's keep Connecticut talent in Connecticut. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you for sharing your personal experience with us. It's very helpful. I don't see any questions online or in the room, but we appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next up, we have Ben Dubow from Fire by Forge. I see Ben online. Welcome, Ben.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to share with you. Appreciate being able to be here. I want to address House Bill 5489, the act concerning interchange fees on electronic payment transactions. My name is Ben Dubow. I'm the executive director for Forge City Works, which is a nonprofit here in Hartford. We do primarily culinary job training, and we use social enterprise businesses, including our full service restaurant and catering, Fire by Forge, as kind of a laboratory for that training. So I come to you both as a nonprofit leader, kind of in the Hartford area, but also as a restaurateur and restaurant operator, and just wanted to address some of the issues that are unique, I think, to where we stand in all this work. You've already heard from Scott Dolch and others on this issue. Obviously, what we're talking about is significant in real dollars that's costing businesses in order to manage the sales tax and transfer it over to the state, and being kind of doing that on behalf of the state. As a nonprofit who's involved with social enterprise, and let me kind of frame that for you. So social enterprise, right, is a business that helps drive our mission and has a double bottom line, not just a financial bottom line, but a missional bottom line. And of course, throughout the state of Connecticut, you are seeing increasing numbers of nonprofits use social enterprise businesses, not just to directly drive mission, but also as auxiliaries to provide financial support for the missional work they are already doing. And we all know that nonprofits in the state are always being asked to do more with less. And as far as I can tell, nonprofits are some of the most innovative and creative organizations around there, only to be beaten out, by the way, by the restaurant folks who during COVID had to become incredibly innovative. And so we feel like we're in a place where we see innovation all the time and people are committed to making a difference in our community. All that is to say that these real dollars that are leaving our businesses, our social enterprises, that is money that we have to go find. That ultimately, for, as I always explain to people, both in a nonprofit and in a business world, every dollar that goes out is a dollar we have to figure out a way to bring in. So whether that's increases pricing, having to drive more sales, in our case, we have the opportunity to fundraise. But these are real dollars that can be used and reinvested in the work that we do in terms of workforce development and job training, the work around food access that we do as well. So this will be an impact. Many of you know we're opening a new grocery store here in Frog Hollow, right across the street from where you all are sitting right now. That'll be a means tested model. People will pay different amounts based on their means. It'll also be tied into our job training program. But all of that, of course, is we're going to have to raise significant dollars to support that supplement. And in the midst paying sales tax and to pay these fees on top of that sales tax, again, will create a burden for us to be able to do the missional work that's so critical here in Frog Hollow and here in Hartford. And so I just wanted to be able to take a few minutes to frame the issue, not just around small businesses, although I think that's critical, but also as we think about nonprofits and social enterprise and the greater impact that it has on our community and on our state and on innovation and our ability to reinvest in our workers and our communities, in our cities and in our towns. So I'm happy to take any questions that relate to that, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks for being with us. I know many of us have frequented your restaurant and it is delicious. So thanks.
Which we very much appreciate.
Yes. Looking around the room and online, no questions for you today, Ben, but again, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next up, we have TJ Noel Sullivan.
Good afternoon. Honorable members of the committee, I appreciate you powering through the afternoon slump to be here with us. My name is TJ Noel Sullivan. I'm born and raised here in Hartford, and I'm the founder of the Hartford Film Company. And I've submitted written testimony to you all telling my story and how the film credit was so important in my career growth. But I've decided that I think it would be a better use of all of our time for me to use this time to share some anecdotal insights into some of the questions you all have raised so far in this hearing. And I think that starts with, I think, the DEC data, which is a challenge because it's trying to parse things out and kind of read tea leaves and make educated guesses about what's actually happening with the money. And so I'll start with an invitation that if any of the committee members or any of the other organizations that have so diligently been looking at this data, if you would like to come look at our books, and I can happily take you dollar by dollar through our last production and show you where that money's going and how the tax credit actually impacts us. And I think one of the first things you'll find is that the DEC data drastically underestimates the economic impacts of this tax credit. So for example, we just went through the process of filing our tax credit for our last production. The DEC data accounts for the wages and taxes paid for the 100% local crew that we hired. However, it does not accurately capture the 21 small businesses that we used for the catering of our cast and crew over the course of 4 weeks. It also doesn't even come close to capturing the Friday night wrap parties we had at Red Rock across the street. And so overall, to draw such an extreme conclusion as cutting the tax credit entirely off of inaccurate information, I think would be a mistake. The other big question I've heard here today is about where the money goes, where these tax credits go. For one, I want to kind of dispel the notion that this tax credit at the end is something that is a 30% tax credit that is used to line the coffers of some big corporation. To give you a sense of the actual budgeting here, if I'm producing a movie and I budget to have 100 crew members working on that movie, and then I'm filming in a state with a 30% tax credit, I can then budget to have 130 crew members on that movie. And so when we talk about the tax credit somehow propping up the industry. Really what that is because of where we are right now and with our neighboring states, if I'm a producer and I have the budget where I can say, okay, with no tax credit in Connecticut, I can hire 100 people on my crew, or I can cross the state line and hire 125 people or 130 people. Those extra 25 or 30 people that I'm able to hire are going to make a market impact on the quality of the film. And so as a producer, it's kind of my duty to follow that and be able to hire more people and have a bigger production that will result in a better product. And so that's where the money is going here. When we have this tax credit, we are budgeting from the beginning and saying, because of this tax credit, I can bank on that and hire more people and expand the budget of what I'm doing. And then the other question, which Representative Cheeseman has raised, and I think is a really valid question of where this money is being transferred to, where this is being transferred to, one of the things that I know has been put before this committee is switching to a rebate system where we don't have to have this credit that then gets potentially sold off, but instead having a rebate. That would be something at a personal level I'd be in support of, and I think would actually be something that would make all sides happy in this solution. With that, I'm happy to open myself up to any questions.
Thank you, TJ. Thanks for being mindful of a time and wrapping up. I'm looking to my right and left and online. Again, I appreciate you commenting on what you heard today and providing further information. And if you want to write that up and send it along to the whole committee so everyone sees it, I know that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you, TJ. Next, we have Sean Lesser.
Honorable members.
Sean, could you please turn on the microphone in front of you?
Yeah, there, didn't it?
Perfect.
How
Thank
about
you so
that?
much.
Okay. Honorable members of the committee, my name is Sean Lesser and I work as an actor. I'm a proud member of SAG-AFTRA and a longtime resident of the state of Connecticut. I am here today to speak in opposition of Bill HB 5110 and to show my support for the film and television industry here in Connecticut. I'd like to open my statement today with the first few lines from Connecticut's new marketing campaign called Make It Here. Dream, design, shape, repeat. It's what we do here. We're makers. Why we came here and why we're here for good. High-tech helicopters, the country's best pizza, national championships, artistic triumphs. It is at this point in the ad that a movie projector is shown. Why? Because much like those other accolades, movies and television have been an integral part of Connecticut's history and culture for over 100 years now. Beloved Hollywood productions such as one of the original Friday the 13th movies, The Stepford Wives, and all 4 seasons of Showtime's Emmy Award-winning series, The Big C, were all filmed entirely here in our state. In January of this year, an independent film called Founders Day played in over 700 movie theaters across the country. It filmed exclusively here in our state, was brought to life by 2 local filmmakers, and employed a cast and crew of almost entirely Connecticut residents. People far and wide got to see that Connecticut has the talent, the natural beauty, and the foundation to become a solid player in the world of film production. But how does that benefit the economy? Well, making a movie takes an army. And when those armies come to town, they stay at our hotels. They eat at our restaurants, they shop at our grocery stores, they visit our casinos and our shopping malls. They pump money into the communities that they work in. And having a movie industry helps keep our young graduates from top universities like UConn, Yale, and Wesleyan living in our state. And as it's been talked about a lot, it does generate some tourism from time to time. 1988's Mystic Pizza, for example, still draws people to the Stonington area even to this day. And so I'd like to close my statement with the final lines of the aforementioned marketing campaign. So let's keep dreaming, designing, shaping, and repeating. What will you make next? Connecticut, make it here. We, the film and television community, love what we do, but we also love where we live. Give us the time and the tools that we need to rebuild, and we will make it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. You're making us all hungry with all the pizza references we've been having today. But I appreciate again your personal story and how it's connected to your work and passion. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Just looking around the room, no questions, but again, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
We're going to move to Matashar Dillon. Thank you, Matashar, for being with us.
Thank you, honorable members of Connecticut House of Representatives, Madam Chair. Thank you. My name is Dr. Matasha Dillon, and this is
Joe Young.
They all have their own testimony, but they wanted to be unified today so we could tell you how important it is for the tax credits to stay here in Connecticut and might even increase. And I just want to tell you about our personal experience. One, I stand before you as Dr. Matasha Dillon to discuss the House Bill 5110, which represent a pivotal opportunity for our state's film and entertainment industry through strategic tax incentives. Our goal is clear: to create a competitive advantage that will not only retain, but also attract film production companies to Connecticut. To understand the necessity of this bill, we must first examine the landscape of the film industry. States like Georgia, Louisiana, California have successfully leveraged tax credits to become hotspots to the film industry. Georgia, for instance, offers up 30% in tax credits, catalyzing a robust film and entertainment sector. This strategy has not only boosted their local economies, but also created thousands of jobs. So let me be clear. I want to really elaborate the structure, the way it is, needs to change. We definitely need to rectify what our tax credits to be used for businesses in Connecticut. So the tax credit won't go out. So that will solve one of your problems, that you should be registered for at least a minimum to be a tax business or agent here in Connecticut, so that that tax credit can benefit the businesses in economy in Connecticut. Connecticut must adopt a forward-thinking strategy that not only matches but exceeds these offerings. Our approach should integrate competitive tax incentives, which invests in cutting-edge technologies, like technologies that are moving forward. The rise of artificial intelligence, as highlighted by source like content detector AI, is reshaping industries and replacing traditional jobs, including those in manufacturing, a sector once vital to Connecticut's economy. The top 10 states with the highest tax credits to film production, based on recent data, typically included Georgia, 30%, Louisiana, up to 40%, for in-state expenditures, including 5% labor incentive. New York, 25 to 30, California, New Mexico, Illinois, Ohio, Massachusetts, Connecticut being number 9 out of the 10, and then Pennsylvania. These states have developed their tax credit programs to attract film, television production, boosting local economies, creating jobs in entertainment sector. The specifics for these incentives can vary and are subject to legislative changes, so it's important for stakeholders to stay informed about the most current policies. So to address this, our strategy must be twofold. First, we must enhance HB 5110 to include tax incentives specifically designed to attract film production companies that are utilizing the new technologies that are coming. The move will not only position Connecticut as a leader in modern filmmaking, but also as a hub for technological innovation. Second, we must look beyond film production, the emergency of the technologies that are coming. And it's a necessity and an urgent response. Why? Because we have a product of the film industry and us living around the country, paying taxes to all the other states that we have lived in for film and movie. For your, can any good thing come out of Connecticut? Chase W. Dillon, who is the child star for The Haunted Mansion. Been in the industry that's now taken the lead on helping other kids change the trajectory of their lives, that's directly impacting the underserved into the film industry. So now he has a movement where this will be his 4th annual that's going to be done here in Connecticut this year to help kids. We've done it 2 times in California, 1 time in Georgia. This year is going to be in Connecticut, so we can help enhance the Connecticut economy, the taxes that we are paying in these other states. So I applaud you to please make sure that we would change the trajectory of future generations. If we move this tax incentive from Connecticut, it just will not prosper the underserved community that's impacting the young people directly. Their lives are changing. The lives of young people are changing, and we're bringing the industry, high-level industry, directors,
You have
agents,
reached 5
introducing.
minutes as a panel.
So just because I'll come back, but I just wanted to stop there to say, for our current position to match our surplus, Georgia's #1 ranking film production incentive. We was on a production, Haunted Mansion with Disney. We filmed in Georgia most of the time. Then we went to Louisiana, and then we went to California. We filmed out of the country, and the incentives that they're giving, they're helping productions by enhancing what they're bringing to the table. So I ask that we bring experts in, and I know one of the line producers that do all the auditing and all the filmmaking and all the money and making sure, but the key is making sure rules are changed, that those tax dollars benefit the companies if they want to sell their tax credit, be to companies in the state of Connecticut. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you.
Any
Just
question? Thank you so much.
One quick procedural question. We have assumed you were testifying as a panel, which is why we gave you 5 minutes. Are you all three testifying here, or are you signed up separately?
They signed up separately.
Do you want to summarize your testimony here? I mean, but I'm just asking because individual speakers are supposed to have 3 minutes.
We could do something brief.
And
Okay,
we gave you 5 because we saw 3 of you.
Yeah, yes, they can do something brief. Hold on one second.
But yes, brief would be good.
Okay, while we're waiting, my name is Joe Young. I'm the president of Joe Young Entertainment. I'm the president of Hartford's Got Talent. I am the chair of the City of Hartford Film and Media Commission. Our location is a 2-story building in East Hartford, but it just didn't happen. In 2011, I created a movie. It was my first movie called Diamond Rough. And we were struggling during the production, but we got it done. We were able to finish the movie by using the money from the tax credit, right? And so we were able to finish the movie. And then later, after that, years passed, it allowed me to work with people like Smokey Robinson and things like that. And so, again, I feel that the tax credits are necessary because as a production company of color, it gave me a chance to be able to do that. So that's an element that we need to think about, and I'll pass it to Chase.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Chase W. Dillon. I am an actor, producer, filmmaker, and philanthropist. And my passion lies in ensuring that we equip the next generation with the tools needed to thrive in a rapidly changing world, especially as we step into the new age of artificial intelligence. This is not just about technology, it's about education, preparedness, and shaping the job market of tomorrow. I have many film titles ready for production and now looking for the most competitive and supportive state, ideally Connecticut. My involvement in upcoming projects reflects my keen interest in leveraging the state's potential benefits like enhanced tax incentives and robust educational systems to create compelling and innovative productions with Connecticut's aim to improve its standing in the film industry. It's poised to become an attractive location for such ventures, offering a blend of cultural richness and technology advancement that could greatly benefit the production and the perception of animation and AI-generated films. The success of these projects in Connecticut could set a precedent showcasing the state as a leading destination for film production in the era of artificial intelligence and innovation. Reflecting on history, we see pivotal transitions such as the shift from the industrial to the information age. Nations that failed to prepare for these transitions were left behind, struggling to catch up. We are at similar crossroads today with AI. Connecticut must not repeat the mistakes of the past. Instead, we should lead by example. Keeping the tax credit is more than a measure for improving market competitiveness. It should be a beacon for educational reform and workplace development. We must invest in a super traditional education platform that not only anticipates, but also shapes the market needs of new job opportunities and industries. Our goal should not be to pivot Connecticut towards nurturing young minds to lead in these, should be to pivot Connecticut towards nurturing young minds to lead in these emerging fields, in addition to making the playing field more competitive. I am personally engaged in upcoming learning management systems and dual enrollment programs, which blend high school and college education. These innovative educational pathways are the future, and it's crucial that we bring all of Connecticut's students along on this journey. Traditional education models need to evolve to include incentives for adopting cutting-edge systems to prepare our youth for the impending challenges and opportunities. And as my mother said, I have done 4 years of YHA Showcase, and I basically get kids into acting, and I mentor them to the actors, directors, and producers, and we are doing one this year. And so I think if we keep this tax credit, then it will be more work, it will be more studios here, and Connecticut will be put on the map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And I just want to give Chase credit. A lot of people don't realize he's 13, right? And he's 14 years old. But going to Stanford University, and he's been in the Book of Clarence that you see at the movies. He's been in The Harder You Fought, They Fall.
Underground Railroad.
Underground Railroad. And he's nominated. And he's right here in Connecticut, and we need to support him in the future.
And he has a lot of mentors that are willing, that are mentors to his college program, that are willing to come here to help enhance. You know, you talking Barry Jenkins from Underground Railroad, you talking James Samuels, you talking, you know, he has 30 films ready to go. And we put in a budget for a film that's coming at the end of 24 to be filmed here in Connecticut. But we talking 30 films ready to go, taking 5 at a time to be financed, to bring economic development here to enhance the economy. So anything, like the young man said before me, anything it takes to get it right, I can even refer some experts to you to teach you, to show you how to understand the whole business model so that we can make sure everybody stay in class. He is a SAG member, and we just want to say thank you for this opportunity. And you can look him up, Chase W. Dillon. We're from Kingdom International. We're a nonprofit, and we help enhance the economy to raising up economic development to people that are underserved.
Thank you. You make a compelling case for the many ways the industry could have a positive effect on the community, and we hope we can keep you in Connecticut. So or back in Connecticut after your brief sojourn somewhere else. Any questions? Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. Chase, just got to say that suit of yours is absolutely fresh. Very few people can pull off maroon.
Thank you so much.
We had a dear colleague that used to do it quite a bit, and I miss him quite a bit. And so not easy to do, of course, to pull off that color, but you're doing it well. We heard some of the movies you're in, and one of my personal favorites, The Harder They Fall. But one invoked over and over again was Haunted Mansion, and I understand you filmed in Georgia, I believe Florida and California, and perhaps one other state. But just out of curiosity, what I didn't hear was Connecticut. And obviously each year we're doling out hundreds of millions of dollars for this credit. And obviously so important to support our film industry. I've also heard Mystic invoked quite a bit. I happen to represent Mystic, home of the Seaport, Mystic Pizza, and Mystic Aquarium. But we also have a lot of needs that we got to fund at the state level, of course, a lot of competing interests. And so my question to you, Chase, is what can we do as a state moving forward to ensure that filming, the best part of what you do in acting and state, to actually having the stage crew, the whole production here in the state as opposed to outside states?
Well, as you said, I have yet to do a film in Connecticut, and you know, I really do want to change that because, you know, I grew up here. This is my home, and I would love to put Connecticut on the map. And I think that you know, Connecticut hasn't really had the same resources that all these, you know, big people have had. You know, Atlanta is like the hub of films now. And, you know, I mostly film in Atlanta. So I think it's a lot of the resources that they have that we don't, and a lot of the people as well. Because if you look at it, a lot of celebrities are now moving to Atlanta. A lot of, you know, big names and big people in the industry live in Atlanta and all these different other places, but you don't see many of them in Connecticut. So my goal, and I have a lot of connections to those kinds of people. So my goal is to contact those kinds of people and to bring them into Connecticut and bring studios here and bring celebrities here and put this place on the map, because we are getting swallowed from states around us, such as New York and Massachusetts and places like that. But I think if we, you know, bring the right people here, we could definitely, you know, make something work.
Well, thank you, Chase.
And tax credit, of course.
Absolutely. You're wise beyond your years, and look forward to following your career closely. Keep up the great work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think you're the youngest philanthropist we've ever had speaking. So good. So good luck to you and continued success.
Thank you.
This is a just off the cuff question, and you may or may not want to weigh in on it, but we have all these little local public access TV stations where they train young people to use camera equipment to make videos and so on. And they're hanging by a thread right now because the industry has changed so much that their funding source is shrinking. And in the Energy and Technology Committee, we're trying to figure out how to save these little stations. Is there any way they could work in concert with the film industry so that the students that are studying film and production in these local access TV stations could also work with your professional movie production operations?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I think, you know, and that's another one of my goals. I'm still getting mentored, but I also mentor kids as well. You know, mentor them to become actors and directors and filmmakers and, you know, things like that. And so that really plays a big part in what I do, because I would love to see the youth come up and do what they love to do and, you know, make films, the whole nine. And so what you touched on, you know, I did not know that. So I think that's a really crucial thing. And your question was to how do we help that?
Inviting them to your platform.
Yes. So
They can participate and have access to what you're doing.
Please put your microphone on so that everyone can hear you. Thank you.
So I was saying to Chase, that's a great question, and thank you for that. So the answer to that is, of course, he would start by inviting them to his platform, inviting them to, you know, shadow and be a part of the films as a student, to be a part of what he's doing. So you talk about a young kid that's talking about bringing 30 movies here to Connecticut, but we have to make sure we lock this tax credit down. But all of those, they can have access to being on his film production to do exactly what you just said. Yes, to be a part of that.
Yeah, but I think what she asked was about public access
Public access
stations.
students.
Right.
Yes,
But
students being
there's a direct line where the independent filmmakers can, or studios collaborate.
By him being a young director producer, he has one of the most prolific mentors that's up and coming, which is James Samuel, that's connected to you know, just a whole plethora of people in the industry, and anything that he's doing, they're part of. And so, but he only represents a portion of the children you're talking about. So anything he does and it has to incorporate young people, the answer is always yes. We're gonna always make sure we can make them fit as students. Yes.
And I want to say one more thing, just really quick. There's so much talent here in Connecticut. There's so many kids that I've met that are so talented that want to become actors, actresses, filmmakers, the whole nine, that just want to be in the arts, period. There's so many of them, and I would just hate to see them miss out on their dream because of this tax credit. And as you said with the filmmakers, I would love to have them in my events, because that's what I do. You know, I get kids ready to do those types of things, and I put them in front of big industry executives. I put them in front of the people that they need to be put in front of so they can follow their dreams. So that's my whole goal. I just really want to see the youth thrive. And so any way you can help, I would.
And part of what he does, what you're saying, madam, is that he gave out $1 million in scholarships last year to children that want to go and be in film or journalism. And so he's expanding in it this year to children that want to do engineering. So we wrote programs. He has a program that he just wrote. We just submitted it, and it's going to run 10 years. And we based it on tax credit that's going to be here, that he's going to tour the country, and he's going to drive economics back doing a live television show from one of the original producers who originally produced America Got Talent. We just went on Monday to Excel Center looking at the spot for location that we could do a live television show. We cannot stand for this tax credit to go away when we're behind the scenes. We have a paperwork that we could show you that has films that he has written ready to go, and he'll get the announcement on the April 1st for one of the films that we're going to be producing here, that we're going to employ these community, and then that they are going to bring economics. We pay $3,500, $4,000 a month when we have to move out of when we move out of different states. That's what we're paying to get housed. That's just our rental. $3,500 to $4,000. We're paying taxes in Georgia, Connecticut, Mexico, Louisiana, California. We're paying taxes here. Can you imagine if we could keep our money here, but have that tax incentive? But also, I understand what everybody said before. Of course, we can correct that. Those tax dollars got to go to companies that are registered here in Connecticut. That will solve the problem. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question. This is a harder question, but would you consider sharing some of the tax credit with these young folks who work in the public access TV stations? Because right now their funding is in jeopardy.
Well, not only that, I can actually step to the table because I'm a grant writing specialist. So I just wrote a $200 million grant that's going to fall under film and, you know, television and creating. So, and then we have another one that's coming up April. So I'm finding money to get people going, and he's going to enhance the young people. His goal is to enhance young people that look like him. He started when he was 7. So he's now 14. So he got his first job when he was 8, and his first big job on his third what is it? Production, which was the Underground Railroad. So they took him early and they saw the gift and they started mentoring him. So we do what we see, and we plan. Our goal is, you should see our goal is to do the same thing. And so that's why we're here. We're here to help, but to give you insight. And I can bring somebody to the table, recommend to you, to show you the business case, how to make Connecticut not just compete, but supersede all the other states.
But yeah, you're right. And just again, I think for public access, I know the state that they're in, we work with Gil Martinez. I think that is the solution, to have a robust, successful tax program. And I think working together with independent production companies will help public access. It's got to be a collaboration if they're going to survive.
The whole STEM program, the whole underserved.
Thank you, Rep. Mashinsky. Rep. Doucette?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all. Chase, you're stealing the show today. I had not heard of you, but I just looked you up, found an article. There's a picture here you hanging with Tiffany Haddish. I have not seen the Haunted Mansion, but I'm gonna go check that out.
Danny
And
DeVito.
you mentioned something about Stanford. What's your affiliation with Stanford?
So I am currently doing dual enrollment. I am doing dual enrollment at Stanford University. So that, and I also gave out a $250,000 scholarship?
Well, you gave out a total of $1 million in scholarship. Each one of them were full ride. So, but it was specifically to kids that wanted to go to college either early or when they graduate for film or journalism. That was this year because we had to talk to the individual colleges to expand it if they want to become doctors, if they want to become lawyers or, engineers, the whole works. So now we're expanding it and we've increased it.
Well, that is beyond impressive.
Thank you so much.
I have a 14-year-old. He is not dual enrolled. But I'm gonna make a deal with you. You can go to Stanford, but what we were talking about today, you got to come back to Connecticut.
Oh, I live
right?
here. This is my home. I'm always be here.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, because this stuff we're talking about is great, and you're right. We're trying to encourage and lift up people like yourself to be successful here. So keep up the good work.
Thank you
Madam
so
Chair.
much. I appreciate you.
Chair Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't hear most of the testimony, but I have a feeling it was very impressive. And I just like to recognize Joe Young for his decades and decades of work in the city of Hartford, in particular in supporting young people in the arts, in media. You are a hero to all of us in this city. And I had a chance to, and was invited as a guest to the Hartford's Got Talent initiative some months back, and to see the great talent here in Hartford was fantastic. And I know that you and Bob Petroselli made that happen. And
Yep.
I want to thank you publicly
No,
for all you've done for this city and for the young people of Hartford.
and thank you for your support.
Thank you. And Chase, we're all writing down your name so that we can brag about having met you right in front of us. So I bet
Can
you
he
a lot more people
can he
will
have a
pretend to
picture
have been
with
in
you at
front.
the end? Can he have a picture with the group at the end when we're finished?
That might
We're
be-
gonna stick
that-
around.
It might be a long evening.
That's
We have
most definitely gonna be a
120
while.
people on our list of
Oh,
speakers today. So if you're still around, then we'd be happy to take a picture. We might not look as good. Thank you again.
Thank you so
for-
much,
for being with
everybody.
us.
I appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
Next, we have Alessandro Andrui. Sorry? Andreuli. Okay.
And I really do appreciate that. I do really appreciate hearing from Joe and Dylan and his mother, because the idea of paying it forward to the community means a lot to me. My name is Alessandro Andreuli. I have done some associate producing. I associate produced for Diamond Rough, made with Joe Young's production company. I also co-directed the film industry mixer with Mr. Neil Thomason over here, which the program ran for about 8 years, and it was an event that was meant to highlight all of the wonderful things that our state has to offer. We had Jim Amon speaking at our event. We had educational panels. We had opportunities for people to do monologues and to share their work and to learn and meet one another. We would fly in Hollywood producers. We would just put a big spotlight every year and spend hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars of our own money with no thought of recouping any of that, simply because we cared about the individuals that work here. And when I can speak to the opposite end of things in 2013, when the tax incentives were severely cut. I executive produced our event at the Guard Arts in New London, and none of us were aware that this was being cut. Nobody from the Film Commission, nobody spoke to us to actually tell us this was happening. And the impact was horrific as far as the enthusiasm and energy from everybody that attended our event. We personally lost half of our ticket sales for the event. And after 8 years of doing this, we felt extraordinarily deflated. There is a mental health component to when these things go away, when the support from our state goes away as an industry, as individuals. There is a massive massive impact. I personally stopped doing anything involved with film for about 5 years until my friend Alec Aston, I'm a member of the newly minted Film and Television Alliance, and he's also Alec Aston as a board member. He brought me back in by doing an event. We were filming an event in Providence for the Gloria Gemma Foundation that assists people that are going through breast cancer. And I filmed that event, and it sparked an interest in getting back into the industry and helping people and using my skills to tell wonderful stories to help people that need those stories told. And so there's a tangential benefit of the tax incentives. It inspires us. It keeps us going. It keeps us inspired to see others with production companies like Jonathan Black, to see these production companies flourish with more and more opportunities. It keeps our young people encouraged to continue on with their passions. It's not just economics. It's just support, feeling held, feeling supported, feeling seen, feeling appreciated for all the work and energy you put in. And when these tax incentives go away, not only does the business evaporate and all the goodwill evaporates, but there's a huge impact on mental health. There's a huge impact on these individuals who just want to do what they've spent their entire lives perfecting, their skills, their ability, their dedication. And when you try to get to the level of an Andrew Gernhardt or a Jonathan Black or Joe Young to be able to bring bigger productions here, and you're on the cusp of doing that, and you want to utilize the tax incentives to push that film and project over the line, and then it doesn't exist, you just feel completely, entirely unsupported at that moment. And that's what I really here to do.
Please summarize.
That's what I'm here to do, is support these lovely, amazing individuals that I love and care about. And there's no financial gain for me here. It's just more a support and making sure these systems are in place to make sure that they have the resources they need to make the things that they love and to make it here. Yes, that's this new slogan, this new campaign, make it here. And what message would it send if we were to cut this tax incentive? What message would it send to all these amazing individuals when the cutting of the tax incentive is the antithesis of that make it here statement?
Thank you. Any questions? Being none, again, I thank you for sharing your perspective and your story with us.
Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Julie Goldstein and Stephen Boyle appearing together. And while this panel is being seated, I just want to make a note that there are many stories to be told here today, 128 of them to be precise. And we want to give as much respect and time to the people at the end of the list as the ones earlier in the list. So I want to applaud those of you who choose to appear on a panel. Because if you appear on a panel, we'll give you 5 minutes to testify instead of the 3 per person. And it does help. I think it's a better conversation. It helps move us ahead. And so any of you who might be here with colleagues might consider doing that. With that, the floor is yours.
100%. Thank you, Representative Horn. Representative Fanfaro, I'm delighted that you're back as a Hartford nonprofit. My name is Steve Boyle. I am the executive director of 241 Care. 241 stands for Life's Too Short for Just One Sport. But I'm also a longtime public school counselor and coach. I want to thank organizations nationally like League Apps and Play Sports Coalition for encouraging us to bring forth legislation like this and the folks that support it. Just quickly, anecdotally, because I do want to yield some of the time to my colleague, is just to be thinking about youth sports in such a way now that Frederick Douglass had the great quote that it's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. And I think we often, at least as a counselor, that's what I found, right, is that we were often just doing triage and we weren't funding programs that were preventative in nature. And to fund youth sports, I can tell you 100%, it's the best way to do prevention when it comes to mental and physical well-being and creating connectedness in schools. I think we just need to be rethinking our models. Quite frankly, I think our schools, our public schools, should be our recreation centers. They are often severely underutilized, and we need to be rethinking the model of how we approach that. I can tell you as a school counselor, when I worried most about kids was from 3 to 5 p.m. Okay, from 3 to 5 p.m. is when we often will entrust our kids sometimes to go home unsupervised. Well, now they're going unsupervised to devices where they can see, we talked about experimentation with middle schoolers or kids even younger. That's where all the experimentation happens. So our feeling is we should be putting forth programming in support of, I didn't even start with this one, HB 5493. This is an act establishing a youth sports grant program. So that, I know a lot of folks haven't spoke on this today with everything that you have going on, but this is funding that would come directly from the sports gambling revenue to go towards programs like ours. The other thing I would say as we approach the NCAA tournament and our beloved Huskies, right? We sometimes get a false notion of the skill level for kids in our communities. I can tell you, we go into schools right now, kids can't catch and throw. They hit the ball and they run to third base. And they absolutely don't know how to self-organize, right? They are so dependent on adults. So that's part of what we're trying to do in the programming that we do. SEL is a buzz, right? And as someone, both of us as experts in social emotional learning, there is no better place to teach social emotional learning than in a sports arena. That's where emotions are authentic, and that's where trained coaches through a trauma-informed lens can do real work. The last thing I would say is sustainability, right? That we have parents each year when we run programs, are you going to be able to do this next year, right? And our answer is always, it depends on funding. This is a model that we think that if you can figure out a way to fund and support, it creates sustainability for organizations like ours that can take a long-term approach from elementary school all the way through secondary school to have the positive effect that we want to have on. I just really think this is an opportunity for you to be a flagship, a lighthouse, if you will, across the whole country to be enacting legislation like this. Knowing that you all like data, I also want to just introduce Dr. Julie Goldstein.
Could you switch your microphone on? There's a button. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Julie Goldstein, and I'm honored to join you here as the Chief Program Officer of 2-for-1 Care, which also to support HB 5493, an act establishing a sports youth grant program. Sports are not just about fun and games. They build essential personal and social skills that also boost community vitality, and that's what this bill proposes to do. Having dedicated over 2 decades of my career to K-12 public education as a classroom teacher, a school social worker, and an administrator, I've witnessed firsthand countless times the transformative power of sports. And I also believe strongly in the accountability and the effectiveness of programs, which is why I just completed my dissertation with Sacred Heart University Social Emotional Academic Learning Program to leverage the impact of 2-for-1 sports value on our school partners. And during that time, I learned a lot to share that research, a growing body of research supports that youth sports programs enhance cognitive skills, executive functioning, social emotional skills, like personal awareness, social cooperation, and leadership. And the study that we did pushed that ball down the court further, pun intended, to show how not only did the students benefit, but our program is positively impacting the school climate.
You've reached 5 minutes per panel. Please summarize.
So I just want to finish up by sharing a serious equity issue that is the New York Times last March called the physical divide, which is a growing gap between the participation in youth sports among high-income families. It rose during COVID to 70%. It declined among low-income families to 31%. This gap is going to continue to widen, and the far-reaching systemic negative consequences are very, very concerning based on this. Sports are not nice to have, they're a necessity. So this bill specifically supports, struggling, distressed municipalities like Hartford, New Haven, New Britain, Waterbury, to provide those communities, families, access to sports, which they do not have on a consistent basis. It's an insecure thing that further is going to be made worse after the end of the American Rescue Plan funds go away. So thank you so much for listening, and appreciate your support.
Thank you. I am glad to have your testimony in this bill today. To your point, we have a lot of other bills on our list, many of whom have more people speaking about. And so I want to, as a former student athlete and mother of several children who were athletes. Your focus on, sports, particularly at the non-elite level, the purpose of them. It's a whole lot less about winning than it is about discipline, teamwork, and the social emotional learning that you, at least in my experience, and I know they make a difference in a lot of lives. So I thank you for being here. Any questions for Senator Martin?
Thank you. I coached for 20 years, soccer, loved it in different levels. Number of kids that are not participating. Can you get, or maybe it's the other way around, how many children are participating in athletics or some type of extracurricular activity, physical activity?
Yeah, I would love to give you an exact number on something like that. Not nearly enough. And I think, go ahead.
Yeah, no, we can go. Connecticut Insider did a great article earlier this fall that spoke specifically about participation, about the number of sports available. The CDC report data, I think, is representative of what's happening at our state level, but we can get those numbers to you.
That'd be great to see. And also, how much is Bill asking for? Was there a specific number?
Yes, it's 2% of the
Of the
13% that goes to Connecticut. That's my understanding of it. 2% of the 13% that comes from the overall gross revenue from sports gambling and online betting.
Okay. And one last question. Yeah. So let's say the money's not a factor. What is the next biggest obstacle of getting the youth to participate?
I can
go ahead, Julia.
Access. It's pure, we have all these tournaments happening now year after year. Our most affluent communities are the ones that make it to the finals. Our lower income communities do not have solid vertically aligned sports program opportunities in place. So it's purely access, and it has a lot to do with the income and the funding, the privatization of sports, and the reliance on booster clubs for people to go into their pockets to supplement that funding. So it comes down to that.
Yeah, paying for playing now, it seems to be the trend, or it's
Yeah,
been
and
a trend for a decade.
And I
well
think
over a
that's
decade.
why we make the point that we need to be going where the schools are, right? If you go from one town to the next, depending on the affluence, you have parents from dual income that have the means to be able to take kids to evening practices, Saturday practices, navigate the registration system, hire personal trainers. That doesn't happen in a lot of the places where we're now programming. And so we need to go where the kids are, and that's at the schools. And so the funding to be able to allow for us to be able to do programming, we do a lot before school, believe it or not, on the weekends, during summer breaks, but most of it has to happen after school. And that's why I make the point of 3 to 5 p.m. That's when we could be using our schools to be doing a lot of that to increase access.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Did you submit written testimony, Beth?
We did, yes.
Okay, great. I might have missed that in the first round. I want to make sure we have
Does
it.
anybody want to go through a movement break now or anything like that? Are you guys okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
A little few jumping jack. Thank you. And a reminder to you, I think Senator Martin just asked for some additional information. If you or anyone else who's appearing has additional information to send in, please send it to our administrator, Bree Wolf, and clerk Ash Northey, and then we can make sure that.
Yeah, and if you have other questions or need more information, let us know.
We'll find you. Thank
Thank you all. All right, bye-bye.
Okay, next up we have another panel, Steve Rauschenberger and Art Corey. And another public service announcement. Please try to show respect to our really hardworking administrator and clerk who are trying to enforce our 3 and 5 minute limits, because they're doing it to respect all of the people on the list. They're not doing it to be rude. So please keep that in mind. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Warren, Senator Martin, and Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Art Corey. I'm the General Counsel with the Connecticut Bankers Association, here to testify on HB 5489, the Interchange bill. Joining me today to talk a little bit more in detail about our concerns with the bill is Steve Rauschenberger, who works with the Electronic Payments Coalition, which is a national collection of financial institutions, credit unions, community banks, and payment card networks. Steve is a former partner in his family's third-generation furniture retail business, a former Illinois state senator, and past president of the National Conference of State Legislators. He has testified before many state legislatures on many occasions on bills just like this around the country. Currently, no state has a law similar to House Bill 5489. Since 2006, 59 similar bills have been proposed and rejected by state legislatures around the country, in some states more than once. Our own banking committee opted not to move this bill, a very similar bill, House Bill 6311 in 2009, out of committee. Before I turn things over to Steve, who I think you'll be much more interested in hearing from, I wanted to address the impact that this bill might have on state chartered banks, community banks, and credit unions. Reference was made earlier to these interchange fees as profit and the amounts of those. I just want to note that the primary use of these fees is not profit. It's actually to pay for the current maintenance of the card payment system, for improvements to the card system, including in the area of fraud control. There's a huge amount of fraud in payment cards, and these interchange fees go toward helping to stem that fraud. It also it goes mainly to maintaining these card systems, and to shift the cost here from where it is now to the banks will lessen their ability, the funds that they have to do those things, to keep the card payment systems working the way they should, and to address fraud. So that'll fall heavily on our community chartered banks and credit unions, more particularly, who have fewer resources, and will hurt their ability to continue to offer low cost checking accounts and other deposit products and services. So with that, I just would like to turn it over to Steve, and he'll be able to explain to you and to us today too about how interchange works.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can explain the entire system in the next minute and a half, but first, I am impressed with the endurance of this committee, this group. I chaired appropriations, so we would have long hearings, but you guys are a lot tougher than the members I had. They made me buy fried chicken 2 hours into the hearing. Today, we have a world-class, seamless, high-quality electronic payment system. You can swipe a debit card or a credit card in Buenos Aires in less than 3 seconds, have a transaction completed without a problem. I mean, this is a system that's kind of the envy of the world. You've got literally, I think, 40,000 different financial institutions connected in the system, more than 12 different networks that compete with MasterCard, Visa, Discover, and American Express, and literally hundreds of processors. It's a robustly competitive system. When I was in the retail furniture business, I'd get a call a week about a processor wanting to bid for the business so that he could process my transactions. So you kind of got a perfect world. You've got very happy cardholders, I might say voters. You've got pretty satisfied businesses for the most part. And then along comes an idea that maybe we ought to change this system from the outside. You know, I understand retailers don't like collecting sales tax. I was a retail sales tax collector for the state of Illinois, and every single month it kind of sort of bugged me. But that was the deal I signed on for. When you open that restaurant, when you open that store, you understand you have an obligation to collect the retail sales tax. Now, when they decide to use electronic payment, they get benefits. Retailers do. They get ticket lift. They get almost instant settlement. They don't have the risk of checks. They don't have the cost of cash management. So there's a benefit to the retailers and then a benefit to the financial system. And these parties these are competent parties, commercial parties, enter into a contract that allows for a merchant discount or an interchange fee. I think it's unfair for one side to come to the legislature and say, you know, why don't you interdict my contract and create a concept where I get a discount on the contract that I've already agreed to.
You've reached 5 minutes, please.
It's asking you to pick among friends, and I think that's not necessarily the best way to lead with public policy. I'm happy to answer questions or further your confusion.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sure there will be great confusion over this. I want to first push back a little bit. We are hearing some complaints. Not everybody's happy. And they're not complaining about the payment of sales tax. That's maybe for another day. But this is very specifically about, it's not about what they have to collect sales tax. It's about the fact that the credit card companies are charging a fee on top of that sales tax. So my question for either of you is, what makes it, is Connecticut more subject to fraud than say New Hampshire because we have a tax? I mean,
No.
why, you were suggesting that this goes, for example, with the credit unions, this goes to pay for, fraud, for example, to combat fraud. Why is because of the fact that we charge this tax, why does that make us more susceptible to fraud?
Certainly not. When we talk about it being used as part of what they maintain for fraud, privacy, network security, that's all part of the package. But the point is, to the system, whether it's a $140 transaction or whether it's 152 with sales tax, that's the amount that the bank is agreeing to stand behind and loan. So, to the financial institution, the credit extending institution, doesn't matter whether it's a taxable transaction or non-taxable, it's the amount of the transaction that's the agreed to.
And also the interchange fees go to paying for the development of anti-fraud tools. And that's kind of what I was trying to get at is features like stripes versus chips versus contactless payment. All those advances cost money to develop, but they also improve reducing fraud. So the interchange fees, again, get some part of them get put back into the system to improve the system, including through anti-fraud techniques and features.
I hear you. I'm just trying to narrow the issue a little bit because nobody, at least in this hearing, is fighting the fact that these retailers have to pay a fee. It's a question of whether they have to pay a fee on top of a tax. So it's a much narrower question. With that, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe in earlier testimony, we heard that the amount of the interchange fees that are in fact dedicated to covering the cost of the sales tax amounts to about $4 million a year in Connecticut, if I've got the figure right. Are you maintaining that the loss of that $4 million in Connecticut would prevent credit card companies from developing fraud systems, new technology, all the things you maintain is necessary for this? They're not asking to be forgiven from the interchange fees, the processing fees that apply to the actual goods and services they're selling. So what I'm finding a hard time wrapping my head around is this Connecticut amount, while large to the retailers, seems like a veritable, not even drop in the bucket, a nano drop in the bucket of what the money the credit card companies are making. And my question to you, would this loss render you incapable of developing the systems you claim you do with these fees?
Well, I don't think the issue is the $4 million. The issue is the method by which they're asking us to rebate the money. They're asking to change an international system that connects thousands and thousands of financial institutions to separate it into separate transactions. So beyond the $4 million question, that's not my number. I don't know that number for the state of Connecticut. It might very well be the right number. But whether that $4 million is important to the system or not, the cost of segregating every transaction in Connecticut into a taxable and a non-taxable portion, it's a system simply not capable of doing that today.
So when I get my receipt that lists the amount I paid and the total amount, and then the sales tax and that amount, I find it hard to believe that's not a relatively straightforward computation. And obviously that's a discussion for the people who actually design these systems. And I would maintain, indeed, all banks, credit unions offer good services, but as someone who uses a local credit union, happy with the service, but seeing the number of checks I get go down by about 75%, no free deposit slips, huge amount of charges. I even learned of a local bank that's charging its client $18 a month for depositing cash. And I ran a nonprofit, so I wasn't paying sales tax, but I saw the amount I was getting in credit card fees. Now, I was glad to have the ability to accept credit cards because it allowed our customers to book parties online, to buy memberships. On the other hand, the tens of thousands of dollars in credit card fees was money that could go to my mission. So I can certainly understand the frustration of retailers, restaurants who feel they are simply acting as an agent of the state and being charged accordingly by the credit card companies. So I obviously, I am skeptical of your claims. So anything you could do to demonstrate exactly what effect one state removing a small amount of money would have on your operations, I would appreciate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm picking up on a couple of points that Rep. Cheeseman just brought up. And I tried to understand, I think you were here earlier. I think I saw you when I was having the colloquy with Wayne from the Food Association. And you're right, we're all friends, because I actually got a text message from one of Wayne's members while I was sitting here, who was watching that colloquy. But again, in trying to understand, I had the same instinct as Rep. Cheeseman, I think, and had a conversation with the restaurateur about his point of sale system and how that works. I said, well, yeah, it shouldn't really be that hard to segregate things out. I was thinking of tips. Tips get swiped as well as part of the charge. But I think what I've come to understand is that it has nothing to do with that point of sale system. It has to do with what happens on the bank end, on the payment processor, merchant bank. And then there's also the issuer, who might be, Nutmeg State Federal Credit Union. All are involved on that part of the, so am I understanding that right, first of all? And then am I understanding right that no other state has done this, despite we hear that there are several states that have proposed it? And then I just learned today that 2009, we had a similar proposal. I was not around then, but my neighbor, Rep. Barry, I think, was the chair of the Banks Committee then. But anyway.
Real quickly, the point of sale system, like when you go to the cafeteria here and you go through and she rings up, you had a tuna sandwich and the potato chips, that's for their inventory control and for their internal bookkeeping, and it's a wonderful thing. So then if you hand her cash, she'll use her cash drawer and settle that transaction. If you decide to pay with a credit card or a debit card, it's separate. That whole system is external to the point of sale system at the cafeteria, just like it is at the grocery store, just like it is at a restaurant, just like it is at a big box store. The complexity and the danger of having, 1.5 million retailers connecting directly into the banking system to connect their point of sale system into the credit card system would be just unimaginable. I mean, the Visa reports that there's more than 100 attempts to enter the financial system every single hour when they manage their anti-fraud systems. So it's a segregated system. So when we say that the credit card system or the debit card electronic system doesn't know about the sales tax, it's exactly correct. All that system recognizes is where the seller is, what the class of the merchandise is, who the buyer is, and how much the amount is. That's what gets pinged around almost instantaneously between 3 different financial institutions. Now, you can build an elevator to the moon with enough money and enough engineering. Nobody's saying it couldn't be done. It just wouldn't be economical. Some people mentioned that they thought a retailer, a $2 million restaurant might save between $7,000 and $15,000. I did the mathematics on it, and it would be about $100 a month, not $15,000, more like $1,200 would be the savings if this bill were implemented. But the retailer would then have to stand the cost of a new point of sale terminal system and whatever cost there was in the network redoing itself to bifurcate the transaction. So anything can be done, but you need to understand that the wonderful point of sale system that separates your sandwich from your beer It has nothing to do with what takes place in the payment system. That's only about the amount, who it is, and how much it is.
And then the second question there was about, am I right that no other state has done this?
29 states have considered it. There've been more than 59 bills. It's never passed out of a chamber anywhere. It's had committee hearings. I've had the pleasure of testifying in a lot of places. It's a compelling idea saying, why should I have to pay a fee on the tax I collect? It's easy to see and be sympathetic to restaurants, but it just doesn't work in the system. This is a competitive system where the prices are set competitively. To interject a legislature in one state into that system is just pretty hard to figure out how to do it
Yep,
economically.
I agree with you. And we all want to help our small businesses in the same way we all want to help some of these entrepreneurs who are here today. But
a number of
we have
states
to-
have chosen to provide sales tax collection discounts. In Illinois, 1.25%. If you want to reimburse the retailers for participating, that's a great idea. They're our customers. We want the restaurants and the stores happy. I mean, we don't want to punish them.
That's my point. There may be other ways to do it. Second question, and this is probably for Art. We have plenty of conversations on the banking committee about preemption of federal law. And the other thing that occurred to me in looking at this is that a lot of the financial institutions are entities regulated outside of the state of Connecticut that might be involved in the payment processing. So in other words, we have a federally chartered institution or whatever that could sit back and say, well, I'm not subject to your little Connecticut law. And in other words, our law that we're enacting here is preempted with respect to that federally chartered or out-of-state chartered institution. Do you think that preemption would apply potentially to this law?
I think it could. The national banks and the federal credit unions, as you said, are subject to federal law, and that federal law preempts many state laws, and the regulators for those federally chartered institutions view that pretty expansively. So I think that there's a good argument that this would be preempted, and that would then take the national banks and the federal credit unions out of it, and would be left impacting our state charter.
That's what I thought. Believe me, every year, this, we get lots and lots of bill requests at the banks committee arising out of some experience or circumstance with a large federally chartered bank doing something that is subject to federal law, the law of their regulator, that we can't do as much as we would like to about in Connecticut for that specific issue. So yeah, it's a concern of mine with this one as well.
May I just say, it wouldn't just, affect our state chartered banks, but our state chartered retailers, as I understand it from Steve. We're talking about two different systems here. The restaurants or the retailers have their internal systems where they can slice and dice on these receipts. But as Steve said, when the information goes out to the card payment system, you can't slice and dice that. We'd have to build that for Connecticut. The system would have to build a special island for Connecticut. That's the way I kind of think of it, to accommodate this, because it doesn't do it anywhere else, and it can't do it anywhere else currently. So it would have to be, and therefore Connecticut would be out of sync in that regard. And things would be much more costly here because of that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your patience.
Next we have Shannon Bodwell online.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me all?
We can.
Great. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Shannon Duncan Bodwell. I'm a resident of Manchester, Connecticut, and the Vice President of Advancement at Everyday Democracy based in Hartford. Everyday Democracy is a capacity building organization that builds power with individuals and groups advancing multiracial democracies in their local communities. I'm testifying today in support of HB 5490 and HB 5504. Both bills will provide crucial financial support to our state's arts, culture, and tourism sectors. HB 5490 seeks legislative support for an additional $41.7 million investment in Connecticut's arts, culture, and tourism sectors. Combined, these sectors contribute $40 billion annually to the gross state product and employ a workforce of 175,000 people. Past funding from the Connecticut Cultural Fund provided critical operating support to organizations like Everyday Democracy. Last year, we received funding that allowed us to hold a Connecticut Civic Ambassadors Summit to bring local everyday leaders from across our great state together to discuss the ongoing struggles for voting rights and ballot access. We also hosted 2 virtual dialogues about criminal justice and policing issues with Hartford residents. Passage of this bill will support essential funding for more than 700 cultural organizations like Everyday Democracy. I ask that you prioritize HB 5490 and support any bills that align with its goals. Everyday Democracy is also part of the CT 250th Commission that is working to plan and coordinate observances that are inclusive and appropriately recognize the experiences and points of view of all people affected by the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the founding of our country. In fact, just last week, Everyday Democracy delivered a keynote address at the Declaring Freedom Youth Conference, which brought together more than 200 Connecticut high school students to exercise their voice and engage with the historical context and lasting legacy of the Declaration of Independence. We also hosted a panel discussion at the Declaring Freedom Conference for more than 75 educators and historians who are exploring the contemporary relevance of our foundational beliefs of American democracy and the need for reckoning with the contradictions, incongruencies, and other stumbling blocks of that history so we can build an inclusive future. These activities exemplify how the Connecticut 250th Commission is creating and maintaining a robust cultural infrastructure to allow Connecticut residents to continuously reap economic, educational, and social benefits. Please support HB 5504 so programming like this can continue. Thank you for your time and for the work you do on behalf of residents like me.
And thank you for taking the time to be with us today. Any questions? Seeing none. Again, I wish you a good rest of your day. Next up, we have Thomas Patterson, who I believe is also online. Mr. Patterson, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thomas Patterson. I am United States Army disabled veteran. I'm also the Senior Vice Commander of American Legion Post 3 in Stamford, Connecticut. I'm also a Veterans Municipal Rep at the Stamford Veterans Resource Center in Stamford, Connecticut. I'm here today talking about HB 5491 in support of that bill. I think this bill is very important because it affects many lives of many veterans. Me being a disabled veteran, but I'm going to speak on behalf of the veterans that will qualify for this particular bill. Connecticut has about 131 and a half veterans in the state of Connecticut that's on record. The number has dropped from 146,634 since 2019. So we've lost over 15,000 plus veterans in the state of Connecticut. My journey started on this quest over 30 something years ago. I joined the Army during Desert Storm 1991. During that time, I've sustained in training, air assault school and other trainings that I was involved in the military. I have a TBI. For those that don't know, that's a terminal brain injury. And I also have some other chronic illnesses that also limit me from doing some things on a daily activity. That being said, this bill would impact the lives of many veterans throughout the state of Connecticut that could use this tax exemption. The tax exemption that the state of New York and New Jersey have been doing for their veterans. New Jersey basically over the last year plus have passed the bill covering the 100% permanent and total disabled veterans for tax exemption. New York also has adopted a lot of things, our neighbors. I've been advocating for veterans for over 12 years doing this type of work that we're doing at the Stamford Veterans Resource Center. We just recently had a veteran that came into the center a few months ago There are a couple, they're homeless, and I don't know what their story is, but I know personally of a veteran who left the state of Connecticut due to the impact of the high cost of housing and the demand that it costs to live in the state of Connecticut. If this bill is passed, it's only 12,000 plus veterans that will be helped. It's a small fraction, but it's a start. It's a good start to start the conversation to help out disabled veterans. This is pretty much what I have to say on pertaining to Bill HB 5491, if the bill is passed. I'd like to thank you for your time, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairperson, and also Madam Chair, and all the representatives that are there assembled today in Hartford on this bill. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
We thank you for your testimony and for your service and sacrifice and that of your family. Any questions? Seeing none, I welcome you to enjoy the rest of your evening, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up, we have Leon Ford.
Hi, yes, hello everybody, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Leon Ford and I'm Managing Director of Olsberg SPI. We're a specialist screen sector consulting firm. We were set up in 1992 and have done evaluation and strategic work in the screen sector across the world since that time. And despite the accent, that includes quite a number of projects in the US. And they include a 2022 study commissioned by the Connecticut Office of Film, Television and Digital Media to evaluate the economic impact of the 3 screen sector credits that you have in state. And I'm submitting the full study, which was published a couple of years ago, as part of this testimony. So I won't go into a lot of technical detail on this, but just wanted to offer you some reflections that will hopefully assist in your decision-making. Just to start with some context, Connecticut is one of 112 jurisdictions globally that offer this type of automatic incentive. By automatic, I mean it's an incentive mechanism triggered by eligible audited spend rather than selective criteria like artistic value. It's very much an economic development tool. Of that global number of incentives, there's about 39 programs currently in the US in operation. And the growth in incentives in recent years really underlines the fact there is a rising interest among governments in the creative industries more broadly, but also in the screen sector particularly. And also that growth underlines just how important incentives can be in this sector and how sensitive some of the companies in this sector are. And you've heard that from other speakers as well today. So what we found in our study was that Connecticut had a fairly unique offer in that its incentives focus on both infrastructure and projects, while some jurisdictions might just focus on attracting singular projects. Connecticut has a much more integrated approach to economic development in this area. And what that has allowed Connecticut to do over the years is develop an ecosystem of major screen investment and major screen production companies, and also independent production companies. And I think that ecosystem point is really important, because when we think about measuring the sector, what we found in doing the work we did in your state is that there is a degree, and in some cases quite a large amount of activity going on in state that isn't going through the incentive, but in many ways is sort of related to the existence of the incentive. In summary, our economic impact work found that about $3.1 billion in eligible spend had been undertaken through the digital media and animation credit between fiscal year 12 and fiscal year 20. The infrastructure incentive had driven about 492 million in investment over that same time period. And in terms of return on investment, we looked at the three incentives combined and found a return on investment, an economic return on investment of about $4.60 on average over fiscal year 12 and 20. So just to finalize, I think a couple of points outside the economics, what we found in how the digital media tax credit is set up is that it definitely was encouraging producers who were using it to look for skills and vendors from within the state of Connecticut, and really sort of prioritize that aspect of hiring and appointing suppliers. And also the fact that a lot of the companies in Connecticut are focused on unscripted content, that's an area we're seeing rising investment in. So definitely a platform for growth in Connecticut. And just a final point for a finish, our study didn't look at the ideal structure or any change in structure for the incentive, but the issue of a switch to a rebate has come up in several previous testimonies today. And I just wanted to underline that the rebate model, of course, would require an appropriation of budget from the state, which a transferable tax credit model, which is based on foregone tax revenue, would not. But thank you very much for your time, and the study will be resubmitted as part of this testimony, and happy to answer any questions or any follow-ups that you might have.
Thank you. I'm glad we have you with us today because, as you know, your study and others have been cited during several pieces of testimony. I wonder whether, given your experience in the industry, looking overall at this, whether, first of all, you think, obviously the analysis is very detailed and you can't just do it off the cuff, but whether you think circumstances have changed in the industry that would make our system either more or less, return, higher, lesser or greater return than it did in 2022 when you did it?
No, that's a really good question, and it's something I was thinking about in preparation for this session, because obviously that work was released a couple of years ago. And what I would say is that the trends we identified at that time, so the fact we were seeing some pretty large company investments and some strategic commitments from some companies to the state, that seems to have continued in terms of the news stories we've been following in state since then. I think that's probably the biggest indicator of a continuation of activity, really.
And it's my understanding that one of the ways in which Connecticut is an outlier with our system is that we don't cap it, as I assume maybe no other state or every other state does. Is that your understanding? Does that make us an outlier as far as you're concerned in terms of what you see overall?
Not exactly. I think I wouldn't say that Connecticut is the only state. I mean, there are quite a number of other states that technically are uncapped, but may, in the way that their incentives are structured, may offer other types of caps. So, some of them have individual project caps that you can only get the incentive on a certain amount of budget, or you can only get a certain amount of incentive. So they may be capped in other ways, but in terms of an overall program cap, I don't believe Connecticut is an outlier in that way.
Thank you. Representative Farrar.
Thank you to the chairwoman. Thanks for being with us. I do have one question following up on Chairwoman Horn's questions, and thanks again for being with us virtually to answer these questions. In reference to other states, Rep. Horn asked a little bit about the cap. The other discussion that's been happening today is around the ability for the sale and transfer of these credits. Would you be able to speak to that from a perspective of, are we similar or different to other states in that functionality of our credit?
Yeah, thank you. And that's something we definitely have data on that I can send to you after this session, giving you an exact breakdown. But I would say typically the most common models are either a refundable tax credit, so that the user of the credit can get it refunded directly from the state, transferable tax credit, which is the kind obviously Connecticut operates, or a rebate model, which, as I say, requires a sort of budgetary appropriation and an annual budget to kind of function there. Connecticut's certainly not an outlier in terms of the usage of, the transferable tax credit model. It's a relatively common system, particularly in US state levels. And as I say, I can provide the data on exactly the proportion of sort of global systems and US state systems, if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful. Thank you for sharing that, hopefully with the full committee. We'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, the chair.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. Any other questions? Oh, Senator Farrar.
Just quickly, Mr. Ford, you're on the list here. I don't know if this is intentional or it's accurate, collecting your views, but you're listed as opposing the bill. Is that?
No, we're offering general comments. I think as a research company, we undertake, although we're sector specialists, we're very much very much independent in the work that we do. So I think when issuing this testimony and the study, it will be under general comments.
Do you have an opinion?
I would comment that, I would say that the work we did in Connecticut showed that the incentive has very much stimulated the development of an industry. And I think coming back to the ecosystem point, I think that is very clear that there is an ecosystem in Connecticut, and that has been developed over many years. I think, in terms of the earlier points that were coming up about the training wheel argument, I think this is a sector that, one of the earlier speakers called it a manufacturing sector. I think that's very true. It's a kind of advanced manufacturing sector. And I think for producers, each production is like is a new entity almost, or a new sort of mini factory, if you like. And I think, I'd make the point that those productions get financed as any other kind of piece of infrastructure would. And, they do require those incentives. So I think my reflection on the House bill is that it would definitely reduce the attractiveness of Connecticut as a state to take projects to.
Have you done studies like this in other states?
We have, yes. We've worked in quite a number of states in this level, in Georgia, in New Mexico, in Utah, and other types of sort of state analysis, looking at things like workforce and production capacity and elements of the sector like that.
Do you care to offer a perspective of how those other states' tax credit or whatever it is they have to encourage more film activity, film-related activity, how effective those are versus what you've seen in Connecticut?
Of course, yeah. I think, Connecticut obviously doesn't allow theatrical feature film, which I think strategically a lot of other markets have been looking at theatrical feature film, partly because of the scale of budgets in that part of the sector. We're talking sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars in production budget spend. So I think Connecticut's strategy in this sector has differed from some of the other states that we have worked in, and I think it can be very tricky to draw direct comparisons, just because incentives in each case, while they might have a broad similarity in terms of the type of mechanism, the way each incentive is set up can be very different. The way taxation or hiring or what have you works can be very different. But if it's helpful, I can send you some examples of similar types of work that we've done elsewhere.
If you could supply that to the committee administrator, that'd be great.
Of course, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, the good, my good co-chair's questions reminded me of another follow-up to that, which is that we are trying overall to get better data on the various tax expenditures we do. And I wondered whether you would have any recommendations for us in terms of the data that we should be collecting so that we can have a better idea of how to assess this.
Yeah, and it is challenging in Connecticut particularly because I think again, coming back to that ecosystem point, I think there are different lenses with which we can look at what's happening in Connecticut. And obviously the incentive is an absolutely critical one because it involves, it involves taxpayer dollars. And I think any incentive absolutely needs to be providing a return on investment more generally for the jurisdiction that's investing in it. I think for Connecticut, what we found that was fairly unique and quite interesting is the infrastructure of sort of committed companies meant that there were things like backroom staff or technology investments that they were making that they were not putting through the investment. So I think what we ended up doing in our study, if you look at it, is looking through a couple of lenses. One was through the investment going through the incentive, but also looking at the broader footprint of the sector. And I think that's an important consideration going forward as you think about data in the sector. And it's come up quite a lot on other sessions today, just finding a way to have a lens that reflects what you've been able to build in Connecticut in sectoral terms. And the fact not all of that impact or not all of that activity will be necessarily being put through the incentive, but might be in state to a degree because of the incentive.
And you've done this work in other states. I wonder whether do other states collect better, same data that Connecticut does?
It's a good question. I think Connecticut, again, is fairly unique in that ecosystem piece. I think there's a lot of broadcast activity and other types. So it's not as simple as sort of production project spend and infrastructure spend. I think there's a lot of other types of activity and supply chain that are built up and coming into Connecticut. Yeah, so I think that would be my reflection there. Just Connecticut does differ from other markets we've looked at in quite significant ways because of the sort of base of companies you have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally, seeing no other questions, thank you again for being with us and please share any data that you have with our administrator and clerk so that we can share it with the committee.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Next up, we have Mike Furman.
Mike, we want to hear you, so press the button in front of you.
Press this thing. Oh, hey. All right. No, I literally just ran in the door from a commercial video shoot. So how about that? Thank you so much for having me today. I'm from New Milford, Connecticut, what some folks call the best town in the USA. I think it's also one of the nicest filming locations in all of New England. It's the home of my production office, which is considered a mom and pop shop relatively in the filmmaking world. But I'm also hired on as crew for other films, commercials. But most recently, I developed, produced, shot, edited, and released a feature film all within New Milford, Connecticut. It was called Candlewood, obviously named after the lake, took place near the lake, was shot near the lake. In addition to that, I just want to throw out, I'm also the chairman of the New Fairfield Economic Development Commission. And I don't know too many of my counterparts with 3 Emmy Awards, so I think that gives me a unique perspective. With Candlewood, took us just over $500,000 to make. It's considered a very low budget. Sizable portion of that budget was funneled right back into New Milford in October 2020. If not throughout Connecticut, hiring Connecticut local crew, obviously paying for locations, hiring caterers, armorers, police officers, hotel rooms, transportation, you name it, all done locally. And when a small town gets, $350,000 infused into its economy overnight, that's a good thing. We also premiered the movie at New Milford's 100-year-old cinema, historic movie house. As you know, those are closing across the land. And we were able to sell enough tickets and concessions, and they grossed over $50,000 between them and the filmmakers. That's money going to local artists. That's money going to this historic cinema, which downtown New Milford, if that marquee were off, it would be really drab. It's a great pull for the nightlife. You can see where my mind's at, right? A small film like this, we got a 7 to 10% boost on our overall budget. But fact of the matter is, in our story, it all went right back into the local economy and the place that my production office calls home, and the place I love to shoot film and video. And it really, I just want to offer the perspective of a mom and pop shop independent filmmaker like myself, because that little 7% is it's the entire world. We wouldn't have made the movie without it. And we made the movie pretty much because we were able to have, tax incentives and help out the local economy. It's an art form, filmmaking, but it's an expensive art form. And, it offers impressive trickle-down economic benefits to wherever these movies and commercials are shot. And I hope my story offers a different perspective and allows you to consider opposing HB 5110. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Furman. Anyone? You can go back and shoot another film or commercial. I think you've already answered them, if we had any. Thank you. Let's see, we have, just to give everyone a perspective on this, of what we've done and where we're going. We've gone through 3 pages and we have 1, 2, 4 more, 3.5. Robert Amodio. Robert still here? Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. I want to thank Senator Fanfara and Representative Maria Horn and all the Connecticut State Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee for allowing me to testify today. My name is Robert Amadeo, aka Bob Dio. I'm the owner of Dio Productions, a film and TV production company, and I'm co-founder of and co-chair of the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance, as well as a Screen Actors Guild and AFTRA member. I'm deeply frustrated and saddened that House Bill 5110 has been introduced to eliminate the Connecticut Film Tax Credit Incentive Program. Doing so will hurt Connecticut both economically and politically. There must be a misunderstanding by some why the film tax credit is extremely important to our state. It needs a closer look, as Jonathan Black and Lauren Black have certainly succinctly mentioned before. It comes down to a positive revenue stream by creating more jobs in Connecticut that will contribute to our state coffers through our state income taxes, hotel state taxes, gas taxes, clothing taxes, entertainment taxes. The list goes on and on and on. Now, I know that some believe that this is an old song that has been sung many times before. But we now have new lyrics sung by many voters in our state who are in the film industry and beyond. Now, we were here last year at about the same time, proposing an increase in the film tax credit. And now we see that potential legislation wants to eliminate it. Why? Is it that House Bill 5110 wants to send professionals, producers, directors, a myriad of crews and actors and people like me to other states that understand the business of film entertainment and how it impacts their states economically. I really hope this isn't true. The complaint I hear is that the film tax credit hasn't shown a return on investment to our lovely Constitution state. Part of the reason is that there was a moratorium created in the past that stopped feature film productions from coming to shoot in the state and receiving the tax benefit. How can we justify not seeing a return on investment when we aren't allowed by mandate to bring that revenue to our state? It all comes down to this. If we all, that means our state government, film professionals, and even our live stage professionals who cross over to do film work, stand stronger together, this, in my humble opinion, would result in an increased revenue from our industry. And to do so, here's what Connecticut filmmakers, some of us,
You've
recommend.
reached 3 minutes. Please
Thank you.
summarize.
Let's bring back the State Film Commission. Let's end this moratorium on feature film productions so we can see the return on revenue. Let's make the film tax credit a rebate program instead. It will make life simpler for all. And let's use our educational institutions such as University of Connecticut as a platform for teaching our youth who represent our future by giving them the tools such as sound stages and much, much more. This can and will create a solid Connecticut film production infrastructure that will cry out to the world with the words, "If Connecticut builds it, they certainly will come." That is, if we all stand stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions for Mr. Amadeo? Thank you.
Thank you.
DeAndre Brown.
How you guys doing? Good morning. Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Hi, my name is DeAndre Lloyd Brown, soon to be DeAndre Grim D. Burke Brown from Three Good Brothers, a mentorship recording label, and I work in the entertainment industry under Crooked Smile Agency as an actor/model. My stage name Grim D brought me to so many places. I'm making it my middle name. With the connections in CT, I have been able to make a name for myself. Now I'm working with Crooked Smile Agency, Connecticut School of Broadcasting Media Arts, and the CT Film TV Alliance, which is making my name now touch the world. I was just recently incarcerated, which led me to be in society with a felony and special parole, which makes it extremely hard to travel, and that makes it hard to live my dream. But with film, TV, and entertainment in general, working in Connecticut has given me an opportunity to touch the world in so many ways, right where I live. I just recently joined Crooked Smile Agency. Within a month, I've gotten into a major label music video from a Florida double platinum award-winning artist, YNW Melly, who has 4.4 million followers on Instagram alone. And I also was featured as an extra in a student zombie film called Something Blue, directed by Olivia McGarry from Hofstra University, which will be premiered in New York. The point I'm making is my name is going to be in credits in New York, Florida, and around the world because the entertainment industry is in Connecticut. Like Crooked Smile Agency, CSB, and the CT Film and TV Alliance, and this film tax credit. Without it, I don't know what I would do with my acting/modeling career. I come from nothing. This entertainment industry gives me a chance to make something, a legacy. We're talking generational wealth. Hartford has it, and they want people to make it here in Connecticut, but I don't see how that would be possible without this film tax credit. CT Insider even states, and I quote, Netflix estimates the New Jersey studios will generate at least $3.8 billion annually for the state economy. The state offers a 35% tax credit on eligible expenses and 4% more for productions that meet the criteria for diversity in the crews they hire to work on films and TV shows. And we only offer 30%. So imagine how much we lose cutting any percentage just from those facts alone. We should raise the percentage, honestly. I have a job because of this tax credit as a felon. That means a lot. Danny Trejo went from being in one of the worst prisons in the world to being on some of the best movies and even on the tablets in Connecticut prisons and all over the world to teach people how to even use the tablets in the first place. So like the possibilities are endless. What we can do for the city, keeping the entertainment industry strong, like it seems like a necessity. The amount of people going to school in Connecticut alone, online and on campus, who want to be a part of production, you'd be making it harder for them to chase their dreams. And as a person who, for his cap at Metropolitan Learning Center, made an hour-long documentary on skateboarding in the 8th grade, and I don't even come from an entertainment industry family, I feel like it says a lot. I'm from a hardworking middle-class Jamaican Hartford upbringing. We barely see people that look like me behind the camera or even on the camera, or even see people where I'm from on and off the screen. And it seems like all the opportunity to give these kids an alternative is right here with this bill. So I say we keep the CT film tax credit and you will see the impact and more lights come to more cities in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you for hanging out with us today and for giving us your perspective on this. And we have a job to do here. We have to balance a lot of things, but you've brought a perspective that we haven't heard yet today in terms of your personal circumstance. And we hope that you'll continue with your enthusiasm for this industry that is giving you opportunity, giving you hope. And that's very, very important. I'm sure in your life. And I want to recognize you for coming here and sharing that perspective with us.
Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Brown? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good day.
You do the same. Doug McCord.
Hello, my name is Doug McAward, and I'm a producer here in Connecticut, and I'm here to oppose HB 5110. The film production tax credit was established in 2006. I'm told there were only 17 legislators currently serving that were here back when it first passed. So I want to give you a little bit of background on this. In 1992, after a successful 2-year battle with the DRS over the way our industry was being treated with regard to sales and use tax, myself and a number of other industry professionals motivated Governor Weicker to revive the Film Commission. I ended up serving for 11 years, 8 of those as chairman. The Film Commission had no mandate or structure, and there was only one part-time employee of the tourism department that fielded calls from producers interested in filming in Connecticut. The only way to fix this was to get new legislation passed that would require the commission to be staffed by a cross-section of industry professionals, not just people who like to watch movies. We also set out to create a film office that was not buried in the tourism department. This legislation passed in 1995 and the Connecticut Film Office was established within DECD. We then put together a group of volunteer professionals that actually knew how our industry worked to serve on this commission, and we were able to advise DECD on our industry and what was needed to improve it. We accomplished a lot over the next several years, but time doesn't allow me to go into details. In 2003, the legislature senselessly decided to reorganize DECD, Tourism, the Arts Commission, and the Film Office, and in the process eliminated the Volunteer Film Commission. In 2006, the then Speaker of the House, Jim Amon, wanted Connecticut to be able to compete with 43 other states that were smart enough to offer tax credits to the film industry in order to attract new business. He asked me to come in and help him do this. So I did. And after analyzing all the other tax credit programs from around the country, we came up with, at the time, one of the best. According to DECD, this legislation has been responsible for bringing in over $5.9 billion of new business to Connecticut since 2007. Over the years, the legislation has been tweaked, and those tweaks have actually damaged the program by making it less competitive with other states. I have a very simple solution on how to make Connecticut far more competitive, and it won't cost the state any more than it currently does. change the 30% tax credit to a 30% rebate. Right now, the state offers a 30% tax credit for qualified expenses. In order for the producer to monetize this credit, they have to enlist the services of a broker who in turn sells it at a discount to an entity in the state that can utilize it. The producer then gets somewhere in the neighborhood of 85 cents on the dollar. It varies from time to time. I don't think anyone on this committee would contract to buy a product or service, take it home, start using it, and when they were finished with it, find out exactly how much it was going to cost them.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Variables like this are not attractive to producers. We need to know upfront what our costs will be so we can plan accordingly. Changing the 30% tax credit to a 30% rebate will cut out all the middlemen and the fluctuating value. It won't cost the state any more than it currently does. In addition, it's time to create a new volunteer film commission so that the industry can be heard again and we can all work to make Connecticut a more film-friendly state.
Thank you, Mr. McAward.
Okay.
Anyone? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Connor Eder.
All right, good afternoon. Thanks for having me today. My name is Connor Eder and I oppose House Bill 5110. I've worked as a freelance crew member for almost a decade, and I'm aware that some of you think the CT film production tax credit doesn't help my colleagues and I, but that's far from true. A study from the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development attributed thousands of direct, indirect, and induced jobs due to the CT film production tax credit. And working as a freelance crew member, more productions means more jobs and financial stability. And at the moment, one thing that makes that hard is the moratorium that you guys have on theatrical films, because if you lifted that, we could have more theatrical films. And from my experience, films tend to have more production days than TV shows, and they tend to hire more crew members, and that also brings more spending to the state. And at the end of the day, when you guys talk about return of investment, based off the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development, there is a 4-to-1 ratio on our side. So it's saying that we're actually gaining more than we're spending, but there's definitely amendments that can be made to get it better. Like some of my colleagues recommended rebates, but one thing I would also recommend is the reason we should restore the Connecticut Film Commission is because they're industry experts. And who's the bet? We definitely need amendments because the bill was written in 2008, the original tax thing. It's not 2008 now, it's 2024. Who better to make changes than people who are experts in the industry? And that's what the Connecticut Film Commission is. So I say we restore the Connecticut Film Commission, have them make amendments, and then you guys can vote on it rather than just keeping it exactly how it is or getting rid of it. I think the people in the industry who've been doing it a really long time should be the ones to make the amendments, not me or you. Thank you. No, I mean, you guys are
Not
great,
us?
but
Okay.
industry experts. Yeah.
Well, this is all you got, friend.
Yeah. Yeah. If we restore the CT Film Commission, they can look at it and they could use like their 20 years of expertise and they could come up with amendments that reflect on 2024.
Questions for Mr. Eder? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gloria Kelly?
Gloria Kelly is online but has not accepted the promotion to panelist.
Well, we hope Ms. Kelly will do so soon. Or we can come back to her. Winton Hill? Anything, Ash, on Winton?
No, Winton is not online.
Okay. How about Tracy James Terry?
Are we on? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Thank you for your time. My name is Tracy James Terry, and I'm a resident of Monroe, Connecticut, and I'm speaking to you today regarding the Bill HB number 5110. I would like to start by saying that I strongly oppose this bill, and I also agree with my fellow speakers that oppose this bill. There is a rise in indie filmmaking, and the film industry in Los Angeles is shrinking, which means other states can reap the benefits, and I'd like ours to continue to be one of them. As a new filmmaker who just started my own film company, I was surprised when I started networking and found out how many people in Connecticut are involved in some aspect of creating film. I also was shocked when I heard our tax credit incentive was in jeopardy. I don't want to have to travel to another state to film. I want to support my local film community and help grow this industry. I did a little research to help you understand just what we would be missing out on should this credit go away. Here is one example I found. A report that I found in Oklahoma Municipal League. It stated that their cities have seen an economic boost from film productions, and that filming a movie can bring an average of $50,000 a day to a city through hotels, restaurants, and hardware stores, making it a worthy industry for some municipalities looking to boost sales tax revenue. Here is a quote from the director of the Oklahoma Film and Music Office. The opportunities film will provide for continuing the development of our local workforce and infrastructure are tremendous as we continue attracting independent film and television productions around the state. By the way, Killers of the Flower Moon, Scorsese was just filmed there. That's a theatrical film, by the way. The Washington Filmworks had this to say, that money the companies spend creates union jobs and goes into the pockets of the local people in Washington. The carpenters who help build the set, electricians, plumbers, and lighting crew, and the drivers. And I quote, "We like importing dollars from Hollywood and paying our local folks," said Amy Lillard, executive director of Washington Filmworks. These are just a few examples of the many that I found stating the positive impact, economic impact on their state. I think it would be a terrible injustice to deny the people of the state the job opportunities and revenue for our communities that filming here would provide. I'm not talking about a few people for hire. I'm saying that depending on the budget, there could be hundreds, thousands more involved. That's a lot of jobs. I also feel tourism, and I won't go into it. I think we mentioned Mystic Pizza, and you remember Jaws. Martha's Vineyard is still skyrocketing their tourism because of that. I'm one of them. I traveled to see that spot. So I don't understand why we would deny the state these jobs and revenue.
You reached 3 minutes, please summarize.
By moving this incentive, and I don't think the people of the state would be happy knowing that you took away well-needed jobs. And I'm proud to be a member of the Film and Television Alliance of Connecticut that will help all this and bringing back change. So please keep this film tax credit. Our state cannot afford to lose it. I'm just going to quickly just say I reached out to a fellow producer in New York and told him what was happening here today. And he reached back to me and he said, "Do you think that this credit is in jeopardy? Do you think that it's not going to go through? And do you think I should look to film in another state?" And this is a multi-million-dollar project. And I will leave on that note, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. Questions? Thank you.
Welcome.
Gloria Kelly has accepted the promotion if you're, just to give you an update.
Okay. If she is available, then we'll go to her now. Ms. Kelly, you can proceed. Ms. Kelly? You have the floor, ma'am. We will come back to her. Jillian Noyes?
Thank you. Good afternoon to the honorable members of this committee. My name is Jillian Noyes, and I am an editor who strongly opposes HB number 5110. All my life, I've been a storyteller. And though I have many stories about how living in Connecticut has positively shaped my career, the story I want to tell starts when I was a little girl in the early 2000s, visiting my dad at his workplace, Sonalists in Waterford. In the 1990s and 2000s, Sonalist was arguably Connecticut's biggest film and video production company, and I wandered through their editing bays and sound stages in awe. I imagined how I could one day follow in my dad's footsteps and be an artist too. Standing before you today as an award-winning editor, I managed to make that dream a reality. But Sonalist eventually became a shell of its former self, serving as a cautionary tale for why the current tax credit, though effective, can be improved, and what will happen to our industry if it's abolished. Many amazing productions are happening right here in Connecticut, but the lack of a film commission and the fact that the tax credit doesn't apply to theatrical projects limits our industry's true potential. And given the trickle-down nature of the film industry, a lack of film set activity leads to a lack of work in more invisible fields like mine, editing, sound, visual effects. Abolishing the tax credit will devastate all levels of film production in our state and leave countless people unemployed despite their exceptional talent. That's what happened when Sonalist pivoted away from commercial production and laid off my dad, which deeply impacted my lower middle class family. And 15 years later, it's happening to me, as the economic reverberations of the pandemic and strikes forced me to put my professional goals on hold so I can simply survive. I know I'm not the only one who's had to do that. Yet I also know Connecticut can become New England's Hollywood and reach even greater heights. I know that I can flourish as an editor and as a storyteller without having to sacrifice all the connections I've made in my home state and moving elsewhere. We want to make movies here. I want to make movies here. And by reforming the tax credit and changing it to a film rebate, as several have argued in favor for, our state can encourage investments in local communities that are already happening and elevate film into a true powerhouse industry that rivals other film hubs in the East Coast. That's why I'm not just fighting to save the film tax credit in Connecticut. I'm fighting for my future, my dreams, and the dreams of countless other up-and-coming filmmakers like me who want to change the world for the better, one film at a time. All my life, I've been a storyteller, but my own story and my future as a filmmaker now rests in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Noyes? Thank you.
No questions.
How about Ms. Kelly now? Yes, no?
She has dropped off the Zoom. I think she's having tech issues.
Okay. Kenneth Wenberg? Wenberg, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee. I'm here to speak in support of HB 5491, providing property tax relief to permanently disabled veterans. My name is Kenneth Wenberg. I'm a member of the Stanford Veterans Resource Center, member of the American Legion Post 3, the Stanford CERT. I'm a volunteer firefighter in North Stanford Long Ridge District. I'm also a Marine Corps veteran of 8 years. I'm here to provide you slightly different perspective than you've already heard on the importance of this bill. I've had the privilege and honor to interact with numerous veterans over the years of various wars. And one of the more heartbreaking aspects is interacting with ones that have been injured permanently from their service and seeing the effects of veterans who go without support, go into crisis. Because these veterans, their first line of support becomes the first responders. And to use a fire parlance. The smaller the fire, the easier it is to put out. This bill, giving some relief to permanently disabled veterans who already have the world stacked against them with their disability and having these injuries occur early in their lives when they joined the military, signing over a blank check payable with possibly their life in full at ages where I'm sure some of you would look at them as their children, but they're young adults and they go on and they fight our battles and they protect our nation and they protect the ideals which we sit here and practice in self-governance. So I ask you to consider the importance of this bill is not just providing property tax relief, but this is crisis management. And if a society can be judged upon how it treats its weakest and most vulnerable, it can be doubly judged by how it treats those that put their life on the line to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Questions for Mr. Wenberg? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you for coming. I want to thank you for your service and for fighting for other veterans that fought for our freedom, and that, you're right, did put a blank check out there and it could be their life. So I just wanted to say thank you for coming, and I appreciate your passion for them and for what you did for our country.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you for the privilege. Have a good day.
Paul Miller.
Again, Paul Miller is another person online who has not accepted the promotion.
Sharon Farrell. Let's see, Sharon. Luke Wolf.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Honorable members, my name is Luke Wolf. I'm here on behalf of AT&T to support changes in Senate Bill number 443, which would extend the net operating loss deduction carryover period from 20 years to 30 years. Net operating loss deductions are a critical component of corporate income tax systems. They give companies incurring losses in 1 year the ability to deduct those losses from income in future years. This feature is important because it gives companies the ability to smooth changes in business income over a longer investment horizon, and it acknowledges the reality that business profitability can vary significantly over time. This is especially true for startup businesses that experience significant losses before turning a profit, and for companies like manufacturers and high-tech firms that operate in cyclical business environments where profits and losses can fluctuate greatly when bringing a product to market. Even established firms struggling during an economic downturn rely on net operating loss deductions to mitigate the damage and provide a path to recovery. However, Connecticut law differs from the federal treatment of net operating loss deductions. Under federal law, net operating loss deductions may decrease tax liability by up to 80% of taxable income and may be carried forward to future years on an indefinite basis. In Connecticut, a net operating loss deduction may not exceed 50% of taxable income, and unused losses may be carried forward for only up to 20 years. The restrictions that Connecticut imposes on net operating loss deductions do harm to businesses. They offset the advantages in allowing losses to be used to reduce future liabilities, and the restrictions make the state an outlier among its regional competitors. In fact, the lower cap in Connecticut makes the state one of only 2 states nationally that limit net operating loss deductions as a percentage below the federal limit of 80%. The proposed changes in the law in the bill before you today seek to address the current restrictions. The proposed, under the bill, the net operating loss deduction carryover would be extended for an additional 10 years, from 20 years to 30 years, beginning in 2025. The change would provide a measured form of taxpayer relief and encourage greater private sector investment and growth in Connecticut while minimizing the short-term revenue impact to the state. Additionally, the change would make the state's treatment of net operating loss deductions closer to the current federal treatment. The change also would apply equally to all businesses subject to the state's corporate income tax. Thinking this through, one of the questions earlier today was, what's this impact, or what's the benefit here? What's does Connecticut get out of this change? And thinking about it, there's really three things that I'd throw out there. The first is an ability to revisit tax policy that was set into law 10 years ago in Connecticut. With a number of intervening federal changes, it gives the state an opportunity to revisit its tax policy and fine-tune it going forward for the next decade. It also increases the state's competitiveness. It makes the state not an outlier. Compared to some of the other states, there's other states that cap or that restrict. It's really Connecticut and Pennsylvania that have pretty strict limits on the amount that can be used in a given year. And so this would allow the state to sort of fine tune that and become less of an outlier. And then the third is really just, more of an open, receptive place for businesses. One of the benefits of net operating loss deductions is really for startup companies, high-tech firms that
You've
run
reached
into
3 minutes. Please summarize.
no problem. They run into losses, and this would give them the ability to reset. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Luke. Questions for Mr. Wolf? I won't give you the same admonition that I gave Senator Wong earlier, who dropped in for a cup of coffee, asked about 7 questions, and then he disappeared. And you know how well that goes over.
I promise I won't do that.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would not put you in the same category because you.
Thank you.
You stay here and you pay your dues, so.
I am here for the duration of the night. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for coming and testifying. Just a couple of questions. You mentioned businesses and benefits. What businesses would benefit from this bill?
Yeah, so one of the benefits of this change that's proposed in the bill is that it would benefit all businesses that pay the corporate income tax. It's not one particular industry. It's not necessarily one particular taxpayer. This is an across the board change, the nuts and bolts of the state's income tax system.
Great. So it's across the board.
It is.
Good. Good. And then my second question is, compared to other states, how do we compare? You said Pennsylvania, but what about our neighboring states?
So absolutely. So, I was able to, there was a question earlier this morning about this and able to go back and just dig through to make sure I give you the right information. Looking at a regional basis, I'll start with New Jersey. New Jersey has, recently changed over the summer. They enacted a law. They have an 80% cap and a 20-year carry forward. New York is a little bit different. They are one of the few states in the region that allow for a carry back. So you can carry your losses back to prior years and apply it. They also have a 20-year carry forward. On the upper bound, there isn't a cap. They can use the full amount to reduce their liability. That's similar to Massachusetts, where there's no upper cap, but there is a 20-year carry forward. And then Pennsylvania is the state that I've pointed out. They've got a 40% limit, 20-year carry forward, but that 40%, they have legislation that's pending that would increase that cap and extend the carry forward past one house, but it's held up in the other house.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And before we go to the next, I would just say, provide a little levity here to a long day, but members are online, as I said at the beginning of this hearing, and Senator Wong is one of those, and he's just an easy target for me, but he has been attentive today and other hearings that we have online. So that he did mention that he was in transportation all day today to me earlier. Let's see. Angelica Durrell, sorry.
Yes, I'm here. Can everybody hear me well?
Hear you fine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Angelica Duell, and I represent the people and the youth of Stamford, Connecticut at Intempo Music School and Community Arts and Cultural Center. Today, I'm here to testify in support of the Connecticut Humanities line item and the celebration of America's 250th anniversary through HB 5504, as well as HB 5490, the act concerning the threshold for tax and sales tax that will support the tourism fund in Connecticut. As we represent the second largest city in Connecticut being Stamford, and having just opened the doors for the first ever community arts and cultural center in our city of Stamford, we look forward to continuing to bring arts, culture, and tourism to our city and to Fairfield County. And specifically as it relates to the support given to Connecticut Humanities, they have supported us since 2020 at the height of the global pandemic, making it evident that they are committed to distributing their support and their funds across the entire state of Connecticut. This support has allowed our organization to gain national visibility and also be able to grow and sustain our jobs and our art and culture programming from 5 full-time positions to as well as 20 part-time positions. The kids at Intempo, the families at Intempo, we serve over 700 students each day, and we serve over 1,000 people at our annual large-scale concerts. So this is translated into advocacy, civic engagement, vote, and constituents whose voice matters and will matter in all of the elections and all of the decisions that happen in Connecticut and in Fairfield County. And we as a cultural organization seek to contribute to Americans' 250th anniversary celebration by highlighting the roles and contributions of our cultural organizations, specifically immigrants and Latinos, in telling the story and the history of our immigrants' contributions in the state and in our greater country. So I really hope that you will support and consider the case for HB 5504 and HB 5490. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Durrell. Questions? Thank you very much. Well,
Senator Miller online.
Senator Miller?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to make a comment to Angelica. Angelica, thank you for the work that you and your organization do, your team do, to make sure that the individuals in our community are exposed to the Hispanic culture through your music and dance. And so we really do appreciate, the Humanity organization is important to organizations such as yours. Those grants are important because it allows you to do the work that you do. And not only that, it allows the children of Hispanic descent to understand their culture and where they came from. There's an adage, and I don't know where it came from. It says that you don't know where you're going unless you've known where you've come from. So thank you for making sure that the children of our community know exactly what their history is and their culture. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for entertaining me.
Thank you, Senator Miller. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. David Kaplan. If not, Amos Williams. Oh, I apologize. Robert Day somehow went past him.
No problem. Thank you, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and the other esteemed members of Finance, Revenue, and Bonding for having me today. Can everyone hear me all right?
We hear you fine.
I'm Robert Day. I'm a tax attorney in Connecticut. Much of my practice relates to state and local taxes, and I'm here to speak in support of SB 443 because I feel it increases taxpayer rights with regard to appeals rights. I've often had the opportunity to work with the Department of Revenue Services, usually in an adversarial sense, through the administrative process. Sometimes I get to work with them collaboratively, which is always great. And rarely, I'm involved in litigation against the DRS. By way of background, it's important to understand that in Connecticut, if the DRS audits you, you go from an audit to an appeal. And then after you receive a final determination in the appeal, you have the right to go to tax court. Right now, there's no time limit on how long an appeal can take. And occasionally they take, quite some time. They've taken years in the past. And when a matter reaches Superior Court eventually, it can have significant interest accumulated because of the time that's passed. And this bill would give taxpayers the opportunity to take a matter to Superior Court a year after an appeal is first filed. So there'd still be a year to deal with it through the DRS. And I think, the vast majority of appeals would be dealt with that way. But for those rare instances where the parties just can't agree, maybe there's a complicated area of law and there's really no answer on the books, and it ultimately has to go to court, it gives the taxpayer some leverage to do that, again, after a year with the department and trying to negotiate. I think that, a small fraction of cases would end up using this option, but I know that some other states have this. Some states is as little as 6 months, with the feeling being that, if you've gone through an audit and appeal, you're probably not going to get the results you want with the taxing authority, and they give taxpayers the right to go right to court. So I feel that it would be appropriate for Connecticut to have the same option. I think that it doesn't really take anything away from the DRS, and that, again, there's a full year to deal with it, and there'd still be the opportunity to work through whatever issues might exist before you end up in court after, again, a year. I won't take my full 3 minutes. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take questions. I also submitted similar written testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Anyone? Thank you.
Thank you.
David Kaplan. Amis Williams. Heidi Cornell.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, chairs, ranking and honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Heidi Cornell. I'm an Air Force veteran, and I was born and raised here in Connecticut. I'm here in support of House Bill 5491, an act establishing a property tax exemption for veterans who have a service-connected permanent and total disability rating. And I'm asking for your support too. This is an extremely small and vulnerable segment of our population in Connecticut who have sacrificed for all of us. As you've heard already, there are currently 20 other states that fully exempt their 100% total and permanent disabled veterans from property taxes on their primary home. 20 more states plus the District of Columbia provide significantly greater property tax relief than does Connecticut. And to clarify the current exemption, it's $3,500 off of the assessed value of the home. So when you apply the mill rate, that comes out to just over $100 a year that we're saving veterans. So I understand that there's a price associated with this bill, but I believe it's small, especially compared to many other states that have much higher populations of veterans. And I think it will become smaller as the Connecticut veteran population has gone down by 45% in the past 20 years and continues to decline. We have the exact numbers and locations of the veterans that would benefit from this bill. We got that from the Office of Legislative Research. And with that information, we were able to calculate an average cost to Connecticut municipalities of $29,000 per municipality on average. And this number is likely high based on the fact that in general, these veterans do not own homes at the same rate that the rest of Connecticut residents do, and that their homes are, well, veterans, by the way, are well overrepresented in the homeless population. Also, their homes are likely not at the same value as the rest of Connecticut residents. So those are two reasons why I believe the estimate is a little higher than reality. I have served with these men and women, and I see them regularly at the VA facilities. They have fought in Korea, Vietnam, Desert Storm, Iraq, Afghanistan, and more. They are proud of their service, they love their country, and they have sacrificed in ways that many of us probably cannot imagine. They also don't have the resources, the technical or physical ability to fight for this bill themselves. That's why you probably don't see as many of us as you do the TV and film industry, but we're here to fight for them. They fought for us, and we need to do this for our disabled veterans. The disabled veteran population is dwindling, and for those that we have left, we should do what we can to help them stay in Connecticut in their homes with their families for the remaining years. Please support these men and women by supporting House Bill 4591. I thank you for your time, consideration, and service to our state.
Thank you, Ms. Cornell. Do you have a professional role in advocacy for veterans?
No, sir. I'm just born and raised in Connecticut, served in the Air Force for 23 years, and came back about 5 years ago when I started working on this.
Very admirable. Thank you for, on behalf of veterans, that you commit your time and efforts to support them.
That's my pleasure.
Questions for Ms. Cornell? Representative Horn.
Just to acknowledge that you're one of the lifers today. You've been in the room for most of the day, and I thank you for your dedication and patience.
I don't know how you guys do it.
Anyone? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stephen Ranieri.
Hello, co-chairs Fonfara and Horn, and ranking members Cheeseman and Martin, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bond Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony opposing the temporary increase in the rental car tax. My name is Stephen Ranieri. I am a resident of Simsbury and controller for Enterprise Mobility in Connecticut. We operate Enterprise, National Car Rental, and Alamo Rent-A-Car brands. Enterprise Mobility started as a small family-owned company with the fleet of 7 cars and our founder's tireless credo of do the right thing. One of our greatest strengths as an organization is our promote from within culture. Enterprise pays over $33 million in Connecticut annually in various state taxes and fees and surcharges assessed on the rental industry, including $8.4 million in local taxes paid to municipalities for vehicle property tax. Enterprise opposes any increase in the rental car tax for brick and mortar rental car companies in Connecticut, while others in our industry are not taxed at the same rate. We understand the need to fund this initiative. Our founder actually served on the USS Enterprise, and that's where we get our company's name. We just feel that increasing an already elevated taxed industry is not fair. I don't want to sit here and just not offer a solution. So one alternative would be to enforce that others within our industry pay the 9.35% sales tax that we do. Enterprise would respectfully request that you classify peer-to-peer car sharing transactions as a rental car transaction and use the proceeds from these taxes to fund the America 250 initiative. Rental car transactions are taxed at 9.35% for rentals that are less than 30 days. Enterprise prides itself on being in the neighborhood or being the neighborhood rental car option for Connecticut residents with local stores in 68 cities and towns with a fleet of 13,000 vehicles across the state. A common misconception with the rent-a-car industry is that rentals are coming from out-of-state business, but I can assure you that a majority of our transactions are from CT residents, and by approximation, it's about 80%. So if this legislation were enacted, you would be passing additional increased taxes to Connecticut residents. You would also be picking winners and losers in the rent-a-car industry and exasperating an already large inequity that is between in the rent-a-car market by furthering the gap between what a traditional company pays versus what a peer-to-peer company is required to pay. Traditional rent-a-car companies pay a variety of rent-a-car taxes and fees in Connecticut that we pass on to the customer. However, if you were to rent a peer-to-peer car in Connecticut, you would only pay 6.35% sales tax. No other taxes and fees are applied, and if you rent at the Connecticut airport, no additional fees are applied because peer-to-peer companies do not have an agreement with the Connecticut Airport Authority, despite them being required to do so through state law. if you were to compare prices between enterprise and a peer-to-peer car sharing company, our prices would be significantly higher most of the time due to the additional taxes and surcharges that we are required to remit to the
You have
state.
reached 3 minutes. You have reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Yep. Connecticut already has one of the highest sales taxes in the country. Our neighbors, Massachusetts at 6.25% and Rhode Island at 7%. So I would just respectfully ask that you create an equitable playing field for all that are in the market. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Can you, if you know, what's the demographic of those who use your industry?
The demographic, I mean, it's people who just need to rent cars. I mean, we typically see, people who rent for retail because they want a car for the weekend, people who rent because their car is in the shop, people who are here in town on business. There's as far as a demographic, I couldn't really say. It's really anyone who needs a vehicle.
Well, we understand that, but those that rent on weekends, do you know what their situation is generally?
Well, I mean, we don't ask what their situation is, but in my history, I would say that, maybe they don't have a vehicle or they don't have a big enough vehicle to transport the people or goods that they're moving around. So that's typically what we would see on a weekend.
And you're in a position to know?
Correct. Yeah, I'm the controller. So, I mean, I handle all the financials as well as the risk management, property and development. So yeah, I mean, I'm.
Have you worked at the desk that leasing cars or?
Yeah, so once upon a time, I started as an intern, renting vehicles and kind of worked my way up. So yeah, I mean, I do have some experience. It's been a number of years, but that's where I started.
I ask because I have had conversations with enterprise folks in the past, and that they've told me how a number of Hartford folks do rent on the weekends, folks that don't own a car, and how they get around on the weekend is renting the car for the Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, that's accurate. Yep, that is a part of our business for sure.
Anyone? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here today. Can you just expand on the peer-to-peer car rental? So obviously people are familiar with sort of ride share, but is this where a private individual rents his or her car to another individual? Sort of, if you could share that, please.
Sure. So from my understanding, it is, I guess the best example would be if you're going to fly out of Bradley, for example, and your car is going to be available, maybe in a parking lot somewhere. You could put your car up for rent on a platform. And then that, if a person was flying into Bradley, theoretically, they could rent the car from you for the time that you're away. Or if your car is just not available, maybe you have a second car that you're not going to be using. You could put your car for rent on this platform for someone else to kind of like an Airbnb for vehicles, I guess is what I would say.
So do we know how much of that goes on in Connecticut if they're not paying the sales tax? I mean, are they required to be registered with the Department of Transportation or another state entity?
So I don't know the answer to how many. I mean, I can say that, through some of my research, I went on the other day just to try to see like what kind of taxes and fees they're disclosing on their website. And there were 140 vehicles available at Bradley that I could choose from when I typed that in. So that's just at Bradley. I didn't really punch or plug in any other cities or towns in the state. And it, was kind of hard to tell, but I mean, I'm a controller by nature, so I did the math and it looks like there was a 6.35% sales tax listed on the rate of the vehicle. So, I can imagine that they're remitting that at least.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Conti?
Hello, my name is Danielle Conti. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair,
committee members. Thank you all for being here. I am in opposition of 5110. I obviously agree with everything that all my colleagues have stated here today. I've been working the past couple weeks on a feature film in Rhode Island. I was actually scheduled and booked to work today, but I turned it down, obviously, because I think it's more important to be here because I'm all about the big picture thinking, being a SAG actress. I did just come off of the actors' strike, so fighting for jobs and like fair wages, but also just getting up to times with AI and updating contracts. So the first thing that I did when the discussion came to the table that we need to reassess our program was I went to my union, and Connecticut is split into SAG New England and SAG New York. And so those two executive directors came together to talk about Connecticut because film in their states are going really well. So I want to know what they were doing. And although my union doesn't get involved in politics, they were able to share insight. So like New York and New Jersey, they look at their tax credit program as a union jobs program because essentially that's what it is. In order to spend all this money to make these films, it's probably a union production. Although I do share an interesting perspective because I work on the independent side and the union side. I work in front of the camera, behind the camera. I'm a production assistant, a production manager, a script supervisor. What I think is so encouraging here today, I love that this is being brought up so that we can talk about it, but I want to touch on mentorship. So I grew up in Stonington, Connecticut, and I still live in southeastern Connecticut. So the first thing I did was go to my chambers, and thank you so much, Bruce, for coming to testify, because I know from living there that people came and saw Mystic Christmas and they wanted to live the Hallmark story. Like I myself have gone to Christmas tree farms because I saw them on Lifetime. Like I just think it's cute because, you know, we're Connecticut. But also seeing producers like Michael Day come and testify, like I was his script supervisor, and that's the training ground that I think is amazing because I'm not qualified to be a script supervisor. I'm not IATSE, I'm not union, I'm SAG-AFTRA, I'm trained as an actress. But the fact that there was even a world where I could work alongside this director producer and learn with him, like he brought most of his crew from LA and his cameraman worked on the newest like Avatar, and they were willing to train me. And so I'm able to take that and take it everywhere else. And so I do work with like the Mystic Film Festival, the Mystic Film Institute, I believe heavily on training. And I just wanted to be here today to say that I don't have the answers, but I'm really good at thinking fast and bringing people to the table so that if this is the time in the world where we get to redefine what our tax credit program is, I would love to do rebates. Andrew Garnhart gave me my first
You've
role.
reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
I oppose 5110. Thank you.
Your enthusiasm is uplifting for us after a long day. And we thank you for sticking it out with us. I appreciate your perspective very much. Questions for Ms. Conti? Thank you. Rebecca McGray?
Good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and honorable members of the committee. I am here today to oppose House Bill 5110. I was born and raised in Goshen, and I'm a Connecticut girl. And since I was young, I knew that I have always wanted to work in the film and entertainment industry. It has always been my dream. Unfortunately, when I first entered the industry, it was at a time that I was fighting for my life. I was severely depressed. I was working in an industry that had been crippled by the pandemic, and I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my life. I felt like everything was stagnant. But I gave up a job with benefits, insurance, a 401k, and a retirement plan to do something that most people will never get the chance to do, which was chase my dream. And since starting in this industry, I have met people who are so devoted to what they do. and it impassions me every single day. I work as the communications coordinator for the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance, and I constantly get to talk to people who live for this. They breathe for this industry. It is so important to each and every one of us. And I haven't been working here in this industry for long, only about a year, but I've come a long way. And so have these people that I've made these amazing connections with. And I just think it's really unfortunate to have come this far and to now have everything held up before me and questioned. And it's scary thinking that in a year, I might not be in this state anymore. I might have to relocate to New York, which is something I don't want to do because my parents are here. They're getting older. They live 5 minutes away from me, and they can call me at any time to come and help them if they need anything. I want to be here for them. I want to be here for the film industry in Connecticut, and it is so important to have it here because there are people who gave up time to come here today just to tell you how important it is to them. And there are so many solutions to the problems we're facing. For one, I suggest that we change the tax credit to a tax rebate. I think it's a lot more attractive to companies who are looking to come into the state and produce films here. But I know that, you know, alongside a lot of other people, this is something we're really, really willing to fight for. And that's why I'm here today. It's my first time testifying, so I'm a little bit nervous, so please forgive me. But please vote no on House Bill 5110, and I'm willing to accept any questions.
Well, I think I speak for everyone in saying, besides thank you for staying all day to testify, but also that you have found a passion in your life that not only gives you a purpose and direction, but got you here.
Thank you. It was a really big risk leaving my job, but I say it to everybody I talk to, it was the best decision I have ever made in my entire life. And I'm happy to be where I am today, even though I don't have a lot of money and it's hard to find work currently in Connecticut. But if we keep the tax credit or change it to a rebate, it's going to be easier. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. They're willing to take these risks to chase their dreams. And like I said before, it's something that not a lot of people can do in their lives.
Thank you. Representative Horn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're from Goshen. Do
I
you still
am.
live in Goshen?
No, I live in Torrington now, but I lived in Goshen until I was about 13 years old.
Torrington used to be part of my district, but Goshen still is part of my district. So I'll adopt you anyway. So I know that means you also came a long distance to be here today. So I thank you.
I did,
And
but
glad to
it's
hear
well
your
worth it.
story. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Brendan Maxim?
Yes, hello.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Brandon Maxim, and I'm not from Connecticut. I grew up in Maine, and I've slowly been making my way south. I was doing a movie during COVID, a Hallmark movie in Woodstock, Connecticut, and I fell in love with the town and decided to move here and bring my business here. And I've been working in Connecticut over 12 years, and I have filmed several Hallmark movies here, probably the most Hallmark movies out of anyone in Connecticut, working directly with Synthetic Cinema International as well as some other companies. There are three basic things I want to hit on, and thankfully, as you can tell by the passionate turnout today, we've already covered some of those things, but I'll try not to be too redundant. I have trained up a lot of kids here in Connecticut, got them up into the union, brought them through my camera department, my grip and electric department, turned them into gaffers and key grips and best boys and all those things that you probably have no idea what those jobs are. But now they're all moving away. Even with the hint of losing this tax credit, they're nervous and they're headed to New York or they're headed to LA. And we don't want that crew base to leave us. We really need that crew base here. We've spent years developing it. It's extremely important to us. Another point that I wanted to talk about is that we don't have all the data. We need to think about the immeasurable things that are out there. When a crew comes to town, you bring 200 extras with you, and they're all getting their own rooms. And then the crew is housed by the production, obviously, and we can track that money. But There are 200 extras that are there just to be there. They're not even getting paid to be there most of the time, and they're spending and bringing their families and their hotel rooms and things like that. And we have an incredible database of extras that just pump money into the local economy whenever we come to town. Those are things that are I don't know how you measure those things. There's a wonderful story right here in Woodstock. The Woodstock Inn was in danger of closing during COVID. It was completely shut down. This is a $1 million business. And Synthetic Cinema came in and rented out the entire inn, quarantined the crew for weeks and weeks on end. And to this day, people travel from all over the country to visit the inn, at least 2 bookings a month, just to visit the inn where One Royal Holiday was filmed, and which happened to be a really high-rated movie for Hallmark, and in turn gave us the go-ahead to make several others, Mystic Christmas being one of them that we recently shot. So I think it's important to know that you're helping these businesses grow. That this is like being an actor, and you get residual pay for the rest of your life every time someone watches your film. These locations are getting residual benefits that in turn go right back into our economy. And that's an important thing to note that I really don't think we can measure, and it's important to try to do that. And the last point I want to take really quickly, the first 6 speakers today, I've been with you since 10 a.m. as well, and the first 6 speakers today we're talking about America 250 and how important it is to market and promote Connecticut. That's us. We're the ones doing that. There's someone in your room right now operating the camera, and they are part of the film community too. And when we're not working on films, we are filming your kids' soccer games. We are volunteering at your local television stations. That's us, and that's who you're affecting. If you want America 250 to happen, we're the people that are going to help you do that. Right now, I'm working with History Channel. We're starting tomorrow. We're shooting in Western Mass for George Washington. It's going to be on the History Channel, and all these things are affected by this credit. And you're not going to have that ability to get this America 250 off the ground without media professionals in your back pocket. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Maxim. Questions? Thank you, sir. Jim Bowen.
Good afternoon. Quick sound check. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jim Bowen, and I live in Fairfield. I'm a retired colonel, and I served 28 years in the Air Force. And today I'm here to request your support for HB 5491 to exempt 100% permanent and totally disabled veterans from property tax. During my 28 years in the Air Force, I had the opportunity to command multiple units, leading thousands and thousands of airmen in both peacetime and war. I will tell you, I know very well the toll that their service took and continues to take on those veterans. And for the 100% permanent and totally disabled, that price was exceptionally high. But I will tell you that without exception, every one of them paid that toll freely so that all of us could live in the land of the free. And now it's our turn, I think, to recognize their sacrifice. I see these men and women all the time at hospitals, VFWs, American Legions. I would urge you, please, today, do not take their absence as a lack of interest. They are struggling with their health, their finances, and they simply lack the ability, the resources, and the time to be here and speak for themselves in front of you. But we need to help them. You all have already heard repeatedly today that Connecticut lags well behind 39 other states in the benefits that they give their 100% disabled veterans. 20 of those states already provide the exemption that we're talking about here, 100% tax exemption. Meanwhile, Connecticut's got one of the smallest veteran populations in our entire nation. This bill is targeted on precisely 1,209 permanent and totally disabled veterans. I've spent a lot of time looking at this bill and crunching the numbers and studying it. You all have the opportunity to put $3,000 to $4,000 a year on average back in the pockets of these men and women. And while that is an incredibly small number for the state and the towns, it will mean the world to these men and women. The bill is very narrowly focused, deliberately to keep the burden on the towns extremely low. If you look in the written testimony, you'll see letters of support from towns. My town of Fairfield, our first selectman, there's a letter in there fully endorsing you guys to pass this. Today, you have the opportunity to act. You have the opportunity to make a real difference. I believe the state budget is a clear reflection of the things that we value and the things that we hold dear. The only veterans left in Connecticut are the ones who grew up here, the people who want to be near their families. So today, I, along with all the other folks that have come before you, are requesting your support to pass this bill, to honor their sacrifices, and to help them remain in their homes for their remaining years. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and consideration. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
I don't have a question, but you're very professional at this. You did a great job, and it's a serious
Thank you,
subject, but you certainly are a great spokesperson, one of many today. But thank you for your testimony. Representative Horn.
And I also, this is not really a question. I just wanted to reassure you, you mentioned do not take their absence today as a sign that they don't care about this. And I just wanted to reassure you that I don't believe there's a person on the committee that would make that interpretation. So I didn't want you to be concerned about that.
No, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
All right, you all have a wonderful evening.
You do the same. Felicia Honiger.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Good. Let me see if I can enable you to see me. Perhaps I need some of your film supporters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Got to pay the SAG rate, though, I think.
I'll pay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chairman and members of the committee for giving me this opportunity to support Senate Bill 443. Robert Day spoke earlier about the administrative part of this series of bills with respect to requiring the Department of Revenue to act on appeals within 1 year. I have a somewhat unique perspective in that I worked for the Department of Revenue for 13 years and have now been in private practice for about the same amount of time. So I've seen both sides and appreciate both sides of the issues. But I'm not going to give you facts and figures. I'm going to tell you a story, which is a true client experience that is still pending before the department. And I'd like each of you to imagine yourselves in this taxpayer's shoes. When he hired me, he was a Connecticut resident, and that was in 2012. He had been assessed a substantial amount of additional tax by New York. He was required by Connecticut law to report that change, and it resulted in a relatively small refund due to him. Well, small by his standards, of about $450,000. That was in 2012. It was an extremely straightforward issue, and that sat with the department in audit until 2019. There were no changes made, and ultimately the department's audit division just denied his refund claim. They sent it to the address of his accountant that was on file in 2012, notwithstanding the fact that I had been in communication with the auditor and had updated power of attorneys from the client throughout that period. By the time I found out that the notice of denial of the refund was sent to the client had died. The department then put up a roadblock about, I'll spare you that. The department took the position that because
You have
we
reached
did-
3 minutes. You have reached 3 minutes. Please summarize your testimony.
the summary is, since 2020, that matter is pending with the appellate division with new issues. I don't recommend that my clients litigate issues, but I do recommend that the department have imposed upon them time limits so that a straightforward required amended return gets processed before the client dies. And the one thing I would refer you to, and will submit hopefully as supplemental testimony, is that this is an issue the state auditors of public accounts have been citing as a deficiency of the department since 2011. And it still has not been corrected. So on the administrative side, I would request that you consider yourselves as taxpayers and think about whether you would want at least a somewhat speedy resolution to your tax issues. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here today to testify, or being here virtually. And I can only imagine the frustration and the dismay this would have caused your client. As taxpayers, it seems that we're not asking for that much when we request that our government departments process appeals, permits, whatever, in a timely manner. I know many times other departments are dilatory in issuing their judgments. So I want to thank you for bringing this to our attention. I want to thank you for pursuing this issue. And certainly, speaking for myself, I will look very seriously at this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Brett Thompson.
I'm afraid I'm going to be maybe not as exciting as some of the young people who are here today, but I'm going to try my best. Greetings, co-chairs Horn and Fonfara and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Brett Thompson. I'm the executive director of Connecticut Arts Alliance, a statewide membership organization representing arts institutions and professionals, artists, and arts advocates across the state. I join my colleagues at Connecticut Humanities and Connecticut Tourism Coalition, as well as members of the arts, culture, and tourism sectors in supporting HB 5490 and the state's investments it will make possible for these important components of Connecticut's economy. It is a well-established fact that each dollar Connecticut invests in these sectors can return $3 or more in economic activity and tax revenue if they are adequately funded. We thank you for proposing such a wise investment on behalf of the people of our state. Arts, culture, and tourism are critical components of a healthy economy and a catalyst for attracting and retaining competitive workforce. They play a critical role in where people want to live and where they want to spend their tourism dollars. That is why we partnered with Connecticut Humanities and the Tourism Coalition to introduce the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Funding Roadmap during the last legislative session, and why we continue to focus on its implementation this year. This bill supports investments in 4 critical areas of the funding roadmap: general operating grants and infrastructure support for more than 700 cultural organizations across the state, workforce development that connects young people with meaningful careers, tourism marketing that allows our state to compete with its neighbors for tourism dollars, and funding to support existing legislatively designated line items. These funds will be managed by reputable institutions so the state can be sure that those receiving funding are accountable and that metrics are in place to measure impact. We are grateful that HB 5490 provides the state support on which the funding roadmap is built. There is clear evidence that the roadmap offers a better alternative than the current strategy that's in place. One of its key goals is the return of the Connecticut Cultural Fund, which the state supported in fiscal years 22 and 23, but defunded in the current budget. Over 2 years, the Cultural Fund awarded 1,300 grants to 725 cultural organizations and reached 159 towns. In contrast, the current state budget allocated almost 90% of all funds for arts and culture to just 71 line item appropriations in 24 towns. Only about 10% of the money was made available for regrants to the remaining 650 or more cultural institutions in the state. This glaring disparity shows that the Connecticut Cultural Fund and the funding roadmap are the better strategy because they spread state investments across all of Connecticut. Some have argued that arts and culture are a nice to have and that state funding is an unnecessary expense. This bill clearly understands that it is a necessary investment. Thank you for introducing this important legislation that is good for our economy, it's good for our cities and towns, and for all who call Connecticut home. We look forward to working with you to advance it and the goals of the arts, culture, and tourism funding roadmap. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Calvin Bemis.
My name is Calvin Bemis, and I am here in opposition of House Bill 5110 that would eliminate the film tax credit. For 2 years, I attended the Greater Hartford Academy of the Arts just down the street as a half-day student. My concentration was in creative writing and media arts, with an emphasis on the media arts. I graduated in 2019. Little did I know I would be one of the last half-day students to graduate in that concentration, as the following year the program was shut down. 5 years later, I still haven't been able to escape the sorrow that I feel, knowing that there could be someone out there who'd love to have had the experience I had, but was robbed of the opportunity because of a lack of funding for the arts. On my wrist, I wear a band that my brother gave me that reads, "Luck is when preparation meets opportunity," alongside a wristband that I received in my final days attending GA, as a reminder of where I started and how lucky I am to have had the opportunity to start my cinema studies early. But I'm here before you today as someone whose sorrow has morphed into fear, the fear that I will now be robbed of the opportunity to pursue my career in my home state. Now, do I understand everything about this film tax credit? Absolutely, because I'm a genius and I understand literally everything about the world. I'm just kidding. I don't, and I'm still trying to learn and figure it out, but I am willing and I want to. And I know that many of you are also willing and want to learn about this and understand it as well, because I know that eliminating it outright would be a mistake. See, a screenwriter doesn't shoot a movie off of their first draft. They get notes and they revise it and they get notes and they revise it and they keep doing that and keep doing that until they're on set, and they're literally still doing that because they want to make the best product that they can. We should be revising this instead of just outright eliminating it, because if we eliminate it, we will be getting rid of an entire industry. And as many people have said today, there are many solutions to this problem. There's the reinstating of the film tax, or excuse me, the film commission, where we should be getting members and producers and people who understand the inner workings of how money flows in the film industry, as well as introducing a film rebate that will allow us to become more of an incentivized place for different people to shoot. And I just want to end it by saying that if this is to go through, we as a state will then be missing out on so many opportunities if we don't have this in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelvin. Questions for Mr. Bemis? Thank you very much. Greg Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into it, I would just like to sincerely offer my heartfelt thanks to you all for enduring this marathon. It's uplifting to see our elected representatives take their job seriously. So thank you very much. That said, my name is Greg Schwartz. I am from Meriden, Connecticut. I am the owner and president of Mighty Fox Productions, LLC, which is a film production company also based out of Meriden. And I'm here to discuss House Bill 5110, which seeks to eliminate the film production tax credit, which I unequivocally oppose. I take this position for a variety of reasons, but a primary one being that I work in the film and television industry as a SAG-AFTRA stunt performer, but I'm also a writer, a director, and a producer. All of that to say that at my very core, I am indeed a filmmaker. And if the film production tax incentive is eliminated, I will be unable to afford the state of Connecticut consideration when it comes time to decide upon shooting locations. But I am only one person, and far more important than the ramifications for me and my company is that should this bill become law, you would be sending an unmistakable message to any who hear it that the state of Connecticut is not concerned with investing in the arts. I am not saying that the current system is perfect. I am well aware of the practice of selling tax credits, which may have the potential to undermine the good faith that the public and state governments showed by instituting said credits in the first place. I'm not necessarily defending that practice, but at the same time, as a producer, I understand it. The careers of those who make decisions in this industry can have a very short shelf life if those decisions aren't promptly and sustainably profitable. But I postulate this sort of theme is a major portion of the actual problem. Once we start viewing art solely in the terms of business, profit and loss, risk assessment, cost-benefit analysis, it loses the capacity to grow into something truly beautiful and instead becomes disenchanting, which is honestly why we're probably having this discussion. Yes, art still must find ways to be profitable because artists have to be able to feed themselves. And absolutely, investors very much deserve a positive return on their investments. But if I may paraphrase the late Robin Williams as John Keating in the film Dead Poets Society, business and politics teach us how to sustain life. Absolutely, but the arts teach us why life is worth sustaining. Because good art with emotional potency and profundity is priceless. It reveals to us things about reality which nothing else can reveal, things about ourselves. It helps us discover what we believe is right and wrong, valuable and trivial, beautiful and ugly, and all of the other infinite possibilities and variables. And making good art is hard.
You have reached 3 minutes.
Thank
Please
you.
summarize.
It requires immense dedication and sacrifice in order to create works of genuine quality, works that have the power to provoke thought, inspire passion, and instill wonder in hearts and minds everywhere. And that includes our children, who will one day be responsible for shaping the world's future, just as you, honorable members of the committee, are responsible for today. That is why the arts need support. That is why HB 5110 should be voted down. Passing this bill would be a declaration that the value of art is first and foremost quantified in dollars. And if I may say so, that is a disheartening thought. Thank you, and I will be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Anybody? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Evilise Correa.
Evilise is online and I believe just accepted the promotion.
Can you guys skip to the next person? I'm moving my car right now. I'm outside.
Okay, thank you, Evelise.
Yes, I'll be right there.
Veronica Sullivan,
Hi, can you guys see and hear me?
we can.
Great. Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I feel like it's been on quite a journey with you guys. I've been on since the beginning. My name is Veronica Sullivan, and I'm the Senior Vice President of State and Local Government Affairs for NBC Universal, and I appear before you today to testify in opposition to HB 5110. HB 5110 would jeopardize Connecticut's nearly 2-decade-long economic development policy, which has diversified the state's economy, created sustainable job opportunities and growth, and generated substantial economic activity for smaller, medium-sized businesses. By eliminating the state's digital media and motion picture tax credit, the bill would threaten the future of a vibrant media sector, which Connecticut's policymakers have thoughtfully and strategically cultivated in the state. Instead of focusing on the consequences of HB 5510, I'd like to begin by discussing our impact on the state of Connecticut, which would not nearly be as profound if not for the digital media motion picture tax credit. As you may already know, NBC Universal is proud to call Connecticut home to our global headquarters for NBC Sports, the Stanford Media Center, and our New Britain-based NBC Connecticut station, which covers Hartford and the New Haven market. All told, we currently employ approximately 1,500 people across these sites, and since our arrival in Connecticut over 10 years ago, we have injected over $1 billion into the state's economy. In 2011, NBC Sports, in partnership with the state, announced plans to relocate to Connecticut following the success of our then newly established syndicated studios, which took over the Rich Forum Theater in Stamford, a decision that saved the Stanford Media Center for the Arts from bankruptcy and the state from being responsible for expenses related to the site. NBC Sports relocated to Connecticut in 2012, immediately brought 450 new media and high-tech jobs into the state. This was achieved by consolidating our workforce spread throughout the country into the current state-of-the-art facility in Connecticut. In the subsequent years, NBC Universal moved the Golf Channel and a portion of our Peacock streaming services operations to Connecticut, and coupled with our investment in the Stanford Media Center and NBC Universal Connecticut, bring our total employee count to 1,500. This clearly showcases our commitment to Connecticut. NBC Sports headquarters is located at the former Clairol shampoo factory in Stamford and has become an international hub for global production, broadcasting, and distribution of content to fans worldwide. Never is this more apparent than during the biannual Olympic Games, when our sizable NBC Sports base nearly doubles, swelling to almost 2,000 employees based in Stamford and surrounding areas. Try to get a hotel room in Stamford this summer. It'll be very hard. Along with many other companies across the state, including several of whom are here today, the tax credit has enabled our rapid growth over the years. The stability of the economic development tool is a significant factor.
3 minutes. You have reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Okay. I guess what I'd say is that our commitment to developing the workforce, one of the things that we're creating or doing more recently is creating a workforce for the future. And we have partnered with our sports and operations trainee program. We call it SPOT. It's an entry point for the industry where trainees learn from and are trained by some of the best technical talent in the business. We're really proud of that initiative. We're proud of partnering with some of the Connecticut schools. I guess what I would conclude with is by saying that we think that this program has had a profound effect, not just on jobs, but creating support for the local businesses, small businesses across the state. And we're very happy to be here and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Sullivan? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Fonfara. Thank you for appearing before us today. Veronica, a couple of questions. First of all, we've had discussion about the fact that Connecticut, unlike many states, does not cap the amount of the tax credit available. Wondered if you might like to weigh in on that.
Well, I don't think it's unique that Connecticut doesn't cap. New York has a rolling cap, which is essentially a cap that just keeps going year after year. New Jersey has a similar situation, Georgia, Massachusetts. So I think most credits around the world today, many of them, in particular in states as large as Connecticut, wouldn't have caps.
We had discussed earlier that in 2023 of the 36 certificates that were issued, 28 of the credits were transferred to 85 other entities, most of whom were not in Connecticut. So what would your feeling be on continuing the film tax credit, but banning its transfer and only having those funds dedicated to actual film production?
It's a funny question, and I heard the gentleman speak to it. I'm not sure about the data. I question it because we've taught, some states do a buyback where instead of having somebody sell the credit, they contemplate buying the credit back because it could be a potential savings to the state. What we have found in most jurisdictions is that there is not a willingness to end transferability because a lot of local businesses in the state, there could be larger businesses or larger individuals, they buy the they buy the credits. So I'm not sure who's buying these credits. They could be just being sold by insurance companies out of state, and maybe there's some confusion around who's really getting the benefit of the credit. So I'd like to be able to see that data before I say more on that topic.
I appreciate you being cautious on that one. I just say that this data did come from DECG, who administers the tax credit themselves. So given that there are questions, obviously there's some very staunch advocates here over the effectiveness and the best use of taxpayer dollars. Are there suggestions you can make that might reassure skeptics on this committee as to whether or not you were actually getting the best bang per buck, particularly in line of the fact that we don't have unlimited bucks out there? And many, requests for more funding for other sectors where the ROI might be greater and indeed bring more tangible benefits to our Connecticut residents directly as opposed to through a program like this.
Well, I would say two things. One, I think the Alsberg study showed very clearly the rate of the economic benefit. I think it was something like a 4 to 8 ratio, and it brought in $2.72 billion of economic activity in the state. And then secondly, I would say post-COVID, what we saw as an industry, in COVID, this industry worked, and we supported, created job. We create a job on day one, and we inject money into small businesses on day one. And I think after COVID, people saw that when everything else was closed, this industry, and obviously there were others that were up and running, but I'm speaking for this industry, there were more programs that either changed to modify their programs to attract our business, or created programs when they didn't have them, because they saw that through COVID, the impact that this business actually has. We call it content manufacturing. And so I think that if I were Connecticut, I'd probably double down on this program and probably want to attract more television and movies. I would get rid of the moratorium, and I would try to get as much production here as I possibly could, because not only are you creating a job, not only are you supporting small businesses, but you're actually teaching. We have found that there's so much workforce partnerships that are being created now so that we can transfer these skills to the younger generation. They'll change over time, but these are high, well-paying jobs. Not everybody wants to go to college. Many people do go to college, and there are jobs for college graduates too, but we have found that this industry is just attracting so much workforce and jobs of the future. I would double down if I were Connecticut.
All right, thank you. And obviously we get similar requests from the manufacturing sector, the biotech sector. So I appreciate your insight and your contribution.
Sure.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Anyone else? Thank you. Evilise Correa.
Good evening. Thank you for. So I'll begin. I'd like to begin by thanking the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Evilise Correa with Good Trouble Advocates in BLM 860. I'm standing here with the Film and TV Alliance. And I'll be honest, I'm opposed to many tax credits in our state, but I am completely opposed to repealing the film production tax credit. I've seen the positive impacts of the tax credits on the Black and Brown community with new job opportunities, new minority-owned businesses, and roles in movies for Connecticut residents. As the mother of a former child model, I had fun bringing her out to New York to go shopping, to go eat, and to go to her shoots. I would have loved to do that closer to home. I could have, given my money to Connecticut restaurants and kept our tax dollars at home. Since 2006, this tax credit has budded and blossomed into something bigger than intended. I see new minority agencies popping up. I've had the pleasure of attending music video shoots for major New York and Florida rappers who chose Connecticut because of its tax credits. They purchased food from Connecticut business owners, they rented out Connecticut halls, and spread the wealth around. The tax credit was a small investment for locals in Fairfield, New Haven, and Hartford. There's a saying in the national music industry and amongst New York rappers. The saying is, yeah, you're hot, but can you make it in Connecticut? Connecticut is the test market for the national arts and music scene, which would explain why 50 Cent chose Hartford as a place to celebrate the 50th anniversary of hip hop with Governor Ned Lamont and State Rep Jimmy Sanchez. We should be fostering the arts and music scene at home while we create jobs and not cutting Connecticut's flowers before they bloom. We give tax credits to out-of-state slumlords. We subsidize poverty wages for Walmart, but we shouldn't be abolishing a tax credit that's creating good paying jobs for our residents. So I think we should take a step back, reanalyze everything, and realize that we're emerging as a major market in entertainment, and we should be doing everything to foster this credit, expand it maybe, and continue to create jobs here, especially when we're still economically recovering here in Connecticut and nationwide post-COVID. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Belize. Questions for Ms. Correa? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I don't know. I think it's Noel Ramos. Yes, it was.
Good evening, co-chairs and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Noel Ramos, and I am a working actor and film production crew member born and raised in Connecticut, and proud that I've been able to work in my own home state's growing film industry, instead of having to leave the state to find work. But things have been incredibly difficult since the COVID-19 pandemic. The film industry was one of the first to shut down and the last to start back. We were just regaining some normalcy when the WGA and SAG-AFTRA strikes created work stoppages on a global scale. The strikes left no one unaffected, non-union workers included. Solidarity, while admirable and necessary, meant that even those who might have worked were not. Major stars honored the picket lines, causing even international productions to shut down. The strikes were important, however, because unchecked artificial intelligence threatens our livelihoods and the very creativity that defines our art form. It is in the wake of these unprecedented and difficult times that we enter an uncertain new year with yet another strike looming. IATSE may walk for the same noble reasons, proving the fight is far from over and our difficulties are continuing. Union leaders warn of a strike unless a deal can be reached before contracts expire on July 31st. In the face of this overwhelmingly challenging time, a bill has been presented that would certainly be the straw that broke the camel's back here in Connecticut. Now is not the time to attack the film tax credit and therefore the jobs of those who testified here and many, many more Connecticut citizens. Please consider them and ask yourselves, is there any possible justification for putting them out of work, especially at this critical time? We trust our lawmakers to protect our jobs and foster growth for our industries, not eliminate jobs and industries. The film tax credit only comes into play when productions occur in the state. Therefore, when the credit is applied, it signals revenue generation, jobs creation, ancillary business, influx revenue, tax revenue, and future tourism. Now is not the time for a bill such as HB 5110. Now is the time for more of the solidarity that has seen us through so far. We need you, our lawmakers, now more than ever. Please don't put me out of a job. I'm already struggling to survive these difficult times, as are others you met here today. Believe me when I say that the eyes of the industry are on us right now. This is just one more small skirmish in a war that has been raging since the AI genie was let out of its bottle. I would like to add that I question the sincerity of someone who would suggest to this committee that the only way they can help children is to put their parents out of work. Say no to HB 5110 and send an important message far and wide. That you support the arts, that you support jobs creation, and you support your people. Films equal jobs. I want to thank you very much for this time and your attention and for hanging in there with us.
Thank you for hanging with us. Mr. Ramos, questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's Don Quijada.
Good evening. Good evening, esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Don Quijada, and I am here opposing House Bill 5110. I am a co-owner of Crooked Smile Agency, a production service company and casting agency based in Connecticut. We help a lot of productions in the state with anything and everything from casting, crew, props, locations, you name it. This bill threatens our business directly, as well as all of its beneficiaries. In the calendar year of 2023, our company alone had placed over 300 people for positions in various productions in Connecticut, as well as close to 100 businesses that we had sourced for these productions. We're talking about caterers, artists, establishments, rental properties, car rental services, transportation companies, cleaning companies, the list goes on. I say that to say this. If this bill gets approved, it's not just us in the film industry that will suffer. Many other industries in every corner of the state will feel the damages of that ripple effect. And as of right now, it's difficult enough as it is to convince large productions to film in Connecticut. If this bill gets approved, what was once difficult will prove to be impossible. It could potentially shutter our entire industry. Rather than eradicating the film tax credit entirely, might I suggest we fix the tax credit or change it to a rebate system, which would stop the transferring of the credits leaving the state of Connecticut. And we bring back the Film Commission so they can monitor the tax credit and report to lawmakers so the state of Connecticut can properly justify whether or not the tax credit is beneficial to the state and its people. I'm just not one to agree that you throw out something broken simply because it's broken, rather than attempting to rectify the real problem. Making changes so that the tax credit better incentivizes larger productions to film in Connecticut and putting a film commission in place responsible for overseeing the tax credit are far superior ideas for Connecticut and its people than potentially destroying an entire industry that is yet to see its true potential in this state. And earlier, somebody said that the biggest defense in opposition to this bill is that the industry can't survive without the tax credit. And that is so far from the truth. The reality of the situation is, why would they? They have options to go other places. It's not that the industry can't survive without it. It's that it's normal practice for the industry to locate a location that wants them to be there. So why would they continue to work in a state that doesn't want them when there are so many others that will? And that's all. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Quijada? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Emily Mingrioni.
Good evening. Thank you guys so much for your dedication and patience and dedication in hearing all of us out today.
My name is Emily. I'm a hair and makeup stylist in the film and TV industry. I am also a member of IATSE, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, which is one of the longest standing labor unions in our nation. We've been standing since the late 1800s, so I'm not exaggerating when I say that the film industry has been contributing to keeping our dollar local, creating jobs, pushing infrastructure, et cetera, for literally centuries. I think it's really important to acknowledge that we employ all kinds of people in our industry. We employ electricians, carpenters, makeup artists, people who work like outside of the industry. So these are people who live here, these are people who grew up here, and these are people who want to stay here and continue to contribute to keeping our dollar local. I also think, let me pull up my notes. I also wanted to say that Connecticut is home to some of the most well-reserved historical landmarks in the nation, as well as beautiful landmarks for filming, lots of small communities, small businesses that benefit greatly from productions happening here. We hire caterers to feed our crews. We host our crews at hotels. So our industry strongly contributes to our economy in that way. Most importantly, Connecticut is home to hundreds of people who work in this industry, and by eliminating this tax credit, you are decimating our market and making it very difficult for us to survive and thrive in a competitive market with surrounding cities like New York and Boston. So I sincerely hope that you will oppose this bill, House Bill 5110, and I apologize for my shaky voice. I didn't know I was going next. Any questions?
I have one, Emily. On our sign-up sheet, we have you as this is Tavern on State. Is that any relationship to you?
No, it's very possible that I heard the wrong name. I'm Emily Palmieri with IATSE Local 798.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys.
Smart move on your part, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a makeup artist. I'm not the most
You're an
well-educated,
actress.
you know? No, I'm a makeup artist. I'm not so good with
You're an actress today. Okay,
Okay. Thank you, guys.
thank you. Is Emily Mangrone here?
She is not here.
Okay. An imposter. Richard Hamilton. Richard Hamilton,
Yes. Am I tapped in? I'm going to raise my hand.
you're good.
Okay, great. Because I was there. But unfortunately I had to leave through an appointment and I wasn't necessarily sure when I would be called. So I will be doing so here. I really appreciate the flexibility.
You
So
get 15 seconds of your time, my friend.
yes, members of the committee, my name is Richard Hamilton of Southington, Connecticut, and I am here to give my testimony to oppose Bill HB number 5110. First, I'd like to emphasize one word that is usually overlooked when it comes to discussing the subject of film, which is production. Behind the glamour and spectacle that we associate with entertainment is a workforce of trade workers and skilled laborers in fields related to construction, IT, electrical, food services, cosmetology, project management, and a combination of many creative fields. An industry that, even though can be studied at many of our state's institutions, is one of few outlets that can offer a wide range of careers to those without a college degree. This including my father, who has been able to provide a stable middle-class living for myself and my family for over 40 years without holding a college degree. And I think by the overwhelming support that has been shown today, a lot of people may be surprised of our industry's presence and how credible and prominent we are in the state. What do we do outside of film? Our trade expands well beyond film. We are working in television under international programming like ESPN and WWE. We work in the commercial industry through the state's wide network of regional and national marketing agencies. We're contracted day to day to work alongside all of Connecticut's prominent industries, such as insurance, manufacturing, medical care, and many others to produce their corporate media. The workforce is already here. The talent is already here. The initiative is already here. When we ask to build upon and keep the Connecticut Film Production Tax Credit, we're not here to ask to follow some pipe dream to become the next Hollywood. We're here to propose how this state can economically expand and capitalize on a well-established industry that is already housed here. And I think we've brought up a lot about other markets. And forthright, a lot of us don't want to turn to those markets like New York or Boston or New Jersey to produce work because it's expensive, it's complicated to do, and it's frankly out of scope for the average working class filmmaker. We want to keep operation in-house. And if this state were to explore furthering this initiative by lifting the moratorium on theatrical films or changing the tax credit into a film rebate, we can position ourselves to be an affordable and accessible market for up-and-coming professionals in the most prominent entertainment region in the country. Let's keep the talent that we have in Connecticut and declare ourselves as a contender for opportunities for those outside of state lines. And the last point that I'd like to make is one that has also been discussed throughout today, and that is Connecticut has been hungry to reestablish a sense of identity and pride within the state.
You
We
have
know-
reached 3 minutes. You have reached 3 minutes. Please.
Great.
summarize.
I will summarize in the fact that movies, what we've been able to do with Hallmark movies and the Lifetime movies has done a great service for us in our image, as well as for citizens having a sense of pride and identity within the state. And for I think a big question that we consistently have amongst residents and amongst politicians is questioning how we can keep bringing people in and motivating natives to stay. And I think the last option that we should consider is beginning to drive out the creative community. This will conclude my testimony in opposition to Bill HB number 5110. I really appreciate your time, and I will accept any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Hamilton? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Frank Mitchell and Lee Baden. You were listed together. I don't know if that was intentional.
It is.
Great.
We know each other. Good evening. Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and distinguished members of the Finance Committee. I'm Frank Mitchell, CT Humanities Board member and a New Haven-based cultural organizer in visual arts and public humanities. Thanks for this opportunity to speak in support of HB 5490 and 5504 to fund the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Roadmap and the 250th Initiative. I agree with so much of what's been expressed already today, so I'll make this a somewhat quick addition. This week, CT Public WNPR is running a series, Unforgotten, Connecticut's Hidden History of Slavery, on all its platforms. It is a terrific series, and I hope everyone will listen. Full disclosure, I had a small role. When you listen, you may be surprised that so many of the expert voices are not academic historians from our universities. Universities that deserve every dollar they get and more, but rather high school students, public school teachers, a former state representative, residents who are descendants of Connecticut's enslaved, professionals from tech, finance, and medicine. They're citizen researchers who spend nights and weekends at our humanities repositories, like the Amistad Center for Art and Culture, with help from the CT State Records Advisory Board members and other archivists to track down these stories that redefine our understanding of this state's history as we prepare for the 250th. None of this work is possible without the funding that CT Humanities provides for the organizations that hold and interpret this material. That foundation means There are residents connected to family and town histories, ready to speak with eloquence and passion about their place in our state's history. On Friday, I had the pleasure of spending the day with several hundred state residents who are already thinking about their 250th celebrations. I attended one day of the 250th Planning Conference hosted by Central Connecticut State University, which was a great focus group for assessing interest in the anniversary and the issues or concerns from our public humanities colleagues. People are ready for a vigorous discussion on the range of stories representing our 250 years of freedom. They're enthusiastic about researching those stories, programming them, and sharing them with schools, residents, and visitors from Connecticut and beyond. We have interest, enthusiasm, and research material. We just need funding. And I need to switch here to this. This is for you, Kate. Other states have already allocated meaningful resources towards state 250th planning, coordination, implementation, and marketing. Massachusetts has dedicated 1.25 million. New Jersey, 28 million. Pennsylvania, 4.6 million, and Rhode Island, 300,000. At 200,000, Connecticut is a little bit behind. Thanks so much for your interest, patience, and service.
Okay, round two. I'm Lee McFadden. I'm the Vice Regent of the Connecticut Daughters of the American Revolution, and I'm also the chair of the Bristol Committee for the 250th. Who is the Yukon Husky named after? What Connecticut artist has 3 paintings in our capital's rotunda? Where is the longest town green in the United States? And why is Connecticut called the Provision State? The answer to these questions can be found in a rural town in eastern Connecticut where our first elected governor lived, Lebanon. I am confident that the majority of Connecticut residents have never heard of Lebanon, never mind been there. As we approach the 250th birthday of our nation, we owe it to our residents to expose them to the rich history that is part of the Connecticut story. To do this, historic houses like the one I head up, the Governor Jonathan Trumbull House, museums, historical societies, need help to get the word out that history is relevant to today's society. And now my second hat. Cities and towns in the state have started planning what they want for their 250 celebrations. Bristol has been meeting for the past 4 months. Last month, teachers from the elementary and middle schools talked about how, with a little bit of funding, they could enrich their curriculum by bringing the children to historic places in the city. To
You
learn
have
crafts
reached 5
and
minutes for a panel.
occupations from Bristol's
Please
past,
summarize.
and to learn what can be possible with a dream and some hard work. Please consider the positive impact that these 2 raised bills will have on our country's birthday party. Thank you for your time and attention, and we'll answer any questions.
Thank you both for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Mitchell or Ms. McFadden? Representative Farrar.
Thank you, the chair. I just want to thank you both for being here. Frank, very nice to see you and to have you here. And I just wanted to thank you for particularly highlighting how this opportunity is to lift up often underrepresented stories as a part of our history. So thank you for illuminating that for us. So, and thanks for the special guests. We always appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, the chair.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thanks.
And we have located Miss Emily, the real Emily Mingroni. And she is up now.
Hi, everybody. And thank you for your time today. My name is Emily Mingrone, and I am the chef and sole proprietor of Tavern on State, Fairhaven Oyster Company, and my retail butcher shop, Provisions on State, all in New Haven. the first two being restaurants. Since our flagship opened about 5 years ago, I've brought in an immense amount of publicity to our state. First, as the first woman to win Chef of the Year in 2022, and most recently with the New York Times naming our fried chicken as one of the top 23 American dishes in December 2023. I'm also in ongoing partnership with the Department of Tourism, working to get our state recognized as a nationwide oystering destination. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill number 5489, an act concerning interchange fees on electronic payment transactions. It's a bill that would not only help my business, but all Connecticut small businesses. The purpose of this legislation is to stop credit card companies from charging Connecticut businesses interchange fees on the Connecticut sales and use tax that they collect. We understand that as merchants, we need to pay an interchange fee to process payments for the products we sell. But that fee should only include the actual product and not the sales tax collected by the state. For example, among the 3 businesses that I own and operate, I paid $191,780.78 in state sales and use tax, which resulted in an additional $6,712.32 in interchange fees from the credit card companies. The savings achieved from this bill could be reinvested back into our restaurants and our employees. I recently spoke alongside Governor Lamont in the press conference announcing the state's rebranding as a place for makers, creatives, and small business owners like myself, encouraging people that Connecticut is a haven for people who want to do business here. In order to make this vision a true reality, the climate for small businesses, especially restaurants, must change. $6,712.32 could pay for 3 months' rent at one of my establishments, or rent for 1 month for all 3 across the board. I kindly ask that you please support House Bill 5489 so I can continue to be a fixture here for many years to come and employ the beautiful people that I do. We employ over 40 people with the organization, and that money not only can go back into the business, but it can go into them and their well-being as well. So I welcome any questions that you may have, and thank you again so much for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Congratulations on your success as an entrepreneur.
Thank you.
We need a lot more like you in Connecticut.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Questions? Representative Cheeseman.
It's not a question, but a comment, and I need to find out where you are because I love good fried chicken. If you're anyway, thank you for coming here today. Thank you for taking the time out of what I know is a very busy life, and appreciate your supplying your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I left the kitchen to come down to my office to speak, so I appreciate the time as well.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. Page and a half left, folks. Peter Francelis.
to establish a youth sports grant funding program. My name is Peter Franzelis, and youth sports are a huge part of my life. They always have been. I am the CEO of TeamSnap, one of the largest online communities and software platforms for youth sports with over 25 million users. I'm also a board member of the Play Sports Coalition, which is dedicated to promoting youth sports development in underserved communities across the country. And most importantly, I'm a proud dad of 3 young boys who are just beginning their youth sport journey here in our great state of Connecticut. You often hear parents saying there are too few activities that are both fun for kids and good for their well-being. Well, youth sports own the rare distinction of being both. Numerous studies show that participation is linked to better long-term physical and mental well-being, higher grades, and success later in life. Sure, only a few kids might develop the skills on the court that they need to become the next UConn Husky. but countless kids who play youth sports have developed a work ethic and leadership skills that they need to become teachers and business owners, coaches and community leaders, and yes, even CEOs and politicians. But I know I'm not here to convince you of the benefits of youth sports. I'm here to make it clear that too few children have access to them. America's unequal playing field, economically speaking, has real implications for our literal playing fields. The Aspen Institute found that although there's been a gradual uptick in sport participation among kids from the lowest income households, a significant participation gap remains. In 2022, 39% of kids from homes earning more than 100K participated in youth sports, compared to just 25% in homes earning under $25,000. Affordability is a barrier, but also so is accessibility. Underserved areas often have a shortage of recreation opportunities. These communities lack the funds to pay for facilities, equipment, or to renovate athletic fields that have fallen into despair. It's devastating for children and difficult for their parents. I know this firsthand. I grew up in a lower middle-class neighborhood. My parents worked hard, but money was tight. Like a lot of families, they scrimped and saved for their kids. I remember my parents literally counting quarters to cover the cost of sports for me and my sister. And I remember the effort it took just to make the fields playable. My baseball coaches used to tie a chain link fence to the back of their pickup truck and drag it around the dirt diamond just to clear away the overgrown weeds and debris. But what I remember most about playing sports is playing sports. I took away lifelong lessons in dedication, accountability, hard work, and the value of coming together as a team. In all the work that I'm privileged to do for youth athletes through Team Snap, I am especially grateful to be able to help future generations enjoy the opportunities and experiences that I did, no matter where they live. Because every kid in Connecticut and every kid across America deserves the opportunity I had to both participate and develop personally through sports. The bill you're considering today will bring our state one step closer to that reality. With that, I urge this committee, pass HB 5493 and build an equitable, accessible, and sustainable future for youth sports in Connecticut. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Frenzillis? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
John Michael Mason. Danielle Bibbo.
Hi, I'm here. Good evening, Co-Chairman Fanfara, Horn, and the distinguished members of the committee. Thank you so much for giving me a voice today in opposing HB 5110. This topic is especially important to me because I was responsible for my company's move to Connecticut back in 2017. My name is Danielle Bibbo. I'm the Chief Business Officer at ITV America. Now, you may not be familiar with the name ITV, but I bet you'll recognize some of the shows we've created and produced and maybe even be a fan. Shows like Hell's Kitchen, Fixer Upper, Love Island, Queer Eye, Pawn Stars, Alone, The First 48. We are one of the largest unscripted producers here in the US, making about 500 hours of content per year. And much of that happens right here in these offices that I'm sitting in now in Connecticut. I'm proud to tell you that I was the architect of ITV's move to the state 6 years ago. At that time, the media industry was just starting to undergo massive change. It was the advent of streaming and cord cutting, advertising dollars were disappearing, and consolidation was on the horizon. To weather the storm, we made the tough decision to uproot our company and move from Manhattan to Connecticut. It'll be no surprise the decision was made mainly based on the tax incentives, but also because Connecticut welcomed us with open arms, promising not only support in the form of tax credits, but also with the shared goal of growing a vibrant media community in the state. It's also why a number of other unscripted companies have followed our lead and moved here. Now, I wish I could tell you the transition was easy, but it wasn't. There's only 40 miles between Midtown Manhattan and Stamford, but you would think we were moving to another country. People were not happy. Try getting a bunch of Manhattan Brooklynites over to Connecticut. It was a big challenge for us. But ITV also saw it as an opportunity to build something completely new, not only to grow our business here in Connecticut, but also to grow a community of media professionals. I'm happy to report that we were having great success recruiting people to come to Connecticut, not just on the East Coast, but from all over the US, people who are looking for an alternative to New York and LA. Despite the challenging market, the credits have not only allowed ITV to sustain, but also to grow and expand in Connecticut. I'm going to read you a few numbers now. 55,000 is the number of square feet that we've built out in Connecticut. Office space, technology, post-production, studio space. 300 and counting are the number of jobs ITV has brought to the state. $126,000 is the average salary of our Connecticut employee. And 265 is the number of Connecticut-based vendors we pay each year. We're working with local universities and schools to develop courses and teach kids about the media industry and what jobs might be available for them in Connecticut when they graduate, so they don't feel the need to leave the state for a bigger city. ITV and the rest of the companies you've heard from here today are working to create something really special, and I would hate to see those efforts cut short by the adoption of HB 5110. We love it here, and we have been working so hard to make it our home. We would hate to have to leave. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Danielle. Are you a Connecticut resident?
I am not. I live in New York, so I'm one of the residents that commute here and would not be here if not for ITV being in the state.
And how come we haven't recruited you to live here?
Well, I was born and raised in Rockland County. I have two small kids. My parents live really close by, so that's why. But my husband and I have actually discussed it, and we've actually even looked at some houses here in Westport.
And how many of the 300 employees have moved to or have lived in Connecticut, now employed, but how many have moved from New York to Connecticut?
I don't have the exact numbers, but I can tell you that a number of people, I know a few personally, have actually made the move to Connecticut and now live here and are loving it, by the way. And then also, I think we're bringing a big contingent of people from other areas, New Jersey, Manhattan, Long Island, Queens, who are coming up here into the office and working out of the state. And I know if it weren't for ITV and other media jobs being here, they wouldn't be coming in and spending money on transportation in the restaurants, sometimes staying in hotels because their commute is long, but they are here. So we're bringing them up.
So lastly, New York has a tax credit, does it not?
It does, but it only is for scripted, and we are an unscripted business, and New York does not credit unscripted, and that's why we came to Connecticut. And Connecticut has been, I think, a really special state in the way they form their tax credit, because it allows companies to actually want to grow roots here, have brick and mortar here, bring people here to the state. People move here, unlike some of the other states who really focus more on productions alone that just come in, kind of do their thing and leave after a couple of weeks or a couple of months. So that's why we really love the Connecticut tax credits here and what they've done in building a culture and a community of media and arts companies.
Given the success that you've described, not for now, because we still have a long way to go on this list, but if you could provide, if you have any information on what we could do better that could grow the industry even more, that would be helpful from your company's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to offline and throw out some ideas. I think we have a lot. I actually chair a media advocacy group that on the Stanford Partnership Board I sit on, and we bring together a lot of the unscripted companies in around Stanford, both big and small, to come together, share best practices, talk about things we can do in the state, and I'd love to get them involved in that as well.
Thank you. Anyone
You're
else?
welcome.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Danielle. And we
Sure.
heard both from you and from Veronica about the big investments that NBC has made in terms of brick and mortar in the state, with you moving your 55,000 square foot facility. Obviously, you know, if I'm looking at tax credits, that's a worthy goal. You're acquiring property, you're paying property taxes, you're employing people there. So as we look at this going forward, is there a role for restricting the tax credit where there is significant capital investment? And two, I'll pose a question that I posed to other speakers. When we see that close to 3/4 of the tax credits issued last year were actually transferred, and most of them went to companies outside of Connecticut, how do you stand on continuing a film tax credit system, but banning the transfer to non, companies who are not developing films in your industry, developing jobs in your industry and spending money accordingly.
Sure, I'll take the question in two parts. So I think that it's amazing when a company comes here and builds a brick and mortar and actually grows roots in the state. I think that's great for the community. But I also think there's value in people who come here, spend money with caterers and restaurants and hotels in the short term as well. So I don't envy your job and having to make these types of decisions, but I do think there's value in both. I know the idea of a cap has been brought up. I truly believe that a cap will curtail growth in Connecticut. And if the goal is to really grow media businesses and bring jobs, I don't think the cap is the way to do it. The credits as they are working. We're all here. Other media organizations are here today. And so I feel like they're doing what they're supposed to do, bringing businesses that are flourishing in the state. In terms of the transferability piece, I have to be honest, I am not an expert on this by any means, and maybe I'm missing something, but I am not quite following the narrative that's being discussed on that piece. From my perspective, the goal of the tax credits are to help media organizations and the media organizations that are in the state grow and flourish. If ITV sells their tax credits to a third party and that party buys them, that sale is the value to us. That's what's supporting the media business and the media organizations, which is what the credits are supposed to do. I also am not quite sure about the fact that the organizations who are buying the credits aren't Connecticut companies, because if they do have a tax liability and they need those credits, I would assume they have some presence in the state, and therefore we're just supporting more Connecticut businesses by allowing them to buy those credits. But as I said, I'm not quite an expert on that piece.
Thank you for your answers. Thank
Sure.
you, Chairman Farr.
Thanks.
You may not be an expert, Danielle, but you are absolutely correct that the entity that buys them has an obligation to the state of Connecticut in terms of tax liability. So whether they're here or not, you're right. They have business here that the state of Connecticut correctly taxes. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, this has been an amazing experience. I feel like I've gotten a master class in government, so thank you.
We're very sorry. Charles Tremaine. Edward Cohen.
Connecticut, born and raised, attended UConn, very proud graduate of UConn, and wanted to give back. I am living, well, I'm old. I'm 77 going on 19, and got into this industry about 3 years ago by happen chance. And I'm living a dream that I never thought I had. It is a bunch of wonderful creatives that I've gotten involved with, some of whom are amazing business people on top of that do their research, that have their heart in it. And it is, what we're in it for is to help all ships rise with the tide. This tax incentive is what's made my life possible. Otherwise, I'd be on welfare. It is incredible. Right now, I'm working on 2 films, not in my wildest dreams. I got the day off today to come here because this is the most important thing in the world this year. We are actually bringing people in. On my last film that I worked on, the director of photography, who's going to be the director on my next film that I work on, turned around and he said, I love Connecticut. And he went to look at $1 million house. He wants to move here. So we're bringing people in. My business basically is location scouting, location management. I'm kind of a tourism guide because I read the script And I say, yeah, you need to come to Connecticut and this is where you have to go based on this script. And the director comes in, he says, oh my God, I had no idea you guys had this. We have everything except desert. It's amazing what Connecticut offers. And I am selling that like mad. And that gentleman, Mike Day, who came on from California, I was given the opportunity to talk Mike into coming and filming here. I was told I had 20 minutes on the phone with him. At the end of that call, Mike said, I love it. Let's shoot in Connecticut. I ended up working as a scout and location manager on his film when he came here. So I came out and I said, Mike, did I oversell Connecticut? He says, oh God, no. I love shooting in Connecticut. I can't wait to come back. Guys, it couldn't be more sincere. I also found a lady who is the casting director. She has done about 191 projects. She's CSA, which means all the major agencies will work with her. SAG-AFTRA. She is a native of Westport. She's on the West Coast. When she heard what we were doing, she said, I love this. Finally, Connecticut is coming alive. I've got to come back. She is now officially working in Connecticut. She has started an LLC in Connecticut, and she is working here. That is going to give all the SAG-AFTRA people a chance at the prime roles instead of just crumbs from Boston and New York.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Thank you. In summary, the last things that we're doing, I had the education committee. I'm working with UConn, an alma mater, and we're going to see if we can't build sound stages in conjunction with them and improve things. We also started an affordable healthcare program for gig workers and people that are in film and TV. We rolled that out last month by the same people that started the Chamber Insurance Trust about 30 years ago, which has been extremely successful. Everybody's super excited to be able to get healthcare and not lose it during a strike, you know. Please vote no on 5110.
Thank you, Ed. Any chance you've recommended Wethersfield in the past? We've been pretty lucky.
Actually, I haven't had the opportunity to. It's driven by the script, and that partly, and sometimes the director says, I want to be here. I can't do much about that. Everything is about the director's vision, and all I can do is satisfy that vision. But I do everything. I brought films into Simsbury, Avon, East Granby, let's see, where else? Middletown, Hamden, North Haven, the list, Groton, all over the New London area. And we actually had one that we were going to do with the casino. That's got put on hold for now. But it's all based on what the script tells me and what the director's vision is.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
James Smith?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to testify. I'm testifying on House Bill 5492. I represent the Farm Bureau Dairy Committee, and I'm the owner of, or one of the owners of Cushman Farms in Lebanon and Franklin, Connecticut. Cushman Farms is a family dairy farm that's milking about 1,800 cows, and we farm over 3,000 acres of land to raise feed for them. We employ about 38 people to care for and help raise these crops. I am proud to say that we have the 5th generation on the farm and is starting to take over. We compete in a global market on both cost of goods and products sold. Market volatility makes the agricultural business extremely challenging. The difference between Connecticut and New York in purchase feed alone is about $1.20 per hundredweight, or 10 cents on every gallon that we produce. New York enacted a similar law allowing their farms to have an added advantage over Connecticut. House Bill 5492 will help equalize the opportunity for Connecticut farms in all aspects of agriculture to compete for market share. By encouraging farms to reinvest in their business, we stimulate economic growth. House Bill 5492 also increases the municipal option for tax programs. The cost of equipment and buildings has more than doubled from what it was when it originated in 1985. The cost of a small tractor today would use up the exemption of 1985. Recently, I priced out some new equipment for feeding cows. The cost of that one piece of equipment was $185,000. We will rebuild the old one. Harvester costs of $650,000 to harvest our crops. A barn for 200 cows today is $600,000. I think it's pretty easy to justify raising the exemptions from $100,000 to $250,000 for equipment and buildings from $100,000 to $500,000. HB 5492 will be a benefit to all agriculture, allowing farmers to reinvest in their businesses. By doing so, this will stimulate more economic growth for Connecticut. I would hope you would support House Bill 5942 and the amendment. I really appreciate your time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being with us on at a long day. So I had two questions for you. One is, does in terms of the property tax exemption, does your town, Lebanon, take advantage of the municipal option to increase the exemption?
Yes, they would.
They
do.
And you started, you explained this a little bit, but what specifically, if we were to pass the investment tax credit, what would it enable you to do on your farm?
Well, I mean, when we have, of course, we're always trying to grow or expand or get better at what we do. There's, but the climate change practices, we have tons of investments that we have to do there, and that would allow us to do more of those.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Stray. Jackie Bucka.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for staying so late. My name is Jackie Zabushka. I'm a makeup artist for TV and film. I currently live in West Hartford, originally from Terryville, so lifelong resident. I've tried to leave and I keep coming back. I'll be here forever. I'm also a very proud member of IATSE Local 798, and I also serve as the Connecticut steward for my local. Thank you for allowing me to extend my voice to oppose HB 5110, the bill that would completely eliminate the Connecticut film tax credit. This tax credit is perhaps most precious to me because I started my full-time freelance career at its inception back in 2007. I've worked on the majority of the productions filmed here, sometimes as department head, sometimes as day player, and I'm able to pay my mortgage by putting lipstick on for a living, and I do it in my home state. If you're gonna gut this tax credit, you're gutting people like me, and even worse, you're gutting the arts. The world today has become a bit bleak, and in times of despair, movies have always been a source of refuge. So I find it highly hypocritical to have members of our legislation abolish our tax credit and then go home and log on to Netflix. By the way, two of which have filmed in here in the last 2 years. I worked on both of them, Happiness for Beginners and The Noel Diary. My friends and colleagues who have testified before me have been very polite. I can't be. This bill is absolutely foolish. I've seen lots of you visit our film sets. You smile proudly at our crews, at the works being done in Connecticut. We were literally filming next door at the Capitol 2 years ago this month, The Ghost of Christmas Always for Hallmark. I've read up on the audits that were done, and aside from the winding semantics of paperwork not being completed in the 90-day time frame, I understand the real issue is money, because it always comes down to money. Are we, the state of Connecticut, getting a good return on our investment? Without the outline, I can't speak intelligently about the figure, so I'll trust the write-up that says it's currently not economical. That's fine. But instead of trying to cap the credit, discussing opportunities for reform or possibly cut down the percentage of the credit, stop the transfer of credit out of state if that is a thing. I know that's still debatable. Somebody got the bright idea that it was easier to just kill it instead of trying something different. My husband's going to hate me for saying this, but to quote The Simpsons, we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. That's not the way to do it. As a freelancer, I've had to pitch myself. I face rejection. You have to turn around, regroup, pivot, try again. I think we owe it to our very large film community in the state to do the same thing for this tax credit. Instead of eliminating it, let's work together to revise it. We've heard some from fantastic people today who are going to provide you with the data and how money is actually spent on film production. So please, before you decide, utilize us, involve us. We know what's actually going on these sets. Believe me, we are spending a ton of money on these jobs. We're similar to like circus carnies, but our stuff is more expensive. But we're going to the bars, we're going to the restaurants, we're using the hotels, we're renting cars. We are throwing money everywhere. That's what Hollywood does. As filmmakers, all we know is hard work. So please work hard for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Zabuska? Seeing none. Oh. George Lombardo.
Hello. Thank you so much, co-chairs Fanfara and Horn, for being here for us. My name is George Lombardo, and you'll never guess why I'm here. I'm an actor living in Wethersfield. Oh, did I say I'm an award-winning actor living in Wethersfield? Sorry, I couldn't help it. I just love saying. And yes, I'm one of the many testifying against HB 5110, eliminating the film production tax credit. I'll try not to be redundant after all the testimony, but we've already heard lots of testimony on the many reasons for having a healthy film industry. And that includes jobs, commerce, revenue, tourism, etc., to name a few. You've heard it all. But the one main objection that it's losing revenue is first questionable, given that it ignores the ripple effect revenue created. And second, there are practical and doable fixes to the bill. As already testified, two of the most important ones are bringing back the Connecticut Film Commission. A film commission can go a long way to restoring the essential support lawmakers need to effectively management, and once and for all develop a concrete reporting structure to ensure its viability. It's simple, it's doable. Also changing the tax credits to film rebates. As already testified, this would make Connecticut one of the most attractive in Northeast and wouldn't cost a single penny more. Of course, restoring the moratorium on theater productions and partnering with UConn and other educational institutions are just no-brainers. Now, there really isn't much more I can add that hasn't already been said, except for a few thoughts from my own personal experience. Personally, I am so tired of taking the train into New York to do a film shoot and doing multiple day shoots when housing is not offered, which is most of the time. It often becomes just prohibitively expensive. I calculated that roughly 80% of my work has been outside of Connecticut. I urge you to vote no on HB 5110 and instead to work to leverage the already existing creative and technical talent in this state so we can fully realize and leverage the enormous potential we have in the Connecticut film industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. And congratulations on your awards.
That was a film that was filmed in Boston, by the way, not Connecticut, unfortunately.
Sorry I asked. Anyone? Thank you. Edward Richters. Catherine Sampson. Not complaining. Nick Fondulis.
Hello?
Oh. Okay.
So
Please.
sorry.
There you go.
Sorry, I was there earlier today, but I had to go home due to a prior commitment. But thank you so much, and thank you for still being here. My name is Catherine Sampson. I am currently living in New London. I am a screenwriter and a student, but during the day I am a barista. I make coffee. It's always been a dream of mine to be able to work in the film industry. It's something that I've been working very hard towards since I was young. And I always convinced myself that I had to move all the way to like California or New York or somewhere out of Connecticut. And I always dreaded that because my family lives here and I've lived here my whole life. And it's where my fiance and I met. And I just have such a strong love for the state that I didn't want to leave. And when I found out that there was work to be had here, I got really excited. And that's how I found out about the Connecticut TV Film Alliance. And I was really excited to be able to work here and stay connected to my family and stay in the state that I grew up in and loved so much. And earlier this year, I actually got to learn about the history of film in Connecticut. It was hosted by Ileana Douglas, but the Connecticut TV and Film was associated with it. I actually got her book, if you guys ever want to give it a read. And it's fascinating because it's not just Mystic Pizza. It's a whole history that dates back for like decades upon decades of wonderful history of film here in Connecticut. And when I went there and I got to see the history, it made me so proud to be able to live in a state that has such a rich history in film. Because before I was like, oh, this place isn't known for its film, and I was wrong. And so I was so excited at the idea of more work coming until I found out that the tax credit might get cut. And to that, I say my journey is just starting within the film industry. I'm not quite there yet. I'm still meeting people. I'm still making friends. And it would really stink that right as I'm trying to get in, right as I'm like establishing myself, I would have to move out of the state in order to find the opportunities that are here or maybe here with the tax credit. And with that, I say, please say no. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Catherine, and we're glad to have you. You arrived just on time.
I did.
Glad to have you with us, and thanks for hanging with us for the day. Any
Thank
questions?
you.
Sampson, seeing none, we will call the next speaker is Nick Fondulis, who I believe is online also.
I am, yeah.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Nick Fondulis. I'm an actor, SAG-AFTRA board member, Connecticut Film and TV Alliance member, Black Rock, Connecticut resident, and most importantly, a father. My career has been linked to Connecticut. My first national commercial was shot here in Connecticut. I've done a Lifetime Christmas movie here and have recorded several Connecticut Lotto voiceover spots, ironically at a studio in New York. Recently, I shot a guest star in Westchester, Queens, and Manhattan, and none of these locations needed to be in New York. The Westchester locations alone would have been easier in Connecticut. The whole crew was put up for days, spending money in the surrounding area, something we've been talking about. And looking at our production incentives, we are competing not just with New York and New Jersey, which are both booming as a result of their own incentives, but also Toronto, Boston, California, Atlanta. I mean, just this morning, I was scrolling and came across a post from a friend in Atlanta who went to an event celebrating their own incentives, where the mayor touted that the return on investment there for production dollars spent is 6 to 1. And as you heard today, there's a study that shows Connecticut's is 4 to 1, which, shows room for improvement, but it's hardly a call for elimination. And Connecticut already has it all when it comes to locations: urban, suburban, beaches, coastal communities, warehouses, farmland, mountains. You want New England vibes? Check. New York vibes? Check. Anywhere USA vibes? Check. And if you think productions wouldn't want to shoot here, you're mistaken. They need to follow the money. We should too. If you don't want productions, if you don't want jobs and money coming into Connecticut, then pass this. But if you do want those things, we should be emulating what works in places that are booming. And all of those places have production incentives. And just to give you an example of what goes on, I've gotten flown from New York just to shoot on a fake New York street in Los Angeles. Production will do what's easiest and cheapest for them. And in regards to this bill, it's not just the productions themselves you chase off. As was mentioned very, very eloquently earlier, the lenses through which you look at the ROI are very important, and they're varied. You need to look at the ancillary economies that arise around these productions and exist long after they call cut. They help small businesses grow and workers to prosper. I mean, look how many people still flock to see the Ghostbusters Firehouse. There's Sex and the City tours, etc. And I know this was mentioned a lot, but I've never even seen the movie Mystic Pizza. But when I went to Mystic, Connecticut, guess where I ate? We should be listening to the plethora of people who have spoken here today in opposition of this bill. We should be talking about strengthening this program, not cutting it. Our investment, and that is what it is an investment. It helps businesses and creates union jobs that allow workers like myself to earn a pension and health insurance for my family. And as much as I love the beautiful views riding Metro North to New York, I want to be able to continue to work in my home state. These incentives are good for workers, they're good for business, and they are good for Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we're going to have a word with the Connecticut Lottery about how they go about contracting for business. Thank you. I appreciate your enthusiasm, even at this late hour. Any questions? Seeing none, I will let you get on with the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Next up is John Lanza.
Sound check. Good.
You are on, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Co-Chairman Fonfara and Horn, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, and other distinguished members of the Finance and Revenue Bonding Committee. Thank you for staying late and allowing all of us, and myself included, to have an opportunity to talk to you tonight. I'm going to respectfully offer an opposition to Bill 51110, an act eliminating the film production tax credit. I am a partner with Cohn Resnick. Cohn Resnick is a national and international accounting firm. And in our firm, we've got an incentive credits and incentives group, which is what I work in. We've got about 35 people nationally that help businesses through an incentive program. So that can be any type of business in any state. We're working through those businesses through that process to make sure that they realize all the benefits that come from an incentive program. Locally here in the state of Connecticut, we've got offices in Hartford and Stamford. We've got 12 people that concentrate their efforts solely on just helping the Connecticut production companies. These are businesses that are here going through the incentive program that we've talked a lot about today. Now, we think that this perspective really provides us, or this experience, I should say, provides us a little bit different perspective on the program, and specifically as it relates to the effectiveness of the program. And now what I'm referring to is that initial question is whether or not the incentive program is doing what it's designed to do, which is essentially generate economic activity. And we think it does. From where we sit, we believe that all the data would indicate that yes, this program is working. If you look to what the industry was back in 2006, which when the program started, it was large part, it was WWE, ESPN, and a fractured industry of smaller production companies. You look today, we've heard from NBC, we've heard from ITV. These are all companies, Lucky 8 was mentioned today, these are all companies that came across the border from New York, from New Jersey, from California, because this is a preferred environment for them to do their business. Creating content has a very slim margin to it, and the incentive provides the best economic environment for them to create their content. So that's why we continue to see production companies come to the state of Connecticut. So it's working, and it continues to work. couple of the trends that we're seeing that really haven't come out in any of the data just yet. As I said, companies are still continuing to come here. We're going to see more applicants using the program, but the amount of the tax credits that they are applying for is probably going to decrease. And that's because in large part, though the industry in general is a little bit slower to come back to the office. If your boots and your fanny isn't in your office, you're not accruing towards the tax credit. So although there's more companies using the credit, we believe that there's probably going to be a reduction in the amount of credits that are going to be issued. Now, when we talk about the industry, really, I mean, there is certainly a lot of production. There's a lot of filming that goes on, but really the core of the industry that is here is in Class A office space. These companies
You've reached 3 minutes. You've reached.
These companies have entered into long-term leases with 45, 75, 50,000 square feet that have spent significant dollars on outfitting those outfitting those pads for these employees. So I think as I'm going to wrap it up, I want to just make one last comment in that, you know, the program works as it relates to creating economic activity. I think what still is outstanding is whether or not the cost to the state is worth it. And the cost for that still needs to be determined. And all of the data that we've seen, and we've talked about it today, I don't think that that cost has really been recognized yet.
Thank you. You wrapped up very quickly. Any questions for Mr. Lanza? Seeing none, again, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Eric Game. Galm. Thank you. Gotta put the reading glasses on my head, on my face. Mr. Galm with us? No. Rachel Bennett. Molly Farrell Savage. I believe you are online.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can go.
Okay, great. I'm going to try to summarize this because it's going to be basically the same as my written testimony. I'm an IATSE member. I am a costume designer and costumer. I started my career in New York, and then I came back to Connecticut, which is where I'm from originally. And I worked on a few movies, actually several movies here. And I want to stress that the union films that I work on are the reason I have health insurance and growing pension and annuity funds and was able to qualify for unemployment, which is how I survived the nationwide strikes earlier last year. And let's see. Oh, eliminating the tax credit will devastate local entertainment workers, local businesses, and the arts community at large. Film productions fill local hotels, give business to local restaurants and caterers, have made use of abandoned locations, and stimulated the economy of lower socioeconomic areas like Norwich, Waterbury, Danbury, Hartford, and New Haven. I'm 26, so most of my friends are also very young and went to local schools here, and they entered the workforce as production assistants on local film productions. That's how I started too. I went to college. I don't have a degree. I'm not qualified to do a lot else, but I have a good career in film. It doesn't make sense to live and pay taxes in a state where I can't work. Sorry. Oh, a bunch of movies like Mystic Pizza, The Stepford Wives, Christmas in Connecticut, and a bunch of others were filmed here and stimulated the tourism and real estate industries. And I talk to a lot of people because I do work in other states. I've worked in New Jersey, I've worked in New York, I've worked in California, with locals there and people who have worked there about the effects of having a competitive tax credit. And I've seen states like Massachusetts that have really fought to preserve it, and states like, I think it's like North Carolina, where they eliminated it and now no one films there anymore. I know a lot of crew members have families and they would love to be able to spend time with them and not have to commute or uproot their families' lives and go somewhere else. And their families contribute to the community and public schools. And yeah, the tax credit is very important. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing your story and how you ended up here in Connecticut with your career in film. Any questions for Ms. Savage? No, thank you. Thanks for being with us. Christopher Regan.
Thank you, co-chairs, Fanfara and Horn, and committee members. I'm Chris Regan, Vice Chair of Connecticut Tourism Coalition, and also manager of Old Mystic Village. I'm here to testify before you on the following bills as follows. HB 5185. We oppose this bill to raise the occupancy tax and motor vehicle tax to support America 250 celebration. We believe there is a better option to support the 250 celebration. That's SB 669. We support this bill to bond $30 million to support America 250 celebration. This bill allows us to leverage a public and private partnership to promote our great state of Connecticut. This bill allows us to celebrate our state's new slogan, make it here and celebrate it here. Next bill would be HB 5490. We support this bill and ask the legislature to support the arts and culture tourism roadmap. Tourism is collectively a major industry in the state of Connecticut, and the numbers prove it. Next bill, which everybody's been testifying on, is HB 5110. We strongly oppose eliminating the film tax credit. I can talk about the impact the filmmaking has on our local businesses and towns. Old Mystic Village, with 50 merchants, has been the backdrop for 3 movies, most notably Mystic Christmas. This has many record visitation to Old Mystic Village of 1.9 million in 2023, which is a 16.4% increase year over year. The film company paid to use the property, paid the individual store owners to film in their stores. Film crew ate at breakfast, lunch, and dinner within the restaurants and filled the local hotels. Countless amount of tourists coming to our area to see the movie being produced and coming to our area after they're watching the movie on TV. Look at the impact of Mystic Pizza. The movie has had on Connecticut's economy since 1988. It's made Mystic and Connecticut a worldwide recognized brand, which is priceless. Lastly, the bill 5491. I strongly urge you to support this bill. I recommend the legislature show the veterans of the state of Connecticut your support with a unanimous vote in favor of it.
Thank you, sir. You covered a lot of very efficient ground there.
I was.
We
I watched this.
We see you, and thank you.
I took the chair's advice and I stayed home and watched this on the YouTube and then drove up here.
So you had, we were your non-scripted entertainment for the evening.
When I watched all the veterans come in, I got to talk about the
Yeah.
bill. But no, it's yeah.
Any questions?
Questions?
Representative Baumgartner.
Yes, good to see you, Chris, and just want to thank you for making the schlag up here. I took great interest in your testimony regarding the 250th anniversary, and obviously you do so much for tourism in our region and certainly for Mystic. Could you quickly envision kind of how you see the 250th anniversary within our area and why any form of an investment for the fund would be critical for the success of that semi-quincentennial?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think it's a big impact for the state of Connecticut that'll multiply out throughout the years past it, even leading up to it. I'm the chairman of the Eastern Regional Tourism District, and with our short amount of money that we have, we leverage it with public-private partnerships. And that's what we hope to do with the bonding money, is to get additional private money to match some of the grant money to multiply what we can do in advertising tourism.
Thank you again for coming up to testify. Thank you, Mr. and Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no further questions, thank you and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. I just want to make one more comment.
Sure.
So the industry of tourism, I mean, for film industry, is very, very interesting. These guys run a great operation. I've never had one thing go wrong with them. They overman the production. Even during this past 3 years, I've had a major film studio that contacted us about possibly filming at the Village. So that's when you get a major film studio out of Los Angeles, it's interesting. And I think that would bring, I've seen the multiplier effect of what happens with the production, like Mystic Christmas or Where Are You Christmas? These past two movie shoots at the Village this year were phenomenal. They were great. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Kevin Bunnell. Bunnell with us? No. John Michael Parker. Representative Parker, you are online. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, Representative Cheeseman, Senator Martin, and the esteemed members of the Finance Committee. I am Representative John Michael Parker from the 101st District, Madison and Durham. You all have had a long day. Kudos to the chairs. By the way, it takes us a lot longer than this to move through 120 folks over on the Public Health Committee. So I commend you for a well-run hearing. And I'm going to be pretty brief tonight. I just want to sincerely thank you for raising HB 5490, which represents many years of work and advocacy and organizing across the arts, culture, and tourism industry. You've heard from folks throughout the day about how important this funding is for our economy. There's implications for the way that our young people learn, for people to live healthy and thriving and full lives. This is a really broad reaching sector, and getting some funding in a sustainable and equitable way is going to make a big difference. So I just want to thank you again for raising this bill, and to say that I would welcome the opportunity to continue talking about how we might, if we need to phase this in over the next few years. I think the biggest win for us this year would be getting this policy in place. We would love to see funding this year. We understand the incredibly tight budget environment that you folks and we all are working within. And so would be grateful for the chance to think about how we make this possible, but really to plant a foot and say that this is a priority for our state and that we want to start moving more investment this way. So would be happy to speak with folks in the future. I don't want to take up too much more time tonight. Thank you for having me. And wish you luck with the rest of the hearing tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Parker. Thanks for your advocacy. And there certainly has been plenty of support for the concept today. So you were well represented. Any questions for Representative Parker? No. With that, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, folks.
Andrew Wilcox. No. Eugene Sarnecki. Mr. Sarnecki, the floor is yours. You're on mute. Sir, you remain on mute, so we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Please proceed, sir.
Great. Hi. Thank you. Yes, I'm asking you to say no to 5110 because of the many reasons that were brought earlier today and throughout the day. Basically, I've been around the film business in Connecticut, film and video business for 40 years, producing, directing, and doing some location work also. And education. One of the things for the education part of it, I really think it's important for us to not to eliminate, do not eliminate this bill. And what I'm trying to say is, young people today, what they really need to do is they want to get experience, and it's so important to get experience from a real crew that comes into the state. And not only that, to get screen credit, that's another thing that helps further their career. And it's important that we try to get films to come into Connecticut, feature films particularly, but all types of media and digital work and video too. So please don't support the bill. And that's about all I can say right now. Thank you.
And thank you. We appreciate your directness and your advocacy. Any questions for Mr. Sarnecki? Seeing none. Again, thank you for hanging in there.
Thank you too.
Next we have Frank Burns. No? Amy Cheshner. We're getting into the handwriting here, so I'm sure I'm going to get this wrong. No? Carice Villarreal. No? Mark D'Agostino. We have a winner. Please turn on your microphone, little button below there. There you go.
Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah, I hear you.
My name is Mark D'Agostino. I work freelance for local film companies such as Synthetic Cinema International and Mainframe Pictures. There's a reason why so many people have poured out their opposition for this bill, HB number 5110, to eliminate the film and tax credit, as I am doing now. To start, I know Andrew Gernert has testified earlier today. I owe him a lot for creating such a fruitful film industry in the state. I, like many, graduated with a film degree from Central Connecticut State University in order to hopefully see my name in the credits. Because of him, I have a large resume, which started in summer of 21, the summer I graduated. Happy to say I have at least 14 credits just in movies here in Connecticut. And I feel like that's not a lot of time personally, but ramping up to my graduation, I was very anxious about my options to work in the industry around Connecticut, but Andrew and Synthetic eased that feeling almost immediately. They have brought such a large spotlight to the state that productions from out the state come to him for help. He even brought the opportunity to create Hallmark's A Mystic Christmas, which we've talked about earlier today. That film is pretty rare because Hallmark actually allowed to use brands such as Sip Bakery, Old Mystic Village, Mystic Aquarium, just to name a few. And that doesn't normally happen with movies like Hallmark allows. I just saw myself on the screen. That's really weird. Connecticut's identity is reliant on representation like this. Another example, in November of 21, I was blessed to be able to work on an independent film called The Featherweight, which chronicles Willie Pep, a boxer from Middletown in Hartford, Connecticut. Not only did that film premiere in Italy, Poland, and India, but it is scheduled to premiere in many other countries around the world, and it has brought many local freelancers jobs. This film is premiered with the best of the best, and has shown people around the world what a Hartford movie looks like, as the director has put it. Everyone knows what New York or Los Angeles looks like, but people are trying to show what Connecticut looks like. It can't be understated what this publicity will continue to do for the state. I share credits with from Synthetic Cinema Films, another man named Eric Bloomquist, who submitted written testimony. He's a co-founder of Mainframe Pictures. Mainframe has given me the opportunity to move up in the industry and to learn more of the intricacies that come up every day on a film set. Eric's track record has only gone up. His last couple films, She Came from the Woods and Founders Day, were entirely filmed in Connecticut and got theatrical releases. Founders Day was his biggest yet, with a longer run than its predecessor. The film and tax credit allows for companies like this to continue to bring work and relevance to the state. His momentum is still trending upward, and stunting that growth would only bring a negative to the state. As I continue to move up, I get calls from productions out of state that want to work within the state, and I've been able to recommend local freelancers in order to continue the momentum that people like me have, continuing to bring light to the state, stimulate the economy, and attract more companies here. I see Andrew and Eric as an inspiration. I would love to continue this trend and one day create my own production company. I want to highlight the character of this state with my films showing places like my hometown, Southington, and the surrounding areas. I want to highlight my alma mater, Central Connecticut State University, and encourage people to stay in the state if they want to work within the industry. I do not want to see a mass migration of my coworkers heading to the big cities to make their movies.
You
I want to
3 minutes.
I want to show people that Connecticut is a fantastic state to live, vacation, and work in. Thank you for the time, and I will answer any questions proudly.
Thank you, Mr. D'Agostino, and I'm glad you made that clear. We have a representative named D'Agostino, and half of the people in the building call him D'Agostino,
Great.
and half of the people call him D'Agostino. So
Oh,
you come down on that side. Any questions? No, I believe you have the honor of being the closer.
thank you.
There's one more person on the list, but I don't believe he's with us. Horacio Martinez? No, thank you. And the blue t-shirts are still in the room. We know it. With that, our hearing, we were meant to have another, originally scheduled to have another public hearing on Friday, the 22nd. We have decided not to hold that because for a variety of reasons, we're going to combine that hearing. So our next public hearing will be on March 28th. Our administrator is nodding her head, so we'll see you then. Any closing comments, Mr. Chair?
Thank you for a very long day.
A pleasure, as always. Thank you all for hanging in there.